the future of design. And this year, we're focusing on design for a better tomorrow. We bring together leaders who are working towards building a sustainable future and enabling a better quality of life. As we all realize that sustainability is the need of the hour, so this is very much pertinent to the requirement. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to focusing on design, we spotlight aspects related to women's empowerment, education, and well-being at the very special conference. The event is a day-long conference, ladies and gentlemen, and we end the day with the award ceremony that's set to unfold in the evening. The awards recognize and facilitate the best prototype and finished designs by designers, architects, innovators, and businesses. This exclusive event, curated by us, will cater to products from across industries that touch human lives and make them future-ready. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Sir, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, ladies and gentlemen, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as times. BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche BW communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction, a conducive environment that's healthy for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines, and I'm sure it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are also some exciting offers awaiting for all the attendees of the event. So thank you so much. To tell you all about our latest issue, ladies and gentlemen, it looks at India's equity markets, which are buzzing again with a staggering rupees 2 lakh crore IPO pipeline in motion. The cover story decodes the forces driving this activity in the primary market. Also in the issue, we take a deep dive into the implications of the new US tariffs and the ripple effects on Indian trade and the market. Today, live stream right now across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels as well, and on the website www.businessworld.in. Ladies and gentlemen, as we flag off today's incredible event, I encourage everybody to please throughout the day by using the hashtag BWFOD. As we all know, this is the world of social media. We are all hooked onto social media platforms. So please use the hashtag BWFOD. We look forward to seeing your incredible stories and posts and engagements to celebrate your special moments as well. So thank you. You know, before I move forward, it's my honor and privilege to thank our partners, as without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled this event off. So I would like to take out a moment to thank our partners for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Gifting partner, Noise. Event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, Pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request all of you to clap loudly for our partners, as without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled this off. So thank you so much to all our partners for helping us put forward this initiative together. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon stage somebody truly, truly special, a visionary that I would love to call him and regard him as. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Dr. Anurag Batra, sir. Please give him the biggest round of applause as he makes his way to the stage for the welcome address of the 6th edition of the Future of Design Summit and Awards. Thank you.
It's very good for heart muscles. So if you've not gone for your walk, not done yoga, it will help you activate the right nerves in the body for you to feel better. It's my honor and privilege to be here in Mumbai at the 6th edition of the Future of Design Summit and Awards. It is customary to talk about your colleagues. See, I'm here more a mascot, you know. I have not done much except showing up. And if there are approvals needed for something, saying do it. Really, this initiative is curated by one of my favorite colleagues, Ms. Jyotsna Sharma. I don't know, where is Jyotsna? All of you know. Jyotsna, come, for those who don't know. And, you know, she's very, very meticulous and very detail-oriented, and, you know, she knows her craft very well. And I was telling Dr. Pradyumna Vyas, who's supposed to take over as the President of the World Design Council, that hopefully in his presidentship, we'll be able to launch a separate site on design. So gives Jyotsna a big round of applause. She hopefully will this year launch a new site dedicated to design. Also, two of my other editorial colleagues are here. Mr. Ruhail Amin, he is a senior editor. Jyotsna has worked about 6+ years with me, 7, 8, 2 stints, so maybe 8 years. And Mr. Ruhail Amin, he's a senior editor. He's started working with me in Exchange for Media. He's the only colleague who writes for both Exchange for Media and Business World. Ruhail was here. I don't know, where is Ruhail? Ruhail? I think he's gone out. He must be doing some work. I also have a very young colleague who's worked now 4 years with me. Again, I'm very, very fond of him. Kavi, why don't you come up? We are an editorial product. Whatever we do, it's about the editorial. Our juries, our winners are also curation of it. So that's Kavi, he's based in Delhi. So is Jyotsna and so is Ruhail. There are other Business World colleagues, some of them are new. They're in the room. So gratitude to my E4M team who's helping the BW team do the event. Sagar, who's been with us maybe 20 years, maybe 15, 18, I don't know, but for a long time. Chandrakant is at the counter. This is the E4M team helping the BW team, because the E4M team in Mumbai is about 100 people and the Business World team is only 20 people. So anyway, first, so gratitude to all of my colleagues, because without them we cannot do what we do. Jyotsna will talk to you about why design important in business. While we were speaking, I was in the morning and having breakfast, and I saw Mr. Sanjay Pasi, right? He's Pasco, and he's a automotive guy, and with the GST has gone up within the few minutes by 1,200 points, and the biggest benefit will be to the automakers. Maruti, which is such a big player, will benefit, and everybody else. I mean, there is a whole set of industries and companies in those industries will benefit. So design does matter, and Jyotsna will talk about it. It's my honor to also acknowledge Professor Pradyumna Vyas. He's president-elect of the World Design Organization. Let me get it right, WDO. He'll become the president, and we will launch the new design site dedicated to this sector. He's also our jury chair for the 6th year. We love how he chairs the jury, and it's a very relevant and very high-powered, respected in the domain. We have no point of view on the winners. We don't tell him who to select, who not to select. And Jyotsna was telling me there are some winners who have not won. I've not seen the mail, but she was telling me about some of the mails, people trying to intimidate and browbeat. And we said we'll be courteous to them, respond to them, but whatever the jury has decided is final. So really, these are awards. I keep saying there are only 3 people who are perfect. Lord Shiva, I'm a Hindu, so Sai Baba, I am a big believer in Sai Baba, and my wife. Everybody else is imperfect. Okay, so awards are very honest, transparent, done through a jury process. It will happen in the evening. All the winners as of now are coming. Now let me talk to you about, I got introduced to design about 25 years back. I just started Exchange for Media. And I tried to start Exchange for Media to build a marketplace. And then I went to Middle East. I met a friend of mine who I was trying to get today to the awards, but I couldn't for various reasons. He's Iranian and he lives in Bahrain. He studied at the Pasadena Art Center in Houston. I used to think logo designers get it done, okay? Yeah, but he explained to me how it matters. And the ultimate thing in design in those days is to be car design, right? It still is in some ways. And he went to Pasadena. Professor was the legendary Sid Mead. How many of you know who's Sid Mead? Does anybody know? Professor, you teach at the Birla. Do you know who's Sid Mead? Yeah. Okay. So how many of you watched this movie called Blade Runner? Gladiator? Star Wars? So he's the guy who designed the sets. He's a set designer. Again, set design in Hollywood is a big deal, It can make an impact. So I think 2 years back, Sid Mead passed away. He was in late 80s. I tried to get him to India. So I was trying to get my friend Wahid Merinfar. At the age of 16, he ran away from Tehran. He went to the Pasadena Art Center studied there, and he explained to me the power of design. He explained to me how design can create value, so to say. It can, and all of you are screenagers. I am a screenager too. Some of you are teenagers on our screens. Today, how you do UX, UI is very important. Spotify or all other apps that we use for various services in our life, how determines how successful they are. Have they thought through the consumer journey, the needs? So clearly, Wahid was then partner of Low, which is an advertising agency, Low Lintas, and he had an agency called Contexture, doing work for the major brands in Bahrain and Middle East, for all the Islamic banks. So he explained to me the power of design and how design can really change the world. And I got to know about companies like Enterprise IG, Landor, and all kinds of, there were more branding agencies. And I remember we have a weekly called Impact. This is the 22nd year of Impact. It's our weekly on advertising, marketing, media, the only. And I remember 15 years back, we got Preeti Vyas Ganeti to be able to redesign that. Our E4M logo, it should be here, Sagar on all BW. 3 or 4 years back, Landor had redesigned our E4M, and we saw the difference it makes. It may sound very simple, look, like a tweak, but there's a lot of thought process that goes into that. So really, I'm not going to talk to you about design because I'm not an expert in design, but I love books. One of the reasons I love this hotel because there is Granth here. I end up spending more money on the books than in the hotel. Okay, and our speakers are getting some books apart from the other gifts. This is a book I read 4 months back. Has anybody read this book? Dr. Prayas, I'll send it to you. It's called Fluke. You know what does fluke mean? You know what does fluke mean? Okay, luck, chance, serendipity, and because I'm a Hindu, preordainment, prarabdha, right? It's all destined. And I read it 4 or 5 months back. Since then I've gifted a lot of copies. It basically says that human beings give themselves too much credit for their success, because their success is about a lot of tiny incidents, which we can call miracles, that help them get where they need to. And it says we give too little introspection for our failures. I believe there's nothing called failure. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. Nothing's failure. A person never fails. The idea fails. The project fails. Sometimes maybe the business fails, but the person never fails. The person goes on to build something bigger if you learn from your mistakes. So it basically says, it's the storytelling in the book, and I won't give you all, but just the best way to illustrate that is if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, the world would be a very different place. I mean, God give him long life, nobody should. I won't advocate somebody die. And for practitioners of design, again, while you can give yourself credit, it's a lot of, let's say, inspirations that come to you, which may come from individuals, places, ideas, what you've been exposed to. So in one sad story, which I must tell you, there is a boy and a girl, they work for the same company and they meet in New York. And the girl gets the boy a tie, he wears it on a shirt. So he goes to his hotel room to iron his shirt on which he wants to wear the tie. While he's ironing the shirt, the girl goes to the office. The office is in Twin Towers. The 2 planes hit the Twin Towers, she dies. Because the girl got him a tie and told him it's not looking good on his shirt. So I can tell you in my life, lots of things have been because of blessings of God, serendipity. So we have to be more humble. Especially, I know design can be a solo thing, but mostly design is also collaborative because you're talking to your customers, you're weaving in their viewpoint. So be more humble in whatever you do. This is a book I read almost 9.5, and a publisher sent it to me. And there's a lot in this book, but there's one chapter, and I got 2 pictures from the chapter. There was a rabbi who carried 2 pieces of paper, one in his left pocket, the other in his right, and one said, "For my sake the world was created." Aham Brahmasmi. I'm the center of the world. Little arrogant statement, okay? True in some ways. And on the other, he wrote, Vah Anoki Afar, Vah Afar. I am but dust and ashes. And he would take each slip of paper as necessary as a reminder to himself. So clearly, we are a small speck of dust. We are a, cog in a big wheel, so to say. Now, this is a book. Has anybody read this book? Yes, sir. And what was the key message you took from it? So what was the lesson? What did you take away? Broadly, you're right, but let me say, with your loved ones. Nothing else matters. We are too busy building businesses. I'm first generation. I'm always working. This is my 4th day in Bombay or 5th day in Bombay. I'll go back on Thursday morning, so 8.5 days away from home. 8.5 days is not normal for me. And I keep telling myself, my dad is now 85 plus. He lives alone. He called me 2 days back. His right hand, he had some issue. Right? Spend whatever you do in life, spend time with your loved ones, your parents, brothers, sisters, for those who are married, husband, wife, friends that you love like family. So, while you chase your dreams, do spend time with your loved ones. We all know all this. So I'm not telling you something new, but I'm reiterating what is happening. But when we talk of design and its application, this is a McKinsey slide. They've talked about industries that are growing and where will they be in 2040. So e-commerce in next 15 years will be a $20 trillion industry. It could be more. AI software 4.6 trillion, cloud services 3.4, electric vehicles 3.2, digital ads almost 3 trillion, 2.9 trillion, semiconductors, autonomous vehicles, space, cybersecurity, batteries, modular construction. So whichever industry you take, design will play a very important role in that. Your design is a differentiator. Why? Over the last 20 years, you heard the story of the iPhone. Why do we pay more for an iPhone? It's a phone. Because the design, aesthetics, and so on and so forth. This is a book about 2 months back. I was going from Mumbai to Delhi on a flight, and I love books. So there was a young guy sitting next to me reading this book. He's an architect. That's my hand and my finger. So I was, I took a photo of myself. And it is from architects. Design guys and architects have lots in common. I read this book and I took a photo of every page. I've still not bought this book, I'll take you to only one slide, It says, find the other way around, which means be contrarian. If you want to create something new, we live in an era of AI, but AI will give you data, insights, may not give you a solution. And by definition, AI will give you from the data set that is available from the past. But if you got to create something exceptional, something new, whether it's a business model, whether it's design, you got to find the other way around, which means find a contrarian way to do it, find a new way, right? It could be simplistic. So that deep thought has to go into design. Because design, the more simple it is, the more functional it is. Design has to be invisible, right? In some way. Imagination is key to what we do. And imagining in ways, it talked about, and then it talked about, somebody last week gifted me a book, Wisdom from the Jain Saint. They talk about living a life in balance, not going to extremes. And it talks about keeping opposites in balance. Like, people who study design will find. So anyway, I'll leave all that to Jyotsna Why Design Matters, to Professor Pradyumna Vyas, Mr. Pratap Bose, Ms. Arpana Walters, Mr. Dhruv Agarwal, also Geet will be here. So all of them will talk to you about what's happening in this domain. In the evening, I'll see you at awards. We have a very good lineup. We have also Bollywood represented today. So we have Tapsi Pannu, She'll be talking about how to craft compelling characters. We have Future of Cinema from Harman Baweja. We have an actor's take on cinema with Chitrangda Singh. And at 7:10 p.m., we have the Future of Design Awards. Sometimes conference to fantastic musicians who will kind of rev up the melody before and after every session. We have a lovely performance in the evening. So whatever you do, be here fully, being mindful and being, if you do that, you will get to design. And the most important thing for good design is good quality sleep. If you sleep well, you'll do almost everything well in life. So whatever you do, sleep 8 hours. You know, I slept at 6 and then I woke up at 9. The only thing I'm not guilty about is oversleeping. Because the more I sleep, the more I heal myself, the more I'm calmer, the more I'm into conversation. So whatever you do, sleep well, sleep 8 hours, sleep with your phone away, and the world is yours. You can do great design. Look forward to interacting with you during the day, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an early morning in Mumbai. We have a full house over here. I truly believe we can clap a lot louder for Dr. Batra, please. On a countdown of 1, 2, and 3. Let's make some more noise, please, for Dr. Batra once again for all the kind words that he shared. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it's my honor and privilege to right now call upon stage the force to reckon with, I would like to say, behind this incredible initiative. She's going to be talking about why should we care about design. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Senior Associate Editor, BW Business World. Give it up for Josna Sharma, please, everybody, as I welcome her on stage. Thank you. Want to use this mic?
I think this is better. I can't reach that. This is better. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome of Future of Design Summit and Awards. Yes, it's the 6th edition. We've been doing this for 6 years now. Our aim has always been to get design thinkers and leaders from the space of design into one room to talk about all the wonderful things you're doing with design thinking. The feedback that we get is that people go back, they've learned from one another, and sometimes they say that they've applied what they've heard you all talk about. So as organizers, there's nothing better than that, for us to feel that we've been able to create a platform that can do that. This year, our theme is Design for a Better Tomorrow. Just a second, is this the clicker? So why design for a better tomorrow with all the reliance on digital technology, with so much AI in our lives now? Responsible design is what is important. Keeping the consumer at the center of what you're creating. Oops. Keeping the consumer at the center of what you're creating. So responsible design, obviously it helps reduce costs. It is resilient, it's sustainable, and it builds trust with the consumer. So when what's happening to my mic? So when I think about good design, what comes to mind is UPI. So for me, it's UPI because it made our lives so much easier. From your sabzi wala bhaiya to your fancy lady sitting behind the till at a branded store, everybody is using UPI. Also, it can be used when in areas with poor internet. Good security features, but then, you know, like in 24-25, we had transactions over 18,000 crore. What they're projecting is that for 26-27, there'll be 1 billion transactions a day. So imagine that. So obviously, when all of that is happening, we're reading every day about digital frauds. We're reading every day about financial frauds linked to UPI. In fact, there's government data that has been put out saying that in 23-24, it was to the tune of 1,000 crores, which was 89% more than the previous year. So with all of this happening, the need for security, for building trust, and again, putting the consumer at the center of what you're doing is really important. Another one, if I would like to talk about, is the Kolhapuri chappal. We all read about the Kolhapuri chappal fiasco that happened recently. Of course, Prada did say they did credit the Indian inspiration for the design. But the point that I'm trying to make is that this was a 12th, 13th century design, which is still in vogue and which is still being used today, and it's much loved. Of course, again, you know, it's durable, it's comfortable and perfect for a hot climate like ours. So to me, these are examples of designs that are good design, that have been thought through. Here are some figures for you all. So the design market size is estimated to be about 63 to 89 billion by 2033. So looking at this, it's growing fast. All the more we need responsibility, we need good design, we need to build consumer trust. As you go through the day today, you will hear from experts and you will see how they are using design thinking principles in their practices. Later in the evening, we come to the awards. We had fantastic entries this year, and I'm really excited for the awards, and I'm sure all of you are too. So yeah, I'm gonna now get out of the way, and I'm gonna invite our first speaker, who is also the chair, the jury chair for our design awards, Professor Vyas. I'm gonna invite him to talk about the evolution of global design. Thank you so much. I've left your...
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a bigger round of applause for Jyotsna, please? And I believe she just made my job a little easier with the calling of Professor Vyas. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I would now like to call upon stage Professor Pradyumna Vyas, President-elect World Design Organization, WDO, to talk about the evolution of global design. Please give it up for Dr. Vyas, please, as I calling up on stage. Always such a pleasure to see you, sir. Good morning. Come on, we can do a lot better in terms of clapping for Dr. Vyas. Yes, that's how we do it. Thank you. Keep their mobile phones in silent mode so that we don't distract any of our honorable speakers over here. Thank you. And you want to use this mic, sir, this one?
No, this is better.
Super.
And can we have, I have no slides, so we can have light in the hall so I can see people also. So very good morning. Indeed, pleasure to come back this Business World Design Excellence Award. It's so energetic, and it is evolving every year under the leadership of Dr. Batra, and taking it forward, my friend Jyotsna. The business magazine who has really put design in front page and given importance to see that how design can help in socio-economic and sustainable development. So evolution of global design, which we are talking about, evolution of global design, how it started and where we are heading to and what should be our future direction we need to. I see that lots of young people are there, so I would like to bring little context that how this design profession started and what has impacted and what problem which we are facing and how we have to really look into the future. So 20th century was the industrial world. Now, this industrial revolution which has happened, the first one was in 1760 when the steam engine was invented. After 100 years, 1870, the electric power, that was the second industrial revolution. And 1970, after 100 years again, the third industrial revolution, which was IT revolution. And there, I think the India started emerging as power because many engineers and English-speaking India started taking lead in third industrial revolution, IT thing which has happened. And now we are in digital, fourth industrial revolution, which is digital, where physical, digital, biological boundaries are blurring with each other. It's a very disruptive time is there. The technology is moving so fast that we are not able to really absorb that what impact this technology is going to do onto the planet Earth, and we need to really think into it. So far in Industrial Revolution, the design nurtured more on linear economy, take, make, use, and throw. And my colleague Jyotsna mentioned about consumer. I actually want to shift that consumer word, because consumer comes with consumption. And that is what somewhere we are facing issue. So yes, the economy was very consumer-centric, but then afterwards people started talking about that make it user-centric, focus it on user. Again, user means you're using something. Then it came to human-centric, that be more human and focus on basically the human needs. And after COVID, it's becoming more humanity-centric, that you are not the only owner of this planet Earth. There are millions and millions other creatures are there, and we have to coexist with them. So we have to really look into all these aspects. So this is, I think, the shift from consumer to humanity is really taking, and this linear economy, where the source which we are actually taking out from the planet Earth, and what if it is happening? If India and China, the way we consume with our friends sitting in United States, we need 4 planet Earths. Unfortunately, we have 1 planet Earth, and we have to really think about that what is there in our future and how we have to take it forward. Design definition started actually in Bauhaus, 100 and odd years back, 1919 to be precise, and they talked about form follows function. Everything dealing with the function and then trying to give the convenience to people. And I think somewhere this convenience and better quality of life started emerging more materialistic comforts. And this materialistic comfort became the better quality of life, is becoming the curse of the quality of life, in a sense that we can't even breathe the fresh air, and that is which is happening around. And design, obviously, the way it has moved, it became very personalized and person-centric. People are talking about the collection of designers, that this year, this designer's collection, I don't want to name, but like say, for example, Philip Stark's thing, the designer became iconic, and it became a very ego-centric thing, that if I am wearing these kind of fashion clothes, then I am really showing something with my personality with the designer's collection. But I think the shift is required from egocentric to eco-centric, because this egocentric is not really going to take these fashion labels and all to long run, because somewhere I think we will have to get into the nature cycle, align ourselves with the nature cycles which is there, which we are trying to put ourselves in God's shoes and trying to compete with the God. That reactions which you see, that what is happening with the especially when it comes to the climate actions and other things. Now this AI has come up. Now AI is very disruptive, and it is in the stone age at the moment. When it is going to go further, we don't know what AI is going to really do it. In fact, it is already started putting on the minds that we are not using our brains so much what we used to do that. And once, depending on that, what it is going to create on the humanity, we have to really look into. Technology is always good for extending our arm length, but I think technology in context becomes very important. What is the context? That is which we really need to look into. So the people, planet, technology, I think these things have to go hand in hand. Now, people, planet, profit, and purpose. The purpose becomes important because we have to make money. The profit certainly is important. People are important. People are very, very important. But nature we cannot ignore. The way nature is operating, I think we have to balance with this whole aspect or the nature ecosystem and take it to the next level. This world has become very complex. And that's 21st century, I would say that we live in a complex world. There are lots of complex aspects which are there, and there are challenges which are coming up, each required not a very product-centric approach, but more system-centric approach. And that's why we say that we are living in a VUCA world, which is very volatile, which is very complex, which is very ambiguous, and uncertain and ambiguous. And this VUCA world, when we are looking into, it is not designers' aspect into it, but it is also looking more on a system-centric and co-creation, which addressing to the future challenges which we are really taking up. So what are these challenges? The ecology is one, where the climate crisis, consumer waste, flood, earthquake, tsunami, all those things has to be looked into with all experts sitting together and doing that. Sustainable economy has to grow. And when AI has come, the Jyotsna already talked about that ethics become very, very important, and ethical practices need to be taken into. Just I will take 2-3 minutes and finish it. So sustainability is the core value, and that's why in World Design Organization we are talking about design for the better world, where that harnessing the tacit knowledge, which especially this country has 5,000-year-old civilization, and how this tacit knowledge, which is there in the craft sector, which is there in the folklore, which is there in our grandmothers, that what she was talking about, which is not documented, but it is going from generation to generation, and that tacit knowledge has to bring it into the classroom and create the explicit knowledge, and we can take it forward. Connect with the nature. This is another important thing, is that we need to connect with the nature for future sustainability. Circular thinking, cradle to cradle. Nothing is waste in nature. We have to follow the nature. There is zero waste in nature. And same way, I think we have to really follow that. Sustainable development goals, there are 17 goals. I will request young people who are here to really go through and those, which are those goals. Japan has coined this world called Society 5.0. And they say that society comes first. Dr. Batra also talked about, let us talk about the people whom you know, your community, your larger community, and how we can really look into welfare of the community. So that's what the Japan is trying to do with the Society 5.0. And co-creation. There is no designer's product now. We all need to come together, community put their mind together and co-create the systems, and more human-centric aspect which we can, or humanity-centric aspect which we can take. So transforming design education from training to learning. We need to also completely change design education, the model which is there. And especially the British time, the education system which was developed, they wanted workers. They wanted people to have certain skills and take the orders and make the things as per there. They didn't allow us to think independently, have our own point of view. And in design, I think Dr. Batra also touched upon it, that your own point of view becomes very, very important, and we need to nurture the young generation to have their own point of view. And this own point of view is that learning to learn. And it is not to serve only industry. Industry is making the profit if they are making. I think we have to really look into the design to drive innovation and transform the society. End of the day, the society which we live in and the environment which we live in, we need to live in the harmony with the nature and technology and people, so that we can create better quality of life for everyone. It's not only for the privileges that they can consume the material which planet Earth provides, but I think at this stage, maybe 20% people are using 80% of material which comes out from the planet, and remaining 80% people are surviving only in 20 or even less than that. And I think there we have to really come and see that whatever Mother Earth is providing resources, every individual, every existing creature has equal right on that, and we have to really take care of everyone, and that is the way future has to make it more sustainable and peaceful. Thank you very much.
Sir, I'll request you to please remain on stage. Give him a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll request Dr. Batra to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to Dr. Vyas over here. Give a big round of applause once again for Dr. Batra, please. And seems like the rain is breaking all records. We have some rain coming over here as well. If we can do something, I'll request the hotel staff. So over there at the center, please, for our photographers. And once again, a big round of applause for Dr. Vyas, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I'll request both of you to take your seats. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like Dr. Batra said in the very beginning that this is going to be a fascinating day where it's not just about conversations, insights, and wisdom. There's going to be some music, relaxation as well. So we are going to be going ahead with that. We have two very, very incredible people over here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Josh Kruna and Mr. Manish, as they're all set to perform right now something truly, truly spectacular to keep the entertainment quotient alive. Give them a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a small 1-minute performance, but I'm sure it's going to have tremendous impact in everybody's mind and heart. So, sir, over to you. Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing you.
Design has to be my personal favorite subject, and all thanks to Dr. Anurag Batra for having the vision to host something like this, and for all of you design folks who are hungry for design. What a nice talk you gave, sir. It was very inspiring, especially where you said that youngsters should have their own point of view. And I work with a lot of students, so I keep telling them, you know, that what is your perspective? How are you going to express if, you know, you're supposed to forget what you've been taught, come up with something fresh? So I think I'm in good company. Music is also design. It's, you know, it's anything but design. I mean, it's everything design. And every song is a design in its own. And it's fascinating how that works, but we use sound to design music, and this is the first one, and this is dedicated to design itself. I found a love for me, darling, just dive right in and follow my lead. Well, I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. I never knew you were that someone waiting for me. We fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time, but darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath, but you heard it. Darling, you look perfect tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Josh, and I'm truly, I believe, confident about the fact that we loved it. Can we clap bigger, please? Okay, a lot louder, please, as well. He's going to be performing with us throughout on many sessions just to keep the entertainment quotient alive. So thank you so much. Takes a lot of initiative and heart to do all that perfectly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving ahead with the next session. This is going to be a session on design and mobility, and to do the honors on stage, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Pratap Bose, Chief Design and Creative Officer, Auto and Farm Sector, Mahindra and Mahindra. Please give it up for Mr. Bose, please, as I call him up on stage. Hello, sir. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Bose, ladies and gentlemen. And you would be comfortable with this mic, this mic?
I'll use this.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you. true Bombay spirit. Everyone's sort of made it in the rain, and whoever hasn't made it is still on their way, I'm sure. Is this the clicker? Yeah? Okay, so great to be here. I think, Jyotsna, you were saying I was here in the 2nd edition, and now it's the 6th one. And it's great to see this conference grow from strength to strength. We spoke, Pradumna and Dr. Batra spoke about the not just consumer, but an ecosystem in this world that we need. And of course, in Mahindra, we provide you the means of getting, through the rain and the floods to places like this. So just on 15th of August, which was the Friday gone, we 2027 and beyond, some new products that we are going to launch. And at the core of our design philosophy is what we call hardcore design. Hardcore design is coming together of two words. We make SUVs, as you all know, hardcore SUVs, but we design it from the heart. And this is very important. An SUV or a car is the 2nd most or 3rd most capital intensive purchase that anyone will do. And there's a lot of consideration in how and why you buy something. So we create that desire, and that's why we call it hardcore design. We have, unlike many auto companies, we have what we call a house of brands. And you know them probably, they're all household names, the Thar, the Bolero, we have then the Scorpio, the XUV. And just in November last year, 2024, we added our BE brand or B brand, which is a sort of born electric. We did that. And on the 23rd of November, I think, last year. And the response has been overwhelming. On the first hour of the first day that the bookings opened, we got 30,687 bookings in the first hour. The total passenger vehicle EV market in India is 100,000 cars, 1 lakh cars. So we got 1/3 of the bookings in 1 hour of one day. And that was something that, neither we or anyone, analysts, you name it, expected. So that just shows that the power of captivating design, telling a good story, is great. No one buys EVs because necessarily they want to, be greener or be cleaner. That's, of course, one of the considerations. But they buy them because they're still objects of desire. And that's what we created. And the next generation of products is, what we'll share with you today. So you spoke about a VUCA world, I think, Pradumna. And we are facing a hyper VUCA world, I think, every single day. If you open the papers, there's a certain politician who changes the world every day. Now, how do you prepare and plan for that sort of world? So if I give you an idea, in Mahindra Automotive, we are investing 27,000 crores. That's 27,000 crores. That's 27 followed by 10 zeros. That's the factor of investment it takes. And if things change from one day to the other, or if policies change from one day to the other, it can have a huge impact, not just on us, but all the people who work in the company. We have 14,000 direct employees and God knows how many in our supplier ecosystem. How do you plan 27,000 crore investment when the world is changing every hour? So new IQ, this is new as in new, and IQ is innovation quotient. New IQ is one of the world's first vehicle architectures that is truly multi-energy. That means you can have petrol, you can have diesel, you can have electric in one architecture without any compromise. See, today what happens in many EVs is that they were born as petrol or diesel engine cars, and then you remove the engine and you put a battery and a motor, but you live with a lot of compromise because it wasn't meant for that. Then we did, what we call born EV architecture, but then you can't put an engine on that. So New IQ is one of the world's first architectures which allows you to do both. And this is our answer to that VUCA world. Now, whenever we start any project, we ask ourselves some questions in the design team. And the toughest questions actually bring out the best in the team. And I will show you 3 brands that we showcased, or 4 concept cars across 3 brands. And we asked a question for each one. And the philosophy, a bit based on hardcore design and emotion, was when opposites attract, sparks fly. So for the first product, we asked ourselves, can something new be iconic? Icons take time to create. Well, we said, can something be born iconic? And we started on these 2 products. These are Visions at the moment. We call them Vision T and Vision SXT. And in every program we start, we break it down to the basics. It's all about proportion, surfaces, details, and then the interior design, and how you play with elements to create desire. So here you can see immediately, if you are looking at a car from 50 meters, 100 meters, you recognize it straight away. And then, of course, things like the wheel size, the ground clearance, the overhangs, they make a huge difference. It's like a human body, right? The architecture is the skeleton, and the clothes that you put on yourselves is actually the design. So we don't use the word styling at all in Mahindra. It's not a word we use anywhere in the company. It's always design, because design means that you get involved in the architecture, the new IQ that I showed you, and then what goes on top. We then, of course, have an interior which has to go with that exterior. There's materials, there's colors, there's finishes. There's almost 3,000 parts, that customer-facing parts that we design. And every single element of that has to be given a specification. What materials it's going to be, how's it going to feel, how's it made, how do you recycle it. So in a couple of our EVs, we've launched a fabric which is 50% recycled PET bottles, what we used to throw away still. There was no supplier in India who made that fabric. So we got them to put up a plant for us. And we said, if we can't give you the volume, sell it to anyone, because that's one of our aims. So I'll just show you a little clip on what these 2 vehicles. I hope there's some volume here. Can you put some volume, please? Hello? Okay, can you just stop the film then? Yeah, just go back. So, when we present these vehicles, we make a story. How do you, I think Dr. Batra, you were talking about design and how it functions in a business. How do you convince a group of finance people, left-brain people, to invest 27,000 crores? so those were the first two products. You know, when you get a design brief, there are usually Excel sheets, and maybe if someone puts in some effort, you'll get a PowerPoint. How do you make that Excel sheet and PowerPoint into something that the whole company can stand around and say, wow, this is what we're going to get? Because, you know, the international operations will say, we're going to sell it in Australia, New Zealand, this is the architecture that will get us there, blah, blah, blah. Once you visualize this, they themselves get convinced that they should do it. You know, and that's the power of design and storytelling. So that was the four. The next one we asked, can something which is sculptural still be moving? You know, this was for another brand in the portfolio, and which is a very athletic, sporty, sculptural brand for the youth. It's just 4 meters in length, and that was the Vision X. So we did the similar process. I won't go through the whole thing. We start with proportion. This is all the basics of design, actually. What should be the angle of the A-pillar, the cabin to the hood, the ground clear. You know, so we sit with our team of 4,100 engineers in Chennai, and we really go through this phase very, very intensely, because this sets the tone for whatever you design for the next 14 to 15 years. And architecture lasts basically 2 generations of cars. So what you put down, and when the steel is cut and you know, the platform is stamped, you can't go back. So you spend a lot of time on getting this right, so that the products you design on that architecture are amazing. So yeah, you know, like I said, we go through proportion, surface detail. If there are any students here of car design, that's the best way to do it. I get a lot of sketches from young people, you know, young students. You know, they've already jumped into details, and they're showing the headlamps, but the rest of the car is literally no structure. So if you want to do that, be a car designer. But it's true for many things, actually. Start with proportion, then get into surface, then get into detail. I think that'll help you. Yes. And again, you know, I won't show you all the sketches, but interior design is the same thing. There's this huge dilemma now between how much should be on a screen, how much should be physical buttons. Aren't there, but we keep sort of experimenting. How do we get that balance right? Everyone says, oh, people are used to using their phone. The phone has no buttons, but a phone is not traveling at 90 kilometers an hour on an expressway. Off the road, even a couple of seconds to adjust something on a screen, you've probably already gone and hit something. So yes, there's a lot of active safety, which is post-crash, but if you can prevent a crash, there's nothing like it. So HMI, UI, UX, how do you interact with the vehicle? You know, we've got a Snapdragon chip in this car, which is one of the most powerful computing chips in the world in any field. Why? Because it has to do so many things. It has to talk, it has to control the car, it has to get you information from outside. There's ADAS. Then you have car-to-car conversations, car-to infrastructure. So the electronic modern automobiles are way beyond anything we can imagine. So to be able to interact with that, the HMI, UI, UX design becomes absolutely fundamental and critical. So Vision X, how did we sell that inside the company? Yeah, so that was the third out of the 4 cars, and you can see how different it looks, even though the architecture is the same. And the last one was, can solid be sporty? It's that contradiction, something sporty. So I won't go through the whole process because this red monitor is telling me time's up. But again, same thing, proportion, surface detail. But I'll the clip. Of course, we make hundreds of sketches. You can see the skill or the art behind hardcore. It's truly spectacular what the design team is able to pull off. We have 2 design teams, as many of you may know. One's based in Oxfordshire in England, and one's based an hour away from here in Mumbai, in Kandivali. And the whole global team is around 160 odd people. And I just wanted to point out that even the clips that you see are completely made in the design studio. There's no professional outside agency, etc., because we can't even give this data out to anyone. It's so confidential before we show the car. So we have to do everything in-house. So again, students of design, there's many areas that you can get into if you want to do automotive design. A lot of people think automotive design is just exteriors and interiors. We have at least 8 or 9 different sub-professions within that. I'll cut to the final. So this, we call it SUV for all reasons. Yeah, and this is all 4 models together. We made 2 of them in the UK and 2, for the first time ever in India, show cars. We made in the front and the yellow one on the right. It was completely built at our studio in Kandivali. And I think those who know, what that takes will appreciate what that means. Our share price was 3,200 rupees. We opened today at 3,400 rupees. So if anyone has Mahindra shares, it's you've made 5%. But why I say that is because this is a forum, by Business World, and design is business. So when you guys get out into the big bad world, just remember that always. So. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that incredible presentation. I'll request you to please kindly remain on stage. And in the meantime, I'll request Professor Pradyumna Vyas, President, World Design Organization, to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to Pratap, sir. Once again, a big round of applause for Professor Vyas, please. Thank you.
That's a real privilege. I think he gave me my diploma once, many years ago.
Oh, wow. That's like turning back the clock. Please clap and appreciate this wonderful, wonderful moment. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is what happens, you know, stalwarts grow, the community grows, they meet later, and then the entire foundation happens for many more incredible things in the future. So thank you so much, sir. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be swiftly moving on to the next session. Aesthetics and design have always gone hand in hand, and they will continue to go hand in hand. In order to explain more, we have with us an expert whom we are looking forward to hearing right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Chief Design Officer of Enamar, Dixie, Scott, Slims and Levi's Innerwear, Arpana Walters, as I call her up on stage. Arpana ji ke liye please everybody zor se taali bajaiye. I'll request everybody to please clap and appreciate her presence over here. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. You would want to use this mic? This mic?
Which one?
This mic, whichever you want.
I think this is fine. Okay. I've noticed that it's about aesthetics, but the original theme that I've prepared for is building a better tomorrow. Aesthetics is definitely a part of it. Without innovation, the aesthetics itself doesn't make enough sense. So, good morning, everybody. I'll be talking about building a better tomorrow and focusing on how innovations have impacted in a way. So everywhere we look, we are seeing how design is changing the way we live. We are seeing smarter spaces, smarter mobility, and we've seen fantastic presentations right now on all the ways smarter mobility is coming in, smarter communication, and of course, more sustainable.
Reduce the size for everyone's convenience. Thank you.
And we're also looking at sustainable materials coming in more and more. While our surroundings are growing smarter, what about the most intimate space of all? The clothes that we wear closest to our skin every day. Just imagine this. We are in a smart space, a smart office, and we're getting on to a flying car, and suddenly we feel an elastic digging into our waist. That really kills it, right? It's something that destroys the magic. So what do we need? The role of design comes in here, not just in all the visible future, but in the invisible details that we have to live in day after day. And I'm Arpana, with almost 3 decades in fashion designing and a deep specialization in lingerie and innerwear. One thing I've understood is that the human body may not over the centuries, but our expectations, the functionality that we want out of things has changed dramatically. Unless we have any aliens here today, I think this is something that is relevant to all of us, in a way. So I have 3 case studies that I'll be talking about. The first one is about chaos and comfort. What could be more chaotic than the first COVID lockdown? Everything changed overnight, globally. We were sitting at home, working from home, and for women, there was a new kind of freedom that happened during the lockdown. No heels, no makeup, and for a lot, no bras. On social media, the ban the bra movement exploded. The garment was called boob jail. Studies were quoted out of context, but later clarified, saying that they were made on a small group of respondents in colleges, but the study said bras are not required at all. But by then, the mindset shift had taken root. Now here's where design thinking comes in. At Enamor, we didn't panic, we listened. We looked at all the ways in which bras were causing issues. We looked at all the problem points that women were talking about. And we got a lot of feedback from consumer insights that we had mined from our bra fit studios. So just to digress a little bit, the bra fit studios are something that Enamor has pioneered in India. And in these studios, what we do is not just the front-end sales, but everybody from the head office, the merchandisers, the designers, marketing heads, even front office staff, we would all stand on the floors and interact with consumers and get their feedback. And this gave us multiple data points that we were able to use. And this was over many years. But it gave us something far more valuable. It gave us empathy. We weren't guessing what women may face or what problems they may have. We were hearing it firsthand. So coming back to the lockdown, when the lockdown hit, we promoted comfort cottons online, because online was basically what was mostly available to most people with the lockdown. We launched a mask as well, because that's the need of the hour. And the result, quite a few of our styles in cotton became top sellers. They were within the top 20. And one particular style, which is the cotton SB06, became the #1 bestseller and stayed on for a long time. Now, this is what design thinking does. And we didn't just stop there. We asked, what if bras could literally feel like nothing? The new design anthem became second skin comfort or body sync comfort. So the main takeaway is that chaos is inevitable. Adaptability is what turns chaos into opportunity. Now let's get into the second case study. From trend chasing to design thinking. So what happens very often in a lot of, we tend to focus a lot on the trends of the next season. One of the big trends that is happening right now in garments is bonding technology. Bonding is when you actually to weld fabrics together instead of using thread and sewing. And what this does is give a very clean, futuristic kind of look. It's okay. Thank you. Yeah. And what we did was, a few years back, we introduced a bonded bra. And it did somewhat well, because we were introducing bonding as a trend and not for functionality and not as something that would cover a need. This made us rethink and thinking process. So most of you would know this entire process, where we empathize, we define, we ideate, prototype, and test. And that is what we did. And this is what came out of our design thinking process. Women still wanted lift because the human body is the same. A lot of these needs are still the same, but they wanted lift without the wires, without the painful digging of wires. We needed grip without elastics. We wanted shaping without the bulk, and we wanted no show which means the garment needs to vanish below your outerwear. It should literally be invisible. And we also wanted something that would be light and flexible. So all of these things are not completely new, but these are things that we really started focusing on post-COVID. So this is design thinking framework in its complete usage, and this is what we came up with. This is the body sync range that we have right now, and it focuses on all these aspects. So it's not just in the bigger spaces, it's in little things like your inner wear that we. This process is something that is very important with whatever kind of design that we are doing. Innovation is not just about style details and aesthetics, it's about creating solutions. It isn't about what technology can do, but what it needs to do for the user. It's about what the consumer needs, and that is the true shape of design. So we've reinvented most of our line with better innovative technology, which you can see in our body sync range. Our seamless bras in Super Flexi and Invisi uses advanced technology, and it delivers all these aspects that women were talking about, which is lightness, no pinch, no dig, ultra smoothness, invisibility. We had understood the basic needs, and we upped the benefits and didn't just stop there. So we still have our heritage bestsellers which deliver all your needs, and we gave comfort upgrades, smaller things within our price points, because as a brand we have multiple subcategories and many different consumers. From the comfort upgrade, we went to wellness upgrade. So wellness is when we are adding in new details into the garment which have a lot of skin-based benefits. They're more breathable, they're anti-rash, they're more absorbent, perfect for the Indian weather. But from there, we've taken it even further into second skin upgrades. So this is a constant shift to better and better for the consumer. Our third case study is now about responsibility. So the new horizon for design is sustainability and responsibility to the environment. Post-pandemic, consumers became very interested in antimicrobials. And you might see online and offline, there are a lot of brands that have now started giving antimicrobial clothes, or you might see them as Stay Fresh. Unfortunately, a lot of these have finishes that last only 20 washes, and most of these are chemical finishes that are not good for the environment. So our job, though the customer is not asking for it, our job is to actually look at what is it that we can do to ensure that these finishes are not harmful to the environment. At Enamel, we've made multiple new innovations in our wellness line. So when we say wellness, it's not just wellness for the consumer, it's wellness for the planet as well. So we've put in our Fab Cool range, which is cotton but more breathable. The cups are more breathable. And we've put in our Cloud Soft range, again with cotton but with bonding technology now. And of course, our Bamboo Bliss range. So there are multiple innovations happening in innerwear as well. Right now, I'm showing one of the brands, but all these kind of innovations are coming into our other brands as well. And all of these have multiple benefits, not just for the consumer, but like Professor Pradyumna was saying, we have to think also about our environment and how we live, how we design and redesign things for the environment. So it's all about leaving a lesser footprint on Mother Earth, even as we consume. Our culture has to move away from more and more consumerism and into very mindful kind of designing. Fewer garments possibly, but with well thought out features that have a better impact on the environment. So at Modernic, which is the brand, which is the company that owns Enamor, what we believe is that we have to evolve every day for an elevated lifestyle. And we need to do this both for the consumer experience and also mindfully, so that we think of the planet as we are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I have a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I know my mic might be not functioning properly at times, but then yes. I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage. Do we have Josna over here in the room? Yes, Josna, I'll request Josna to please kindly come up. Appreciation to Arpana ma'am. Give a big round of applause once again for Josna, please, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing is really possible without the initiative, and she's the force to reckon with, like I said, for the initiative. So a big round of applause once again for the two of them. I request them to please be in the center for the photographs. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, insights rahenge, wisdom rahenge, and knowledge rahega, and at the same time, music bhi rahega. So this is time for some music once again, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe the rain gods are happy with the update of music. That's why it just started to pour a little bit from I don't know where. But then, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I present in front of all of you the fabulous duo of Josh Kruna and his incredible teammate. Can I please request all of you to clap loudly for them once again? Some music once again, like I said, to keep the entertainment quotient alive. That's it. Over to you.
Design is nothing without imagination, so here's for all the John Lennon fans this morning. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Yeah. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. Had no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Thank you.
Thalio ki goonj once again, please, all of them. Everybody in this room, a lot louder, please. I'm sure they deserve every bit of it. And I saw a lot of people shooting videos as well of them, so I would love it if they're shared on social media and tagged as well. So can we please have your social media handles, sir?
It's Josh Krunas, JOSHCROONER. Thank you.
So basically, in the evening, we'll be seeing a lot of reshares in your account, courtesy all these wonderful people. Once again, a big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And on that note, swiftly moving on a musical note to the next session. This is going to be very, very empowering as well. This is going to be about good design, because nothing is really bad design. So we're going to talk about good design over here. We have an expert over here in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Dhruv Agarwal, Director and CEO at Stal Kitchens. Can I please have Mr. Dhruv over here on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe Sir said that design is about creativity, right? आप लोग ताली बजा रहे हो, but I don't see any creativity in that. So can we see some creativity in the clapping? Maybe a bit of music. 1, 2, 3, yes. 1, 2, 3, yes. 1, 2, 3, yes. Thank you so much, leading from the front, all you experts, and we have Dhruv ji over here. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does this mic work?
Yeah, you can use whatever you want to use this.
I'll use this today if that's okay.
I'll just take this.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me at the back? Is this loud enough? It's good? Okay. Thank you so much. I am Dhruv Agarwal. I am the CEO and director at Stal Kitchens. We are today a design-led cookware company, and I think one of the fastest growing in India as of right now. We're present in about 25 lakh odd households across India. We are present in about 13 other countries. And today, principally, what I'm going to talk about is what is the future of design. So what is good design in the kitchen? It's going to be a damn hard act to follow. I just saw both the presentations before me. The Mahindra one, I love their design. And my God, we're talking about cookware. Very, very hard to follow automotive, but I'll try to do my best. So when you think of design, what are a few of the products that come into mind? As of today, a chair. Let's say companies, some things that have revolutionized. Mobile phones. So I'm going to take this up. I'm sure this will come up. Something that has completely changed the way we think. It's sleek, intuitive, beautiful. I know we had Mahindra, and I'm a very, very proud person about that, but a lot of the design or the change in the design has happened through this company, Tesla. Sculpted lines, powerful, sustainability with style. Somebody said a chair. So I actually have one, the Eames Lounge, something that has been iconic for the last few years. We speak about Dyson. It's a vacuum cleaner. Every single home, you clean dirt. Yeah. What is there to, what is cool about it? It's something that you don't want to do. So we talk about design endlessly in technology, in transportation, in furniture, in other spaces, but we never talk about it in the kitchen. When is the last time that somebody spoke about design in the kitchen? And if you think about it, it is one of the most universal design spaces. It is there in every single home in the world. Every culture celebrates it. Every family story revolves around the kitchen, whether it is joy, happiness, festivals, dinners. It's where conversations start. It's not just a room, For us, it is actually, a lot of people, to them, it's a room relegated in the house. But as of today, it's starting to become the heart of the home. You look at architecture in India, the kitchen is coming into the living room. And for many, many years, for decades, I think the design, at least in our country, design in the kitchen has been overlooked. It's been treated as a place of function, as a place of chore, not so much of creativity. It's been a necessity. I think we are at the cusp of reimagining the kitchen, not just as a place where we cook, but also as a place of design, of creativity, of joy, of happiness. And what I'm speaking about, it's not just about the kitchen. Design during the last century has been true to this mantra, form follows function. Every presentation, form follows function. Function is followed by form. A stove was just a stove, a pan was just a pan. Performance is what was measured. There was no love, there was no aesthetic. But today, I think that thinking in design feels incomplete. We demand more. A car was just a car a few years ago. Today it is a statement. I think the same is happening. We all want objects that don't just work, but work beautifully. We don't want objects that just last, but last long. We don't want tools that just perform tasks, but actually inspire creativity for each of us. So this to us is the new paradigm. It is fundamentally where form, function, and feeling come together. If you think of the iPhone, which I put up, it's actually metal and glass. but it is a place where you can actually be creative. It is a window to the world. It is a work tool. It is something that you enjoy using every day. Tesla is more than just transportation. It's intelligence, it's design, it's sustainability, it's a revolution. When you think of Dyson, you're not thinking of a vacuum cleaner anymore. You're thinking about your health, you're thinking about engineering wrapped in beauty. So if this was true for cars, if this was true for vacuum cleaners, I ask again, why not the kitchen? Why not the tools that we use every single day of our lives? There is somebody, on an average, we see that spends about 90 minutes in a kitchen. That's longer than most people drive. That's longer than most other activities happen. Every single day there are knives, pans, kadhais, objects that nourish us, objects that are directly impacting our health. So if design is about shaping human experience, the kitchen should be one of its core frontiers. And kitchens are not the same everywhere. A Western kitchen has a very different style than an Indian kitchen. It is a little slower. It's a lot of baking, sauteing, letting things rest. An Indian kitchen is like theater. A sizzle of a tadka. It's crackling. Curries that simmer for a long time. The pressure cooker waking you up every morning if you're a little child. Chapatis need to be made fresh. We're not talking, at least in our country, I don't think we've reached a point where we're cooking for the entire week in one go. So, for decades, our tools haven't really matched this interspersion. Aluminium has been cheap. It has been now perceived as unhealthy. Non-stick has been convenient. It doesn't really last. Steel is durable, but it is clanky, not nice or easy to use. Cast iron is very strong. But I know if you use a standard cast iron, it feels like you're going for a workout every morning. So the question that we had at Stahl, principally, if you look at this, how does one reimagine it? How do we reimagine the kitchen today through design? How do we take empathy for our unique cooking styles that we have and combine it with creativity and engineering? Create tools that are not just transformational, but also that turn our chores, the daily friction that we have, into rituals. Isn't that what design does? I think it's supposed to do that. So it changes not the object, not just the object, but the experience around it. And this is where we, as a brand, Stahl, enter the story. We are born out of a 35-year-old manufacturing legacy. We manufactured for some of the best in the world, some of the best in India. I'm very proud to be a second-generation person in this business. I had the unique opportunity of being able to study in Germany, a place which is known for good design and great engineering. And when my father had visited me there, we were making cookware for some of the best, but I was still surprised that he came there and bought cookware for me. And after 3.5 years, the Baniya Dimag didn't accept the price difference. But after 3.5 years of using it, when I came back to India, one would imagine you bring other things, but I actually brought my used cookware back. I didn't realize it at that point, but when I joined the business a few years later, it became very, very interesting to figure out that what we were manufacturing for some of the best in the country wasn't close to being inspiring. So we decided to relook at the Indian kitchen through a lens of the customer, to be customer-centric. And this legacy of manufacturing gave us insights into a lot of materials. And I think design isn't just aesthetic, it is also understanding the engineering, understanding the function. Function precedes form. You cannot take that away. So we looked at a material called tri-ply. It's something that we felt is really, really hard to deal with. It is a 3-layered material, and it wasn't just science. We felt it was a solution for the kitchen over here. It brought together 3 of, I think, some of the best materials that there were. Stainless steel, which is fundamentally really, really safe. Aluminium, which has an amazing conduction core that helps you reduce oil, keeps your food light. And a magnetic steel exterior, that kind of helps you put it on any form of stove in the evolving kitchen happening today. And we put this and we applied it to the most iconic Indian vessel, which is the kadhai. I think if you take any cookware company in the country today, I think 40% of what they buy is a pressure cooker and the other 40% is a kadhai. After that, there are tawas and then something else. The kadhai had not been reimagined for, I think, almost about 70 or 80 years before this. So we took these three materials and we tried to reimagine the kadhai as something that it heated evenly, it cooked faster. Throughout COVID, I know I had to clean. It cleaned a lot easier than everything else. And I think that is what design is. It's not only about the creation, it's also about the cleanup after. And it would last for decades. A kadhai that felt balanced in the hands, elegant, something that you would be proud of, something that you'd want to bring to the table, modern in its aesthetic. For our handles, so we said the kadhai is great, but where else can we take inspiration from? So we went and we looked at one of the best forms of design and function in the world. And we said the way they make the spirit of ecstasy and the handles there, let's attach it to our kadhais. Because you should feel the way you feel great about going in a great car, you should feel the same way about cooking. But we paid due to the traditions. We paid due to the rituals we own. We cannot take away from the core shapes. We cannot take away from what we do. There is a mother for sure who is making dal every single day. For them, this kadhai meant ease. For a young professional who was just learning to cook and experiment, it meant confidence. For a chef running a kitchen, it was his workhorse. It had to be precise. It had to be efficient. So once we did this and we started speaking to our customers, we found that these daily chores started feeling like rituals. We realized we went beyond engineering, that design thinking was being applied to the Indian kitchen. And that's what we embarked upon. This was for us just the beginning. We started around other cookware. We have been looking at knives. I think it is one of the most fundamental tools in the kitchen today. Everything must be cut before it is eaten. And if you look at the standard knife used in the country today, it's a mass-produced thin one, which everyone says, use karo, phek do, naya le lo. We asked, why can we not actually combine aesthetics? Why can we not combine elegance with absolutely great performance? And, the result was knives that feel as good as they look. We then looked at surfaces. We spoke about coatings and coatings not lasting. We took a honeycomb and we put a non-stick layer into it. And we found that the core problem of coating, which was peeling off, just stopped happening. It lasted for, I think, roughly about 20 times longer than what it does. And the beauty with this is when this starts happening, you stop worrying about what you're putting in your children's food and you start caring about what you're cooking, because the cookware allows you to do what you love. We are in fact in the process of launching. I think there are only 3 or 4 factories in the world that can make this level of cookware. It's a brand new non-stick surface called PEEK, polyethyl ketone, which is super hard. It lasts roughly about 20 times longer than any other surface and is super safe. We reimagined cast iron. My mother uses this heavy lohe ka kadhai, which her mother passed on to her to make black chana. And the only reason the chana would turn black is because of the cast iron. And we said, what can we do to make this heavy thing that is picked up lighter? So we went through something called press casting, made the walls thinner, made this about 50% lighter. We then looked at an inspiration to, there was still a complaining of rusting. So we looked at an inspiration with guns. Guns are metal. Guns are basically iron that do not corrode in the environments they're used. So we've got night riding done, which is 100% food safe, and it makes the products last super long. The handles, for example, here are stainless steel, which has allowed us to make them stay cool. So to us, these are not just products. These are not just innovations. These are design experiments that we have undertaken. It happens when you take empathy for your consumer, and put curiosity to it, a little bit of engineering, and you are creative with what you need. And this allows the kitchen to become a canvas. It allows for the cook to start designing great spaces. This is what we are working on. As you can see, there are many, many, many aspects of the kitchen that one can create or work towards. But design must also be sustainable. It must be responsible. Good design is not only about how it works, but we also spoke about how long it lasts. We have for very long embraced disposable solutions. But by creating greatly engineered, long-lasting products, we can actually reduce a lot of what goes into the landfills. A knife that stays sharp, a pan that keeps on giving, that keeps on cooking, a cast iron pot that can be passed on. It can actually turn from something that is a waste in the future to something that actually becomes an heirloom. It can be something that traditions are passed on. The same way I was talking about the kadhai, the way my grandmother made the chana, the way my mother made the chana, someday maybe I or my wife will. There's also the aspect of social impact. Design can exclude or include. A poorly designed tool excludes. And what I mean by that is, if a pan is too heavy, the elderly may not be able to use it. If it's chipping, it may be unsafe for children. It may be too costly for everyday families. But a well-designed tool, it empowers people to cook. It empowers people to connect. Like this lightweight cast iron, it has let many a grandmother start using their kadhais again. Or a beautifully balanced knife that allows a young professional to cook at home rather than ordering on a Swiggy or a Zomato. In this way, design, I think, and it's the onus on all of us to make it democratic, not just about aesthetics. There is another thing that I am incredibly proud of, and we saw this right before, is design that is made in India. I think we have a 2,000-year-old legacy. I think we do a lot of things well. And I think it's about time we start looking and taking what we do across the world. I know at Stahl, we've started exporting our kadhai to about 13 countries. We've started exporting our tawas to about 13 countries apart from this, and we hope to reach another 50 by the end of next year. But I think it's about time that we talk about design in India not being an imitation, but something that is built upon our legacy with our empathy and understanding our consumers. So, to me, to sum this up, this talk is not about cookware. It's about a philosophy. Design is not about objects. It's about experiences. It's about how these objects and these experiences make us feel, what they help us create, how they bring people together. When design reimagines the kitchen, imagine the possibilities when the heart, where the home starts, when it starts working. Because the kitchen is somewhere where we gather, we connect, and we create meaning. And my invitation to each one of you, to the designers and the design students, I know there are some over here, look at the kitchen, but not only the kitchen, the other everyday areas that you are in with new eyes. To the innovators among you, do not underestimate the everyday. Each of us lives in the everyday, and I request you to see how we can redesign our lives. To the cooks, chefs, and dreamers, demand more joy from your tools. Because the future of design is not written in studios or labs. It's written in everyday places. It's not about luxury objects, but it's about the tools that you make which will inspire people. And this is a philosophy that we hold close, to reimagine the kitchen not as a place of chores, but as the heart of the home. One utensil, one ritual, one meal at a time. I'm going to invite you to read this next piece with me. It's a manifesto, and this is what we work with. Cooking is like poetry, an art, a rhythm. Every slice, simmer, and sear, creating a masterpiece. Stahl celebrates the grace and the precision of culinary craftsmanship. We inspire and empower chefs, home and professional, to compose flavors like poets weave words. Whether it's the gentle reduction of a sauce, the perfect emulsion of a vinaigrette, or caramelization of the onions, Stahl transforms everyday cooking into an everyday expression of creativity. When with cookware designed and tools designed for sensitivity and strength, we invite you to make every dish a stanza and every meal an ode to the senses. Stahl, poetry in the kitchen. I invite each one of you to try and do this in your space, and we will have a much better India and a much better world. Thank you.
I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage. I'll request Professor Pradyumna Vaz to please kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to sir over here. Give a big round of applause once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. We spoke about creativity in clapping. How about some creativity being shown from your end? Maybe some creativity. Sir, this, I think you led from the front, right? This is how you do it. Maybe a bit of musical noise as well, that helps. Because it's not always that music that we can incorporate. So I'll request both of you to be over here at the center, please. Yeah. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you need to clap and appreciate. I truly believe that when photos are taken, if we clap, the smile ends up being a lot wider. Thank you, sir, for coming. Thank you. Pleasure hearing you. Looking forward to seeing you the next year as well. And on that note, we will now be moving ahead to the next session, which is going to be another interesting concept. This is about design for a better tomorrow. To do the honors on stage, I would like to call upon stage Geet Nazir, MD Landor India on stage, please. A big round of applause for Geet, please, ladies and gentlemen, as she makes her way to the stage. Can we update the timer quickly, please, for her session? Ladies and gentlemen, एक dialogue है शोले का. Since I come from the world of movies, इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है? Let's not have any सन्नाटा, please, everybody. As she makes her way to the stage, there she is. Thank you so much, and I'm very glad to twin with you, maybe, on that note. And looking forward to hearing from you. Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Can you all hear me? Yes, great. Well, first of all, I'm super excited to be here and to speak to you, right after that wonderful presentation on Stahl, on how creativity and design can go a long, long way. So my presentation to you today is about creativity in the age of wicked problems. Right? Today's rain being one of them. But how do we really, well, okay, you met me. I'm going to move this along. So we are Landor, and why we speak to you about creativity is because we are the world's leading branding and design specialists. We have over 80 years of experience, breadth and depth, to really inform our clients on better design through consultancy. And of course, we are globally present across 35 locations, operating as one team, with solutions in motion, in core design principles, strategic consultancy, as well as space design. But we're not here to talk about Landor today. We're here just to give you a sense of the brands we partner, but really to speak about what Dhruv so eloquently put as designing for a better India, a better tomorrow. And we're not here to talk about just sustainability. How can design actually contribute to a better world through regeneration, right? How can we go beyond sustainability and make the world better through evolved design? India is at a crossroads. In our calendar year in 2025, we have seen the possibility of war. We're living every day in a climate crisis. In a post-tariff world, who knows, right? Economic uncertainty. And of course, fractured trust in society. In these times, our role as creators is not just to design as solutions, but to really see if there is an unprecedented opportunity for us. Because we need to change our thinking from just what can design fix that's broken, what can we do really to create something that we never thought possible. Design has the opportunity to be regenerative. Design has the opportunity to go beyond just sustainability and really go into India's collective spirit, our society that functions as large communities, our ability to find joy in frugality. Can we be the regenerative lab of the world of tomorrow? Right? It's not about just solving problems. Today's chat is about coming together to shift paradigms. Starting with our favorite, right? The Patli Gali, the Jugaad. What can we do that's a quick fix? To really turning the needle to how we can be more generous. And I'm happy to share with you a wonderful example from Landor's own stable. Did you know that every year there are 640,000 tons of fishing nets just discarded into the ocean? Now, these are the fishing nets that snag large and small animals in the ocean, and yet they remain ghosts, they remain absolutely invisible, right? So what we did is we took these bad nets, these ghost nets, and we used them for good. So with the Volleyball Association, which is the Fédération Internationale de Volleyball, we used these nets and embroidered them with large animals so that they're visible.
Every year, 640,000 tons of fishing nets are discarded or lost in the ocean, making up 10% of all oceanic litter. These ghost nets drift for years, needlessly catching and killing millions of marine species. That's why we launched GoodNet, a sustainable initiative by the International Volleyball Federation to remove ghost nets from the sea and transform them into beach volleyball nets. So these recycled nets can be placed on beaches around the world for local community use. To raise awareness of ghost nets and make the problem truly visible, we embroidered them with images of endangered sea creatures. We placed our first good nets in Copacabana, the birthplace of beach volleyball, revealing the challenge facing our oceans, educating future generations, and playing volleyball, of course, all with the support of Olympic and world sporting champions.
See the idea of bringing together our sport that also has a net and also happens on the beach so close to the sea. It's huge.
The sports volleyball is around one net. Our lives is one net, but a good net, not ghost nets.
Just 1 month after good nets hit the beach, we are already making an impact.
You know, all that trash that washes up on beaches around the world, it's finally going to be put to some good.
And our best result? The United Nations adopted GoodNet Project for its Clean Seas campaign.
So simplicity of thought and acknowledging the problem can really change the conversation around some of the things that we do. And of course, in doing so, Landor's role in creating the design language that translated across communities, countries, and languages. And of course, another example from India, which is a school in Jamunanagar near Delhi that was displaced. And the solution there was to involve the school community, bring the community in, and really move and create something that is modular. In this example, the students, teachers, and the local parents came together to create a steel frame and created rattan modules that could be easily pulled apart and built together so that a mobile school could be made available for the children. And this was done way back in 2011, but you'll see how design really helped create a solution for a problem of displacement. And this community continues to thrive 14 years later. Another such example, and this was a Cannes winner this year, is Suncorp Haven. So in a country like Australia, where climate crisis, tsunamis, earthquakes, and wildfires displace people and homes, Suncorp came up with the idea of risk assessment for your construction. And this is, of course, a beta right now, but it really speaks to the way people are using good design to solve problems and bring data-backed solutions to communities.
Have been ravaged by 5 months of bushfires.
The escalating effects of climate change are making Australia uninsurable.
Please send help, because it's getting pretty fucking real.
It's just everything we have, it's gone.
But for the last 5 years, while the rest of the industry continued to focus on recovery, Suncorp Insurance shifted its focus to resilience.
We have to start focusing on how we can make our homes more resilient to weather events before they happen.
We started with one house that would challenge inadequate building codes, researching, designing, and building a home that could be a resilient blueprint for the future. We then applied the learnings to one street, proving resilience worked for existing homes, by turning one of the most vulnerable streets in Australia into one of its strongest, renaming it Resilience Road. And in 2025, we've brought resilience to one whole country, turning every home into a safe haven, with a world-first data-led digital platform that gives every one of Australia's 11 million homes a unique risk assessment using Suncorp's proprietary risk data, telling homeowners exactly what they need to do to make their home more resilient. Throughout the years, resilience has transformed Suncorp's business, leading to industry-first insurance products, educational content, even a cutting-edge disaster monitoring facility.
I wonder why we hadn't done this before. You guys are geniuses.
Industry experts say it's a step in the right direction.
I think it's a fantastic initiative and it's a shift in thinking.
The Resilience platform has driven significant growth, moving Suncorp to #1 in market share. But more importantly, it's affected national building codes, influenced industry and government resilience spending, and kept insurance affordable and accessible.
Where resilience and mitigation projects can be put in place, we can reflect a lower premium for the customers that are impacted.
From one house to every house, Suncorp is building a more resilient Australia.
So you can see how great design makes for great business, right? It's not always sitting under our CSR verticals. So what does this mean? We've taken global examples, we've taken Indian examples. What do we learn as designers, as creators? What is the mandate for us, for brands and for design? First and foremost, we have the opportunity to be cultural composters. That means we take in the chaos, we take in the complexity, but through our thinking, we are able to return clarity and hope back to society. We don't just purpose wash, we actually purpose action in ways that is not just great for business, but also great for society. We're able to design for emotional resonance, not just visual cues. We ensure everything we do connects with real purpose and real problems. And of course, in India specifically, where we have such a great shared economy, we have a culture of communities. Can we be the platforms where consumers participate and not just consume? In an uncertain world, creativity has never mattered more. And so this is a call for brave imagination. What can we do to change the world as it is today? And in an age that's obsessed with problems, how can we be the generation obsessed with possibility? I'm getting some nods on that side of the room. That's great to see. So let's stop asking ourselves, what can design fix? And really start asking ourselves, what can design set free? Design is not about repetition and compliance. Branding is not about repetition and compliance. It's about finding real-world solutions in an age that is wicked. So what are the problems on your mind? Come speak to us. Creativity can be the answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage once again. I'll have the honor of calling upon stage Professor Vyas to please kindly give away the token of appreciation to her. Big round of applause once again for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Crisp, interesting, engaging, insightful, full of wisdom, and a lot more. Yes, you can come. Thank you. Big round of applause once again for Professor Vyas. I keep calling him again and again. I'm troubling him a lot, I believe, but then, so happy to see him so graceful and do the honors for us once again. Big round of applause once again for this very, very special moment. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. On that note, we will now quickly move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be involving animation. The world of animation is interesting for a lot of people. So this is going to be about animation design. And, to kind of present us with some interesting insights and knowledge, we have with us today Dhimant Vyas, animation film designer and artist. So can we please have Mr. Dhimant over here on stage? Yes, there is. Thank you so much. Roaring claps and appreciation for Dhimant, sir, please. Thank you so much. Honor and privilege to have you, sir. Thank you. This is your clicker. This is your mic. You can adjust the way you want.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I'm Dhimant Vyas. I'm into this animation film from last 30 years. So I passed out from animation in 1995. So I'm lucky to present in front of Mr. Vyas, Pradyumna Vyas. He was our teacher and mentor, and it's great to be here. Thanks, business world. I'll take you through my journey and what all work I have done till today, and so I'll show you some small reel and then take you through the process, how every project was designed and done. And now I'm teaching at IDC, IIT. It's a part of IIT Bombay. So now, after 30 years of experience, I thought better to nurture future designers and train them. So yeah, I'll take you through that. Can you play the reel? Can play the reel? Hello. No, the video. Video I gave you. There's a video in the folder. I don't know who is playing. Who is controlling this thing? Sorry about this. It's in the folder. Yeah, first video. A reel. if there's a problem, I can take you through the process and we can play the video at the end. So I am into a lot of things, whatever comes in the art field or animation design. So I like to learn a lot of things and I do all these things. So I'm from small town from Dhangadra. It's towards Kutch, desert of Kutch, starting from that, and it's in Gujarat. So this is my small town. I studied animation design in NID. In 1995 I passed out. So then, that time computers were not there, so we used to like shoot on the camera, and this is where John Ashworth, who came from UK, and they taught us stop motion animation. Stop motion animation is it's a part of animation. It's a new technique where you make a model and then animate frame by frame. So it has armature inside, and you build a small set around the character, and then you animate them, make them act. So I was part of the BBC animation team, where this was the series where Gary Anderson, who used to talk to people, and then it was converted to the animation. And some of the projects which were from Belfast-based studio. So they are made out of clay, and it's a flexible clay, so you can animate properly, and it doesn't dry. And I was part of the Aardman Studios where Creature Comfort series was shot, and Shaun the Sheep, and a lot of projects were shot there. It's again like a clay-based character, and animated them under the camera with a small set. They are made of clay. So they talk about different topics and subjects, these animals, and then again Shaun the Sheep project. They have 4 Oscar award, Aardman Animation Studio. So I was part of Shaun the Sheep also. Initially I was visualizing each episodes, and then moved to animation. So inside it has an armature, and then you can animate properly, and then this was set which was movable, so you can move around the set and animate characters. Some props, and whenever creature they talk, we used to replace the mouth. So that's where it was nicely designed, because otherwise it is very difficult when the character is talking. Again, purple and brown shooting. There were 2 nice characters, and very funny episodes. It was replaceable mouth, and then they were part of Tare Zameen Par title episode. Visualize all the. It was 3-minute title sequence, and then it was done with a tabletop camera. So all the transition were planned, because if I start changing things while shooting, it is difficult. There is a lot of time waste. So we planned every transitions, and then made ready, and then even the transformation of the elements that were made prior to the animation. It took 2 months to animate 3 minutes dream sequence of the main character. So simple setup. And everything was shot in my house only. Even Sitare Jamin Par also, like recently I have done. So that was also shot at my home. Amir came whole day and he wanted to document and learn how stop motion shooting was done. Then Rajasthan tourism, if you have seen, it was running on the TV. I animated this sand and it was shot from the top. Recently I have done Sitar Jamin Par, and again it was same technique because design was same. It was really lovely to again work with Amir. It looks very simple, but one frame was taking almost like 1.5 hours to animate one frame, because there were a lot of elements were there, and each one has to be animated frame by frame. This was again very small project, so my wife and daughter, they were involved in making models and designing it. Transitions, Prasanna, and yeah. So besides animation, I do painting and do a lot of shows, painting shows in the Jahangir Art Gallery and other galleries. Some of the painting with they are with Amitji and Nandita and Rakeshji inaugurated my first show at Jahangir. Some of the painting is with I was with I worked little bit on Mirza Rakeshji's film, done murals for the film. Yeah, and do whenever there's a spare time, I just warm up. These are warm-up exercises. Animal sketches I do. And then it got So Ricky Cage, he noticed that I'm doing a lot of animal sketches, so he does a lot of work for earth, for nature. So we collaborated, and he curated my show for all the animal sketches in Bangalore. National Gallery of Modern Art curated one. And some sculpture work. Then one work for Bahubali, Rana statue. Yeah, and some watercolor. Oh, photography, yeah. So whenever I get chance to travel, I just take my camera and then shoot mainly street photography. Yeah, it got award at Japan. Yeah, thank you. If you can. If you can play the reel, that would be nice. It's a yeah. 2 minutes video is there. Yeah. It's in the folder which I gave you. Not this one. No, this is wrong video.
This is the wrong video. Can we please play the correct video?
It's called Demon's Reel.
It's called Demon's Reel. हम तब तक wrong video बंद कर सकते हैं. I know it's interesting, but save it for later.
This is
post
on
lunch.
the SHIP project. So it was animated frame by frame. So all the acting, whatever they are doing, it's like we have to make them do. And timing is very important because this is progressive shoot. So each time we have to move them and then get the right timing. So it look natural. So before we animate, we just act it out in front of camera and get the time right. And then I start animating.
You know, my dear friends at the console, I know the video is very interesting, so is the audio, but sir wants the Demon's Reel to be played. So can we please, do we have any update on that? Do we have that video?
It's in the folder.
It's in the folder.
Yeah.
I'll request you to wait on stage, sir. You know, I've been hosting this event since morning. This is the loudest I've heard people clapping, and I loved it so much. Can you all please clap louder and appreciate the incredible efforts of this man? And another bit, we have many more sessions. Let's keep up the momentum of the clapping exactly like this throughout. Thank you so much. I'll request you to please wait on stage. Thank you so much. And I'll request Professor Vyas to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to sir over here. Ek aur baar, same intensity of clapping for Professor Vyas as well, please. Now you guys have hit the right chord in terms of clapping. This is the exact note we need to maintain throughout. What a pleasure. It's not every day that you get these kind of stalwarts all under one roof, right? So that's exactly the kind of privilege that we have over here. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I know I'm making you all clap a lot, but it's all for the right and good intent. So thank you so much for being such a fabulous audience over here. Thank you, sir, for that incredible presentation. Thank you so much, Professor Vyas, for coming up on stage and doing the honors for us. We will now quickly move on to the next topic. 3 different subjects, I would believe, but when they integrate, it creates magic. We're talking about AI, the new phenomenon in the world right now that's currently ruling the world, AI. We're talking about compassion over here, which is very, very important. We need to have compassion in order to do the right things in life. And of course, ethics, very, very important in life. Without ethics, you don't really go a long way in life. So what happens when these 3 things merge together? Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what we are going to be figuring out right now. AI, compassion, and ethics. To do the honors on stage, to speak on this subject, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Mohan Krishnaraj, Global Head Design, Products and Studios, Cognizant Moment. Can I please have sir over here on stage, please? A big round of applause for him, please. When I say big, you have already clapped even louder, right? Yes, that's the magic. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to have you. We look forward to hearing you. Can we have some help here regarding connecting the laptop? I wish I was that intelligent technologically, but I'm not. And I have no shame in admitting that. I know you're laughing at me, right? Just having fun. Can we have some help over here? Thank you so much, Sagarji. We have the clicker for you. You can use this, and he'll help you connect the laptop. For sir, so I'll request all of you to please kindly wait for 1 minute. I know it's always interesting to hear these kind of subjects one after the other. Just take 1 minute to set up the laptop and then we are all good to go. So, sir, just allow us 1 minute.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you for this, and very difficult to keep up the momentum what was created with the animation session now, and after this I guess it's lunch, so it's been between exactly. So thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure, and I'm going to talk about the next generation of interfaces, which is very weird, very different. All of us are struggling to understand. I mean, I was also interested to see with this stop motion animation, all of this, how does AI really change the world going forward? It's an interesting era we are all in, and we are in a very, very different stage where It's absolutely right if I say that all the processes that we were following till now to create an interface is not going to be the same. It's going to be completely disrupted. It's going to be completely changed. What does it look like, and what do we as designer community focus on? How do we get to a stage where we understand what is our role in this whole world when the wireframes can be done dynamically now with a prompt, and the designs can be done with the prompt, everything else can be done using a prompt. So what's the role of a designer? How do we define ourselves into the space? So a brief introduction about myself from the past. Can you go to the next slide, please? Or I can use the clicker. All right, okay. So a brief introduction of about myself is, I've been heading different larger organizations, units, which does mainly design. So typically the agencies which were purely focused on design, and SI's integration, which was purely focused on technology, have come together over time, and the roles have also diminished of pure designers with no technology and pure technologists with no design knowledge. Those have all kind of merged together now, and we can see those roles. Today, the designers have a seat at the table of the C-level, and they're able to sit at the decision-making stage, and they're making such decisions as well. So that's what I've been leading from a long time, and also right now I'm with Cognizant, global head for studios, products, and design. So one of the important aspects for every team that we've looked at is winning a good amount of awards, which means to say that the kind of work that we are doing is really looked at by different eyes, and how we are valued from that. And Red Dot, IF Design are all a little proven awards to show that against the industry that we are working with, we can really be at par. And typically I come from with a 2.5 decades of experience. I come from time when India was looked at as a back office and always challenged with the kind of quality India could deliver. And some of these awards really proved that in India we were able to deliver that kind of quality which the world has really appreciated. I've authored some books. One of it is The Great Balancing Act, which is out. It's on Amazon as well. And it also won an award from an excellence in book production. And this is what I brought in all my experiences across the years of how experiences have transformed, and how difficult even till date it is to really match the expectations of the user to deliver the kind of experience that against the expectation. So even the recent market study with AI also came up with saying that the user's expectation is multifold, while the marketeers are not able to keep up to that. Well, everybody thinks that AI is a magic, everything will happen, should happen, and customers expect us to give it at 40, 50, 60% reduced price. What are we fighting against, right? What quality do we deliver? What thing? Let's understand that a little bit while I was talking about my books. So the other one is more on the holy grail of game design. I'm sure many of you would have played Pac-Man, black and white games, to the world where the whole system of gaming has really changed, and the Las Vegas, all the games have now, you can take families and go there. So it has evolved over time from those. So it's a book on that. And I've been on the advisory board for NRW Germany, which is more of a smart city. So that's an interesting one to work with. The transport ministers to define the lanes, and the whole projects were defined based on what technology do we use, how do we build products. But eventually, when as designers we get into the boards, we kind of define that it's people first, right? How do we make people as the first important communication, or the first important point to consider for every strategy that comes in? So I've been in the jury, including the own Business World Awards. I was part of the jury. Interesting to know how many projects and a lot of learnings from different parts of the world. And I've been a speaker in the global events. Again, that's another passion that I carry. So looking at the subject today, it's more of technology that thinks is obsolete now, and we've been redefining technology, and we've been pushing technology to do more productive work, more active, more faster, more better. But what does it take is we have to make the technology start feeling like that's the revolution that we are in today. And how can technology start becoming another human being? how can it relate to a human being? Imagine a healthcare platform that is training you on what kind of exercises you need to do. At the same time, can it also look at your anxiety level and change the exercises dynamically while you are working out? So that's how dynamic and personalized and how you should feel. Can it really measure that anxiety of mine and change the content relevant to that particular individual? So slowly what we are seeing is the interfaces are invisible. You will not see too much of a screens and buttons that is going to be defined and a flows or a task flows that's going to be defined. It's all about how what kind of a feeling that we carry and how do we engage. So based on the feelings and anxiety and the person's emotions, the systems have to empathetically change the workflows and task flows. So clearly, right, we've done a lot of task flow analysis, we've done UCD process, we've done human-centric designs, we've done a lot of things. But most of those processes are dead now. The linear is going to be dead. And there is no beginning, there is no middle, there is no end to any of the stories that we are building. And unfortunately, we had a lot of linear ways of drawing how people will flow through, defining the walkthroughs of it, defining the way people will walk through your application or your brand. The shift we are leading is more, it's more of optimizing the experiences through the lens of emotion, safety, trust, and repair. I mean, we had this internal debate also, why do we have to have repair as one of the important aspect? We have not been transparent enough. How does technology become more human? Whenever you accept that there was a mistake, or whenever there is an acceptance that this mistake was done by us, we are going to fix it this way. So unless you keep it transparent and honest with the users, the experience is not going to be realistic. Experience is not going to be as human. So again, we are in a space where the linear have to move into living space. When I say this, machine learning is more about the data. It's structuring the data for sure. And deep learning has been thinking through how can the same data can be presented well to the user so that the user experience is defined and experience is good. But now it is more of designing for the intelligence of, living intelligence that's more fluid, emotional integrity, and alive. We'll talk a little more on emotional integrity today. It's also because emotional integrity plays a major role in how it defines what the person feels when it is attached to a brand. So what if emotional intelligence goes wrong? I mean, typically here, all this is said and done, but escalating stress, if you're driving a car and you are given a constant alarm on some systems going fault or some systems going into an issue, but rather than calming you down from the anxiety, those alerts are only adding more to the anxiety. So how do we make sure that we calm you down first and give you a way out of it, or find ways to solve that for you at that moment, at that situation? This is where the emotional integrity comes into play, of making sure that it's kind of neutralized and it handles the danger for you, and it knows how to calm you down from your anxiety, not just throwing alerts and beeps and all sorts of emergency alarms that could be possibly thought through. And why now? If you look at AI today, I know there is no conference that doesn't go with speaking about AI and so on, but AI today is really spread across all the industries. And it is inevitable, it is all over the place. And the capabilities, if you look at what are the possibilities of AI that we can use in each of this. I mean, I manage a team of about 2,000 people across different countries and different domains, like healthcare, banking, every application you look at, retail, everything. So every possibilities that you can see, what can we do from an experience standpoint, is infinite. Today, the possibility is very, very high. But what again plays more is how the choices that we make from the design to use the AI, to use the capabilities, and also across the industries, will either harm or heal. So it plays a very different role. For example, if you are building a platform for educational systems, if students are trying to learn through it, each student is different, their learning aptitude is different, and that the system should take care of the level at which the people can understand and how they can change the content dynamically and how it is altering what I can learn from, and at my speed, my level of content, and how can I keep my interests. That's what matters now. So the mission should clearly be the crafting AI which is more an empathetic partner than more being functional and just working to the needs. So designing emotional integrity, again, we have done, like I said, we've done a lot of journeys before, user journeys and so on. So emotional journey is not just a task, it's an important thing right now. And capturing multimodal signals. I mean, how many times have we really observed how does the voice feel when the person is talking through our interfaces? It's time to do that now. And what are the facial expressions? And how do we recognize cultural facial expressions? Expressions also are different from different regions. And what is the text? What are you typing text, and what does it convey to me in the culture? How do we relate that? And the physiological body movements, how do we map that? So, prototyping for harm and repair is very important today, and keeping it all transparent. Like cultural audits, how are we doing on these task flows on different regions? How do we map that? So, critical thing is your design kind enough? And how do we make it kind? The kindness is not anymore a tool. It is a tool and not anymore just the softness part of it. And it is also a metric that you have to add it to your design as to who are we truly designing this for, and what feelings do we leave behind, and what are the kind of, there are a lot of bias that we have to make sure it automatically comes with all the tools and technologies that we have. How do we get rid of the bias, and how do we make sure it doesn't blind us? So of course, we are not just us, it's many of us, that many of the large international organizations focusing on these, whatever I'm talking about. Stanford has something called emotional mapping as a tool, and MIT is building more ethical AI, and also there are multimodal emotions being built as tools and frameworks that we can use going forward. Contextual emotion, the history, language, and culture, which I spoke about, how do we measure those? So there are many more frameworks coming into play that you can use going forward in measuring this. And typical industry use cases, if you look at this, empathetical AI scheduler for healthcare has actually increased 44% of users when empathy has been playing a big role on that, and when emotions are considered by designing. And reduction of 36% of no-shows have been reduced. An emotionally tuned recommender, if you look at the retail aspects, many a times we have seen retail people going and adding to the cart, at the last minute they drop off. And how do we make sure that they are comforted to go forward and giving them the right insight? In fact, all of us are being pushed one way or the other to finalize the deal, click on commit. But nobody is bothered about what is my worry? How do I make sure I give you what you need? And again, reducing depressions, which is again, empathetic CBD chatbot is on mental health, and driver emotion sensing, real time, it's improving safety. So it is definitely all companies which are looking at this from an empathetic angle, or an emotional AI or emotional integrity that we are talking about. Whoever is considering these are seeing, this is what Gartner and Forrester is also saying, that we are seeing a 74% of loyalty growth, and we are definitely seeing 60% reduced in neglecting emotional factors. So that there's a major shift from every industry that's going forward. So guardrails, very important. Emotional manipulation, no more giving all that stuff that we can do, which we cannot do. It has to be real honest now, and full transparency and consent from users, and absolutely opt-out mechanism. We have this. If you speak about some locality today, you will start getting push ads towards that. If you want to travel somewhere, everything starts coming into your Insta and so on. So have an opt-out mechanism. You still have to go on. There is a click which you don't want to go and do that. I don't want to see these ads anymore. And ongoing audits on safety and so on. So clearly we are at the junction where we want to clearly have, make tech feel safe, attuned, and more profoundly human. So let's humanize AI, humanize technology. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please clap louder and louder and louder? Thank you so much. I request you to please wait on stage. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be inviting on stage Mr. Adam Kalish, professor from BITS Design School, to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to sir over here. Give him a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do is we have a session coming up next, so I'll request the hotel staff to please get the chairs sorted on stage for the next session. Can we have 2 chairs on stage? Josna, if you can please coordinate with the hotel staff to get 2 chairs on stage for the next session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please clap and appreciate this very, very special moment to stalwarts from the design fraternity meeting and ruling. Thank you so much. We have another session to go, and post that we will be breaking for lunch. So we'll get quickly 2 chairs on stage. Thank you so much, sir. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be introducing the topic right now for the conversation. This is going to be about social impact design, women's empowerment. This is going to be about social impact. This is going to be talking about women's empowerment as well. Can we quickly get the chairs sorted? 2 chairs. We need a table as well, maybe. And can we please move a little quicker? Yeah. Table. And we also need 2 mics on stage, please, because I'm sure our speakers are loud enough, but just for the clarity of our audience. Thank you, sir. Let me help you quickly. Just put it over here in the middle, and 2 mics quickly, please. In the best interest of time, can we please move quickly? 2 mics over here on stage, please, for the next session. Thank you so much. 2 mics over here. You have 1? Oh, you want to steal my mic? Okay, no problem. Just kidding, having fun, no problem. Just ensure it doesn't fall, yeah. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving forward, the last session before lunch. This is going to be about social impact design, women's empowerment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be first calling upon stage our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I refer to her as a force to reckon with when it comes to these kind of events. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the one and only Josna Sharma, Senior Associate Editor, BW Business World. She's going to be moderating this session. And to join her on stage, we have somebody truly, truly special. Like I said, she doesn't need any introduction, but of course, it's my honor and privilege to call her over here and say certain things which are very, very pertinent to her life and work. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker over here, she represents a new generation of Indian changemakers. She's an entrepreneur, a podcaster, and an advocate who's redefining what it means to be a young woman in the space of business and media. As the founder of the project Naveli, she has consistently used her voice to spotlight conversations around gender, equality, healthcare, and of course, empowerment. With a successful digital series, What the Hell, Navya? And her growing presence across global platforms, she embodies intellect, innovation, and purpose, making her one of the most compelling young leaders shaping contemporary India. And of course, she's a future leader in the true sense of the term. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up as I call upon stage Navya Naveli Nanda. Give her a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. She deserves every bit of it. Thank you, Navya, for making it over here. And Josna, I leave it on to you to carry forward the conversation. Can we please update the timer quickly? And yes, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So ladies and gentlemen, we know that it's just before lunch, so we're going to try and keep it quick. So Navya, could you tell our audience about your work? You've picked up some really interesting projects that you focus on, and you've done a lot for women's empowerment. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how you pick up these projects? Like if we talk about the recent one, the L'Oreal stand-up, could you tell us about that?
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me. And I just bumped into a fellow IMA alumni, so that made me really happy. To talk about the work that we do, so Project Naveli focuses on 4 major pillars: education, healthcare, legal awareness, and entrepreneurship. We believe particularly that these are 4 pillars that will have not only a large impact in today's world of work, but in the next 20, 30 years, these are areas that will be impacted by forces like technology and AI, and therefore there's a lot of work that has to be done in order to, protect employment for women, protect, healthcare in the future for women, So really, there wasn't a specific reason behind why we picked these 4 pillars, but we've also felt that these were areas where women today in particular are very, very disadvantaged, or there are certain barriers that restrict them from, for example, getting into this field of entrepreneurship has always been a tough battle for many female founders, and that led to the creation of Entreprenari. Nyari, which is a legal awareness project, came about because of, the recent incidents we see till today continuing regarding harassment and the safety of women in public spaces. So looking at what currently affects women and what will affect not just women but men as well in the future, these are really the 4 main areas that we felt a lot of work needed to be done.
What about, what made you feel that you align with Stand Up? So what was it that you wanted to sort of, how do your visions sort of align? How does it align?
So to give some context on what Stand Up is, it's an initiative by L'Oréal Paris, and I have been working with them for the last 4 years now. Of course, everybody knows the more glamorous side of L'Oréal as a brand that sells beauty products, but they have been doing this initiative called Stand Up for the last 20-25 years, and have created a significant amount of impact in the space of street harassment and safety for women in public spaces. So when we initially started working together, this collaboration really came about because they had seen some of the work that I had done with safety of women in public spaces, and Stand Up, which is an initiative that encourages not just survivors of harassment, but also bystanders in stepping in and helping create more safer communities and spaces for women. It is a 10-minute training that you can do online, which essentially walks you through different steps that we as bystanders or onlookers of certain forms of harassment can actually step in and help that person without putting ourselves in danger and without increasing the danger that that person is in already. So it aligned very strongly with the work that I'm doing at Project Naveli, and I think it's not just something that women face, men face forms of harassment as well, and I think it's a very forward-thinking initiative that tells us that instead of taking action once something is done, there's a lot that can be done to prevent it from happening in the first place. And I think that's really what we need, is if we all kind of take out just 10 minutes to do that training, we can definitely create a safer space for everyone.
If we were to talk about the impact of these, like Entreprenari or Project Naveli, tell us a little bit about, maybe you can share a success story.
So for us, and I think especially in the development sector, measuring impact isn't the same as, measuring the impact of, say, a company that's earning profits, right? Because we don't look at the people that we work with as numbers. Impact for me, would be making a difference in one person's life rather than, having covered lakhs and lakhs of women. And I think that's how we look at impact at Project Naveli. So, for example, I'll take Entreprenari, which is our community for female entrepreneurs. When we started out, it was a dream to kind of create an ecosystem where female founders felt supported from all aspects, whether that was funding, legal help, whether that was branding, marketing, and of course, I think the largest piece that women's female founders still struggle with is a platform to promote their products and businesses. So when we started out with Entreprenari, we had about 100 women in our community. All small-scale entrepreneurs probably have teams of 2 or 3 people. Today, we're very proud to say we have 30,000 in our community who are successfully running businesses, scaling businesses, and we do everything in our power to help promote it. And I think that's really something that has made us proud. It's taken us about 3.5-4 years to reach that number. It might not seem like a large number compared to the number of women who run businesses, but for us, like I said, impact really is on a much deeper level than just counting the quality impact and how what we're doing as an organization is genuinely impacting their life.
So you all also mentor these women. You align a mentor with them. Tell us about the mentorship part of.
A lot of CEOs and CXOs from the industry and across different industries. So, we partner them with the women in our community to help them based on what their business is on. So whether that's an F&B business or financial services, whether it's retail, we'll partner them with a mentor who can guide them through their journey of being a founder, which I'm sure, as many people know, is not a very straightforward one. It is an uphill battle, and I think mentorship, especially for women, is a very precious thing, because I think it opens a lot of doors that sometimes aren't open for women, especially at a higher level. When you look at boardrooms or when you look at executive level positions, you still don't see the amount of representation that should exist. And I think having mentors who have walked that path and walked that journey is very important for women who are starting out, and especially who are running businesses.
Plus also, if a woman takes a break, to raise a child, and then if she comes back and joins the workforce, it's very difficult because they don't get the same position. So, when you have a mentor and you have a program like yours, it's really good, because if they want to do something of their own, they want to set up their own business, or they have mentors who can help them through this. So it's fantastic. You're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, and I think what you talked about is actually the main problem where we see a drop in the participation from women in the economy, is when they have to be brought back into the workforce. We've done a lot, and I think, as a country, we've done a lot to improve the participation of women at an entry level. But when we look at moms coming back from maternity leave, is where you see the largest drop of women returning to work. So we also do help women who've taken, say, 3 or 4 years off, to raise a child and want to re-enter the workforce. I think that is really where we need a lot more systemic change in order to create environments that not only encourage women to come back to work, but also support them while they're at work with certain policies, for working mothers. And I think that's really where a lot more work needs to be done.
And also perhaps giving them that same position that they, when they left.
And I also largely disagree with a lot of companies today who have policies where they say we'll hire 40%, 50% representation of women, and largely tend to use it as a statistic or a tick box on their checklist of diversity. But I don't look at that as women are not just a statistic or a check on the box. I think they're very capable of deserving that position, and I think more needs to be done, not just from a policy point of view, bringing women in, but also from a recruitment point of view, right? That you're not just hiring them because you want to comply with the policies set by the government, but because they deserve that job and they deserve that position.
So in terms of entrepreneurial, and Project Naveli, where do you see it 2 years from now? What is the impact you're hoping, and what work do you see you're doing going forward?
I mean, a lot. I think we'd still definitely be continuing what we're doing, but something that we are emphasizing very strongly on is the impact of AI on employment in the future.
That's nice.
So we run a program called Nimaya, which focuses on preparing the next generation of women leaders for a world, and especially a world of work, where AI has a very large presence, more than it does today. And I think sometimes we severely underestimate the impact that will have on jobs, on the way that we work. And I don't think enough is being done to prepare our workforce for that reality. So Nimaya is something that we have spent a lot of time in the last 1 year to create a curriculum that would train the next generation of India's workforce to survive that, because we don't want to be replaced by it. I also don't think that there would be a chance we would, but I think we need to equip ourselves with the tools to work alongside AI, to bring out and optimize the best that we can as individuals. And that is something that we hope to focus on in the next 2 years.
And this is something that's fairly recent. So, I mean, it would be wrong to ask, but how is it being received? Like, what are you seeing the impact of it? Again, I use the word impact, but
so we work mainly with colleges, because second or third year students who will be entering the workforce, and I do think that the world of work today has drastically changed to what it used to be many years ago. AI is now increasingly playing a role in our daily lives, whether it's personal or in a professional capacity. And our curriculum basically talks about how and trains young women in how to work alongside AI, in the office, in their personal life, and not be replaced by it moving forward. Because, as you know, one of the largest problems we face today, with one of the largest youth populations in the world, is unemployment.
Yeah.
It's not that we don't have enough people; it's that it's unemployability. They don't have the right skills or the right tools that are required in today's way of working. So that's really what we focus on. Impact-wise, we've had a lot of success. We've had about 2,000 young girls placed in, mid to higher level jobs in leading companies in India, and I think that's what we continue to hope to do. And also to continue spreading awareness around how important this form of training is and will be in the future.
That's great. I just had one question about the L'Oreal, since we're talking about it, the stand-up. In India, we've done a lot in terms of safety and, making spaces safer. What is your view? What more can be done? What do you think we should kind of focus on?
So I think before even coming to systemic change or policies or laws, all of which we do have today, I think the biggest change that we have brought about but can do a better job at is the cultural aspect of it, is the social aspect of it. I personally believe change begins at home. Until we don't have those conversations around consent, safety, at home, that behavior will not be reflected when you're in a public space. So whether it's in schools, I think the education system can definitely implement certain conversations at a younger age for students around consent and harassment, both for men and women. I don't mean this only for women. It's something that men experience as well. And I think having those conversations at a younger age, will definitely see a different behavior outcome when they're, out in public spaces. Another thing I feel is, gender-sensitive planning. Cities aren't planned in the best way to, enable safety of women, and I think a lot more can be done there as well. Whether it's, we'll start with the basics of having CCTV cameras in more public spaces where you can actually, catch or prevent certain forms of harassment taking place. I think gender-sensitive training from the, the police force. I think a lot of education around how to handle certain situations. The stand-up program, talks about all of these things and how us as bystanders can help and do better, because a lot of times we feel that preventing harassment is just taking a video and putting it up online so that that situation is highlighted, but many times that's actually not beneficial to the survivor of that form of harassment, because you're essentially revealing the identity or revealing the situation that's happened. So this training actually takes you through different ways in which you can help, and I think that is the first step. And then of course the legal aspect of it comes into play. We do have laws that protect women from especially survivors of harassment, but I think in terms of the turnaround time, that often takes very, very long, and the action and justice that is due doesn't take place in the pace that it's supposed to. So I definitely think that we should start with a more cultural and social shift.
And the education will matter.
Definitely.
Perfect. So this was really good, and we've run out of time as well, but I'm going to ask you one last question. A book that has made a big impact on you, or you'd suggest that people read, definitely.
So a book that really changed my perspective on a lot and has influenced a lot of the work we do is Invisible Women by Caroline Perez. It talks about the gender bias in data and how a lot of the world around us is built in a particular way because women were not accounted for the research or data that went into planning, say, cities or certain curriculums or certain sports programs. So that book really opened my eyes around a lot that can be done to improve the world around us for women.
No, this is good, and you're doing really good work, and especially I like the mentorship part very much, because I think it's really important when you have somebody stand by you and who can guide you a little bit, makes a world of a difference, especially to your career path. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Can we clap and appreciate a lot louder? Yes, that's how we do it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Navya, for being with us over here. I request Josna to please kindly give away the token of appreciation to Nanda from our end. Can we please have the token of appreciation on stage? And once again, when the token of appreciation is being given, when the photos are being taken, I'll request all of you to clap loudly once again, because मैं truly मानता हूँ कि the smile widens up a lot more when photos are being clicked and gifts are being given. So thank you so much. Thank you, such an honor and privilege to have you over here. Maybe over here in the front? Huh? Aesthetics matter. Huh? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Navya, for taking out time from your schedule to be with us over here. Thank you so much, Josna, for conducting this session. I'll request both of you to take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we come to an end of the first half of the Future of Design Summit and Awards 2025. We will be now breaking for lunch. It will be a 35 minutes break for lunch, and post that we will be resuming the second half. So see you all very soon in the second half in the next 35 minutes.
hey, check. Check, check, hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, testing D1, hey, check. Hey, hey, check D1. Check, 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 check.
Audio check, 1, 2, 3, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request everybody to please take their seats and settle down. We're all set to begin right now with the second half of the Future of Design Summit and Awards 2025. I request all of you to please kindly take your seats and settle down. And once again, a bit of a reminder to everyone to please kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode. We're all set to begin right now with the second half of the Future of Design Summit and Awards 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request all of you to take your seats and settle down as we get going with this event, the second half. I request all the gentlemen over here at the front, sir, if you can please kindly take your seats and settle down. We're starting right now, so thank you so much. Very kind of all of you. I request all of you to take your seats and settle down. Thank you. All right, so I hope you all enjoyed the lunch break. Did you all enjoy the lunch break? I love the energy. Food gives us energy, right? Food makes us happy. We are all foodies somewhere down the line in our hearts. So, of course, it does make everyone happy, I'm sure. To add to that happiness, ladies and gentlemen, I have something else as well for you before we get going. We have two incredible gentlemen over here who have been entertaining us since morning. So the food was a bit of a nice icebreaker and a bit of a breather before we get going with the next session. We have a bit of a musical session as well right now, and then we move on to the next session. So I request all of you to please kindly engage with this session. Thank you so much. Mr. Josh, over to you. Yes, goes without saying. A big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Check, 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 check. All right. It's buzzing, but here we go. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light you see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. Tumble and fall, all the mountains should crumble to the sea. And I won't cry, I won't cry, oh, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. Darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand now? Stand by me. Stand by me. Whoa. Sing along if you know the song. Stand by me, oh stand by me, oh stand now. Stand by me, stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me, oh stand by me, oh stand now. Stand by me, stand by me, stand by me.
Thank you so much. Please give them a bigger round of applause, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve every bit of it. Would you want to go ahead with another song? Maybe? Quickly? Yes.
Yes, something else is playing from there.
Talented people over here. Can we stop that music, please? Shukriya, thank you. And are we ready with your setup? Yeah.
These are all the fans of a band called The Police. And every breath you take, and every move you make, every bound you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. And every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Sing this with me. Oh, can't you? You belong to me. But how my poor heart aches every step you take, and every move you make, every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I'll be watching you. Since you're gone, I've been lost without a trace. Dreaming that I can only see your face. I look around, but it's you I can't replace. Feels so cold and I long for your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, please.
Give them a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much. And I so wanted to get my dancing shoes on over here. I really wanted to, but then I thought this is a corporate event. I should, hold on to my horses and maybe stop myself from dancing. But then again, this is a free community. If you want to celebrate and be a part of their special celebration, please do feel free to get your dancing shoes on as well. And I'm not even kidding. And also, anybody who's a singing aspirationalist over here, anybody has singing aspirations, what we can do is we can create something very special for all of you. You can come and sing over here, and they will be doing the singing backstage, and you can lip sync, and you can show your friends that you are some fantastic talent over there in terms of singing. मैं खुद भी करने वाला था, Then I thought that, let me not spoil the wonderful work that they're doing. But then jokes apart, give them a big round of applause, please. Not easy to conduct this throughout the day. Very graceful of them to do this. And now, without wasting further time, I will quickly move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. We have a session called Design for India, Design for the World. Of course, Bharat, Viksit Bharat, and the dunya goes hand in hand. So, of course, this is a very important topic. And to do the honors on stage, we have with us somebody truly, truly special and knowledgeable. He's been there with us right since morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I've observed is that he has listened patiently to each and every session. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, on a countdown of 1, 2, 3, 2x, the tali for Mr. Adam Kalish, please. Professor Betts Design School. Thank you so much, sir. What an honor it is to have you. And I love the way you were enjoying the music. But you wouldn't have enjoyed if I was singing. I will definitely do that for you. But then, yeah, over to you now. Thank you.
hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, just wanted to make sure. I'm sorry?
The buttons are already on. It's showing green signal.
Hello, 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 hello.
Can we increase the volume?
Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, that's better. I can sort of hear myself. Thank you for being vocal versus I didn't hear a word you said, but it must have been good. So I want to thank Dr. Batra and Business Week for inviting me to speak to the many leaders invited to today's event. It's been a lot of fun. And by the way, I've traveled around 65 kilometers to get here this morning, so it was quite a journey to get here. It's been very informative today to hear specific speakers, especially Pradma Vyas, who I met at NID during my Fulbright visit in 1990, so it's really great to reconnect with him. Andy Warhol, the American artist, once said, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes." I don't have a presentation today. I don't have any sort of moving video with orchestral music, though that's important. I want to speak directly to you. I just want to make a human connection for about 15 minutes. And this will be done through 26 statements that I'll make today. They won't necessarily make me famous, but I also hope they won't make me infamous either. BITS Design, where I teach, was established to directly connect theory with practice to prepare our graduates to engage with your company functions proactively and to generate key human-centered insights into the markets your companies are or will serve in the future. This year's focus on how design can save the planet by changing human behavior starts with all of you in this room, the ones who control priorities, resources, and capabilities that affect tens or hundreds of thousands of people in India. I first came to India in 1990, right before economic liberalization. The country was at a crossroads. The middle class was less than 1% of the population. Now it's approximately 30% of the population. In 2025, after 30 years of economic liberalization, the world's largest democracy aspires to become a $30 trillion economy by 2047. Unfortunately, between now and 2047, we are living, as Pradma mentioned early in his talk, in a world that is very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, which is leading to a void of trust between citizens and their governments that Geet, I don't know if Geet is still here, but she mentioned it in her presentation. The business community could help fill this void by improving how they do business to gain trust, or to transform their businesses to help markets be future ready through circular products and services that do not place greater stress on society and the planet. The good news is design is inherently optimistic. It is about the future. And most importantly, it is about informed action, which can be an asset to all of you in this room. Our goal is for BITS Design graduates to move upstream from expression and production roles to young leaders who can effectively collaborate with other corporate functions to shape company goals and objectives that deliver innovative products and services that matter. So how can companies do this and use design as a hedge? While increased manufacturing will be part of India's growth, the real profit margins and benefits will be in embedding services into products and shifting to defining new types of services that will improve the lives of all of India's citizens and even those around the world. The changing face of us in this room is that incrementalism is not going to work. Many companies view risk of disrupting the current state as higher than leaving key issues unattended. Companies will need to navigate from their comfort zones to deliver new types of value through calculated risks that on the surface may seem too risky. Historically, Indian companies bought innovations through foreign partnerships to expedite knowledge transfer and speed to market. Design's essential purpose is to turn the extraordinary from the ordinary. How do they do this? By asking key questions which challenge the status quo through innovation. This takes effort and resources which may not fit within quarterly earnings timeframes. Don Norman always said, "I do not solve the problem that I'm asked to solve." Why does he say this? Because most problems are based on assumptions, usually ones that are not questioned or tested, and more often than not are just symptoms. He emphasizes 5 key things that we should all do to create value for people in markets. Work with the community, focus on the ecosystem, take a long-term systems view, solve the core issues behind the problem, and continually test and refine in order to make sure the value we desire resonates with the peoples and markets that we want to interact with. To do this, research and development is used to turn speculations into hypotheses and then into products and services that markets can really use and are willing to use their limited resources to secure over other competing choices. A fundamental challenge facing India is that it lags behind much of the world in research and development in relation to its GDP. So you're probably asking yourself, what do I mean by research? Research is a systematic investigation to reach new conclusions. It's about asking questions, gathering evidence, and developing answers based on insights. So then what is development? It is allocating resources for growth, progress, and positive change. Most organizations do not do research and development because of the time commitment, resource allocations, and perceived risks that come with change as unwanted exposure. India's research and development investment is approximately less than 1% of its gross domestic product. The central government provides half that funding. While private industry investments are growing, in 2020, they accounted for only 4% of India's domestic research and development funding. In comparison, the United States spends almost 4% of its GDP on research and development, and the private sector R&D investments comprise 25% of that. For some of you today, design may be viewed as purely creative to production, used to support and improve manufacturing. Design can also leverage digital transformation and computational design to link physical environments and products with advanced digital automations for high-touch experiences, like some of the things that you actually saw today from like Mahindra and other companies. And for example, Tata Motors and Mahindra Motors have taken advantage of designing by improving their physical product design and delivering better integrated services in their automotive platforms, like the new LQ presented today. Ather, which is a company in Bangalore, they make electric motor scooters. They're a design-led company that has vertically integrated physical and digital product design into competitive product ecosystems that are also price competitive. Much of this was accomplished through what we call frugal innovation in India and lean research and development that simplified workflow decision-making and shortened time to market. Design can be used to decrease pain points, improve market understanding by simplifying and reducing all types of resources that would decrease environmental pressures and impacts while at the same time increasing product value for longer periods of time. My hope today is design in India should be viewed as central to business research and development and use all forms of innovation to create a portfolio of choices which can lead to the creation and delivery of specific capabilities for market advantage. For you at this event, I hope that design will connect innovative business models and elevate company thinking to deliver domestically and internationally competitive products and services to fulfill the nation and your company's vision of design in India, design for the world. Thank you.
And I'll request Mr. Vyas to please come on stage and give the token of appreciation to you. Thank you so much. Give him a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And we will be moving on to the next session post this. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is done. We have a lot of energy right now after food. खाने के बाद और ज़्यादा energy आ जाता है. और ज़ोर से आप लोग ताली बजा सकते हो for this session. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. बहुत shukriya. Thank you so much. We will now, ladies and gentlemen, be moving on to a panel discussion. I'll request the hotel staff to please kindly set up the chairs on stage. Can I please request all of you to clap once for, पहले सुन तो लीजिए किनके लिए बोल रहा हूँ. I'll request all of you to clap loudly for the hotel staff as well. They have been working hard since morning to put up the chairs and everything for us. क्या बात है. You see, gratitude is the attitude and credit should be given where due. So that's exactly the mantra that we follow. Thank you so much. अभी देखा आपने और जल्दी जल्दी कर रहे हैं अभी. Just having fun, huh? Sir, don't mind. Do you have just one person? Can you have more people? Then we can do it a little quickly, no? We'll now be having a panel discussion right now. This is going to be about beyond aesthetics, storytelling through spaces. I'll repeat the topic for the panel discussion right now. This is about beyond aesthetics, storytelling through spaces. And I'm waiting for the chairs to be set up on stage. कहाँ गए वो? So, we need 5 chairs on stage, please. I'll ask the videographer if the framing is perfect. Sir, framing सही है? ऐसा नहीं होना कि 5 लोग speakers and then one person gets cropped out, then difficult. Thank you. And can we have more mics over here, please, for our speakers? Thank you, thank you. Shukriya, thank you. Rain gods are too kind to me. They don't want to leave me even in shelter. Huh? Yeah, no? Maybe they want me to come over here and get drenched. They perhaps don't like my white outfit. They want it to be dirty. The jokes apart, I'm saying anything, literally anything. Can we have the mics quickly, please, over here? Just 2 mics? Oh, I was so attached to my mic, I don't want to give it, but no problem. So what I'll do is I'll keep it over here. But God has been kind. He's given me a loud voice so I can use it even without the mic. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be about beyond aesthetics, storytelling through spaces. I'll invite our speakers on stage. We have with us over here for this session, Kuntal Vyas Agarwal, founder and design head, Recycle Interiors and Architecture Design Studio. Joining him on stage is Neha Garg, founder and principal Interior Design Studio, Jain. We have with us Vandana Dhawan Saxena, founder and design principal, Studio 4 Designs. I hope I got it right, it's Studio 4? Superb, thank you. We also have with us today Mariam, director, Epicel, and we also have with us today Vinit Nikum, founder, Bricolage, Bombay Design and Media. I want to get it right, it's Bricolage or Bricolage? Bricolage. I got it right in the initials. Yes. Super. I don't like it when I get things wrong, so I apologize to myself. Anyway, give it up for them.
I have recently taught it to my husband.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I thank BW, Jyotsna, and the entire team for this opportunity. We're going to talk about a topic very close to my heart. When we think of design, we think of the aesthetics and how beautiful it looks. But something that we often miss out is how every space carries a story. So through this panel today, panel with distinguished designers. We're going to explore how design extends beyond the aesthetics and how spaces tell a story. Let's do a quick round of introduction. We'll start from here.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Vineet Nikum. I am an architect, filmmaker, game designer. So I run a studio along with my co-founders called Bricolage Bombay, where we try to do projects that are on the boundaries of space and other etc. So like one of the projects that we've done, which has become very commercially successful, is the Museum of Solutions. So we do basically museums and a lot of experiential spaces for B2B clients.
I am Mariam. I'm the director at Epistle. We are the South Asia's oldest and largest consultancy for architects and designers. We believe in bringing the Indian architecture and design to the forefront at a global platform.
Well, this is Neha Garg, founder of Studio Jane Designs. I'm an interior designer, and I was originally not. I had a story that since my childhood, I was interested into designing, but with some circumstances, I couldn't get into that. I've landed into finance after serving as financial analyst for 5 years, and then I realized all the interest lies into designing. So from last 14 years, I've been practicing as a designer now. And with that, we have a typology for high-end residences, hospitality, and holiday homes. And yes, artificial intelligence-based experience centers also. And with this, we believe these spaces should not only be aesthetic, it is more important, it has to be functional. That's it.
Hello everyone. Hello Mumbai. I am from Delhi. I am Kuntil Vyas Agarwal, and my design studio's name is Resaiki. I'm a Resaiki grandmaster, and Resaiki means Reiki, and I follow Sai Baba. So I mixed it and I made it Resaiki. Now it's a trademark. So I strongly believe in creating spaces which enhance the spiritual side of a person, because I think on the material realm that we are in, I think spirituality is something's going to be going forward with us. So our practices are centric mostly towards premier residential commercial spaces, but how are we contributing to overall well-being of a person who's consuming that space? So that is how Resaiki is.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm Vandana Saxena. I represent Studio 4 Designs. I've been in this industry now for 21 years. Our firm, Studio 4, mainly does hospitality design. We've done close to about 60 to 70 projects in the country today, and we also work on residences and commercial interiors as well. Today I see design as an important factor to foster deeper human connections, because with us using technology so blatantly, we are losing that deep connect, and that is how I feel design can come in and help us create deeper connections and more meaningful connections at a human level. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks. So we'll start with you, Vandana. How do you distinguish these narratives with the theming of a space when you design a project?
So I feel theming is very superficial. It is, it is not skin deep. When we talk of a narrative, we're talking of building the basic DNA of a space. So, what is that thread, that common thread that is going to flow through each and every space of your design, which is going to help it give it character, help bring emotion into the space. You can bring emotion through the use of material, by integrating craft, by bringing the context in through various vocabularies. That is what helps create a narrative, and you can do that. We've done various projects where we have been narrative driven. We've recently renovated a very iconic project built by Charles Correa called Siddharth de Goa. Many of you must have been there. So that went under renovation after 40 years of being built. And when it landed on our table, we had this golden choice to make whether we wanted to stamp our own brand into it or build on the narrative of what Korea's vision was. And his vision was that of a Mediterranean Portuguese hamlet that was tied so deeply into the culture of Goa, yet be very modern and bright. And we took that narrative and played with it and made it made it more relevant for today. So we retained whatever we thought was great, and we brought in elements that were still Indo-Portuguese and Goan in flavor, and we made it our own, and it yet remained Sadade Goa for anybody who went there. Yeah, so I think in a nutshell.
So, Kuntal, how do you look at telling stories through design, and how is that driven? Is it driven by context, by clients, or something that you believe in?
I think it's an amalgamation of everything that comes to us. I genuinely feel when we are designing a space, it's not a product, it's something that is your story. And as per the data, almost 80% human behavior is impacted if the space is not designed well. So I take it as a large responsibility as to what is coming to me. It can't be a just casual project where we are picking up stuff from internet and putting it all together. It has to have a story, it has to have a context, it has to have all that thing that a person on an end user or a brand philosophy that comes and penetrates in and on a visual context. Now, apart from this being into a spiritual understanding, I genuinely feel a lot of things happen instinctively. When we practice certain practices, I feel a lot of things I do, and then we realize, oh, that was the best thing for the project. So I feel it's very instinctive, apart from being and backed by the education that we have and the context that we are being told by the client. So everything goes in hand together for me, for our practice.
That's very interesting. Neha, my question to you is, so how do the different things in the project, whether it's craft or materiality, how all of them come together and act as storytellers in a project?
See, we have been hearing about stories so far only in the tales, or you say theaters or films. And when you are asking that how do we imbibe all that in our spaces, so trust, this is no different. How each chapter in a story tells about some scene, some plot, or some character. Similarly, when we create the spaces, each subspace, each character, each personality into it, all together makes that story. And that's the inspiration of any and every project. Whenever we start a project, we start with very deep listening. That's the first step. We understand them, we understand the experiences, we understand their exposures, we understand their emotions, we understand their lifestyles, what are their aspirations from the space, or aspirations from their life. And once we have to create the space as a designer, it's our responsibility to create something which is reflection of true their character or true their personality. And that is what every story does, and that is what even designer does. And I believe this is the very simple and the easiest way to convert any design into a story.
That's a very interesting take. Vineet, would you like to tell us, how do you ensure that the story does not slip into a gimmickry, basically, and it does not follow thematics only, but says a larger story?
Okay, so we work a lot with clients who want to do museums. And so I'll tell you our perspective. So we see the role of a designer not just as a designer. So in the context of telling a story, what it means is that you don't fit into the fit out part of the project. You don't fit into the end bit of the project. We start with actually questions, and we start with like the process that Neha was talking about, which is design thinking, which is empathize, which is conceptualized by IDEO. And for a lot of times, there are no mental models or fixed frameworks when you do museums. Like, there's no gallery structure. There's a need of a story. A story can be told in some museums that we are doing, can be told linearly. A lot of times, stories can be told in loops. Stories can be broken, but what does it exactly mean? So I'll kind of try to decode or tell you how we approach it, is that The last layer that everyone thinks about is maybe the addition of nowadays digital technology or a lot of these screens to the space. But the first layer is actually to clarify what is the end learning outcome for the space, because we work a lot with spaces for children. So it becomes very easy for us to kind of have these frameworks through which we kind of do this. And I think for a lot of these, like just funnily, we live in an age where every website now asks us, are you human? So, I mean, like in the last 3 months, almost every SaaS service that I subscribe, some of the prompts. So I think experiential narrative and storytelling will become far more important in spatial design with the time to come, because how can AI replicate all of these is something that I keep on thinking about.
Thank you. So Vineet, since you mentioned about the museums, have you seen your users interpret a story, in a way that you did not anticipate at all?
Yeah, always, always, with young children and exhibits. So children's museums are not like your adult museums. They're not full of artworks or things. Every exhibit is a learning device. It can be a small toy. In the case of Museum of Solutions, we have around 120 exhibit, each being a story with an engagement time that ranges between 3 minutes to even 25 minutes. And there are learning designers who come together with content creators to kind of define these stories. So we obviously are not we are not the ones who do the stories ourselves. And every exhibit in this case was place tested with 5 age groups and economic groups of students. So for example, there is an exhibit called Water in Our Tap that talks to children about how water comes from the sun to their tap in Muso, which is done using short throw sensor-based projectors where children can tap on the walls. So this story actually is a 6th standard science textbook story that we kind of created entirely in a museum to kind of create experiential learning. But to ask you, to tell you how kids interact, we thought kids would interact with it linearly. They would tap the sun first, then they would tap the chlorination, and then they would see the linear process. Kids are crazy. They just tap on everything that you don't, like you would not imagine how kids would like work with museum exhibits.
So Neha, tell us, if a project, what is it that a design loses if it does not really tell a story but follow mere themes or aesthetics?
Okay, I think, in fact, that's a very good question. We are always being tagged when we are talked as designers, we are tagged as themed design, but that's not the case. Theme always follow the emotions. Emotion is the first thing, narrative of the project which has been given by the designer or which has been given by the clients and inspired by their personalities, their lifestyles, as I meant, their emotions and exposures and experiences. That comes first. When we understand that, only then theme comes into the picture. So how does it? It actually it loops every thread together. So it first starts with understanding them. What are their choices in terms of colors, in terms of some kind of era, in some kind of cultural influence, or what are their aspirations, how they want to live their life with their family, with the guests, or with the kind of the work or the personal life balances they want to do together in the space. So when we get to understand their personality, we pick multiple elements based on colors, based on textiles, based on sensibilities, other sensibilities, and then also based on how are their cultural influences, how much they are traveling, how much they're taking, what are their choices from their travels. Do they have something which is out of their heirloom, or which is out of their heritage, or are they the one who are also being connected to the earth, to the nature. So all that, when these all points come together, we thread them, and that all together comes as one picture, which we can term it as a theme, which is not one specific thing, but then influence of multiple aspects which are coming together and making one space or
So you're basically saying that you're marrying the two things,
Yes,
right?
you're marrying multiple things, not just two things, you're marrying multiple things, and that makes it's a unique theme for each project.
Kutal, so would you like to share any surprising way where a client has asked you to bring their story, a very different way of how they want their story to be shown in a space? Have you had that experience?
First of all, I really want to have an experience like Vineet, where you're making a loop and you're making an interactive space for a kid. Not been lucky enough to, see something like that. And again, I really like the context what Neha has been sharing. About me, I think as humans, clients are really attached to their moral values, and especially the client who are in their 60s, who've come back, or they've come from Patna to Delhi, and they have their old-rooted, old house back there. So I think the general superficial request has always been कि हमारे उधर जो काम होता है वैसा कुछ हो सकता है क्या घर में या elevations में. And I really like, and I don't know, I get very emotional knowing that they have come a long way, but they still have those values, and they want their new house to have that emotional context of what they have left behind. So we did something like Purana, जो उनका मोहल्ला था वहाँ पे oldest house में there was an old what do you call it, बहुत पुराना door था which had some metal stuff. So we tried engaging an party there, and we got that, and we pulled that, and we got it in their Delhi house. So that was a very beautiful thing that we did. Apart from that, for one of the client, वो बहुत laborious job में थे, और फिर अब उनकी एक multinational company है. So उनके desk के पीछे में उनका autograph मैंने engrave करके लगाया. So he got so emotional कि मुझे realize नहीं हुआ मैं इतना आगे आ गया life में. But when you autographed me and my signature, and you've kept it as a back wall of my work desk, मुझे अब लग रहा है मैंने बहुत कुछ कर लिया है. इसके पहले तक नहीं लग रहा था. So I like this emotion that we are fortunate to engage with, and that is how we are fortunate. That is how we create spaces.
So we all agree spaces tell a story. Vandana, something that I would like to ask you, that as a designer, how should we make sure that, how should we narrate the story in the best manner? What should be telling the story which is authentic and true to one?
So that's a very layered and complex question, Mariam, because I wish I could spell that out as a solution so easily. But yeah, I mean, there are various techniques that we all develop as we practice, and there's no one solution that fits all. My typical approach, or our studio's approach for any design project, and we happen to be mostly doing hospitality projects where you're not designing for one client. That client is the owner who's putting in their funds. But the guests who are going to come to that hotel or to that space are going to be many from various geographies, from various cities of India, from all age groups. So you're creating a space that has to be liked by people of various, of any demographic, of any age, etc. So the approach hence has to be very unique. And to approach something that feels rooted to that geography, to that space, should start ideally from a space of research. So we go in as a blank canvas. We don't go in with blinkers saying that we know it all just because we've been designing hotels. But we go in as a blank canvas, and we do ground research, which means that me and my team, we walk the city and we experience it as a guest. So we go in and we eat the local food, we talk to local people, we see surrounding monuments, we see historic buildings, we see buildings that are preserved, and with that we come back with a lot of thought in our mind, because those experiences shape our feelings. We go into a certain emotion as people, and that is when we go down to our drawing board and say, okay, let's now start putting in what stays with us when we come back. And typically what stays with us is what is the true emotion of the city, or what emotion that evokes in us. So we're designing a W hotel in Hyderabad. That's an upper upscale lifestyle brand. And it's complex because you cannot be literal when you design a W. You have to be very abstracted. And for you to be able to abstract a design, you have to get into the core DNA of what does the city stand for. And for you to do that, you first obviously study it at a deeper level, and then when you come back and you sort of start putting together your emotional mood board or your mood board of what you went to, the places you went to, you come back and you say, okay, if I was to think of that city, I would say it's very monolithic in nature. When I go down to the monuments, everything seems very beige, black and white. There's a deeper level of detail and layering in the frescoes there. There's a certain feeling you get when you're visiting a monument. So you break that down and you create that as a separate layer. And then of course there's this layer of functionality that is all pervading across all kinds of projects that you do, be it residential, commercial, hospitality. That is the given. It has to serve the purpose that it is supposed to, right? So that is that layer that you have to essentially solve, and you layer that layer of the city's fabric on it. And then you go to craft centers, you talk to artisans, you touch and feel the fabrics, you touch and feel the various wares. So for Hyderabad, the Bidri, the Pochampalli, Ikkat. I mean, there's so much in every city of India, thankfully. We're a very culturally rich city. So there are these tremendous influences that you come back with, and then I think the most important part as a designer is to be able to then edit out your thoughts and to say, what is it, that one thing that I want to talk about? You cannot talk about everything about the city,
absolutely.
right? So what are those 1, 2, or 3 things that you want to talk about? And then you come from a space of restraint. And you say, okay, my story is going to be within this box that I want to define, and say that this is what I want to talk about, and that becomes then the DNA of the project. And yeah, that's typically how we approach a complex project.
You've beautifully put it together.
Thank you.
Vineet, what is your take on how design actually tells a story, and how can it be talking about a cultural continuity?
So just yesterday I was telling my friend, he's a filmmaker, and we were joking about the fact that OTTs, cinema, mainstream cinema, everyone is failing to tell us stories. So now interior design and architects have to tell stories, because I think we live in a world of continuous downswipe. So everyone wants an Insta story, or this constant need for storytelling is like, I think, a part of our culture now. So that is like, so obviously spaces should have this storytelling narrative, which I think on a larger level, there are few things that maybe deep down, like now we are not even in the chat GPT era, we are in the agent era of chat GPT. So going further, I think the way the future or the technology is kind of coming down upon us, these basic human cognitive abilities of empathy, emotion, understanding of depth of space, or understanding of mood of lighting, understanding the smell that a certain space gives. I think these are the things that technology cannot even put it together, or maybe I feel it can't put it together in its algorithms. So I think it becomes everyone's responsibility to kind of put experiential or engaging spaces in, and every designer, I think, has a different way in their portfolio of putting it together.
Thank you. Neha and Kuntal, I would like to, you both to leave our audience with the thought that how should design actually carry forward the Indian architecture?
Okay. So before to this conversation, when we were talking off this stream, Kuntal was asking that whenever we see Instagram, we see everything as copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. I hold a different view, because when I see these days, these designers have been, we designer community, whether it's the interior designing or the architectural designing, or for that matter, any kind of designing, is very experimental. They are trying multiple things. They are fusing multiple cultures also. They are fusing multiple dynamics, right from the architecture to the landscape to the interiors. Now talking about from one of our project, what we are doing, that's a villa. in Goa. And typically when we hear of Goa, that's like Portuguese. Okay, that's not the case. When we are doing that, it's a fusion of the architectural level. Definitely it has to be Portuguese, because that should reflect of that local culture, what is imbibed there. And taking the influence of that, now going inside, when we come as into the role as interior designer, we have imbibed Art Deco era into it. We added very modern, very quirky furnitures, which are loose pieces, very vivacious artifacts into that, which is very contrasting to the Portuguese style and that of the Art Deco on the walls. So the base of the walls were designed into Art Deco with a hint of Portuguese, which was outside, taking the context from outside to inside, and then adding a lot of modernism into it. This infusion and this kind of dialogue always gives a lot of a difference and a kind of very interesting interpretation. This is at least how I do when I mix multiple cultures, right? Be it taking inspiration either from architecture or from different eras or from different styles. This is how we can do it.
We were discussing as to why every client is coming to us and talking about the house to be Instagrammable and everything is, okay, we'll share a Pinteresty board with you. So our discussion was like, are we not being too consumed by what client is liking as compared to what, on what region context we are in. So I was telling that when I was doing lighting design from Milan and how all the street looked very fabulous, all the elevations were so amazing, but the backdrop just suited it so well. Now if you take that architecture here, so I don't think we're doing justification to that visual context was my understanding. I was like, okay, how much as they are proud of their cultural setup, how can we flaunt our cultural, art and other things and imbibe that in that modern context. So one of a very recent, not very recent, but Lota Cafe is a very good cafe in Delhi, and they've got Lippen art. So Lippen art is usually in a very mud-based thing, but they've got it in white color. So when you see Lippen art in a white color context, it becomes modern, yet it has that essence of Lippen art, which is the basic region art. So I think I want to practice a design setup where I am proud of where I'm coming from, and on that level, if I can have more of aesthetics and functionality, like that is what I would ask for.
I completely agree with you, Kuntal. See, whenever, I think we all have traveled a lot, and whenever we travel to some culturally influenced architectural in the landscape, most of the spaces, be it Florence, be it some other, or maybe for that example, Bali if we go, or be in India if we go to Rajasthan, or for example, Goa when there's a Portuguese influence. So there's a particular style of cultural influence into that. And I have heard that multiple regional governments, they have put a rule that certain percentage of their cultural impact should be there at their architectural level, and then rest a certain leftover percentage, maybe 30-40%, they can take from the modernity or the modern style or the global style. This is if we all together in our regions keep that cultural value intact in our region and adding that modernity or the global influence, making it a local level. So I say it's a global plus local, level.
Do you know there's a trend called old money style? So old money style is basically everything which is more very understated. So now young kids are coming to us like they're 18, 19, and they're saying, I need my room which flaunts in old money style. So they need deep wood carved, side sofas and chairs and all. So I think it's of course trending, but I think coming back to the space we've originated from, it's a good story. Like that is what I think.
Vintage revival, I would say.
I see that the timer is up. Thank you for such a rich and layered conversation. For me, for somebody who comes, who works at an intersection of design and communication, it's very interesting to know that, design is not only to be talked about. The stories that, as a communication consultant, I put forward to the world, it just does not end here. It starts from, from the way you make a project, from the very initial stage. So I think that is one thing that we leave the audience with, that design tells a lot of stories. And perhaps I think the challenge of our industry is how we do it with a lot of depth and honesty.
It's true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciation to all of them. I'm very possessive about my mic. Forward and यहाँ पे ज़्यादा. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, there's an additional 7% in the form of the table, unwanted. Can we have some noise, please, ladies and gentlemen? Such a fabulous panel. Beyond aesthetics, storytelling in different ways. Thank you so much. I'll quickly request our hotel staff to kindly remove the chairs and the tables quickly before we move to the next session. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a session on, oh wow, I love the name. It's the root to the roots. I'll quickly reiterate the topic once again for you all for this session. This is about the root to the roots, how you actually achieve your roots. Wonderful stuff indeed. I'll just quickly wait for them to finish and then I'll introduce and honor our honorable speaker. Thank you. I'll quickly request the console to update the timer for the next session, please, in the meantime. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the root to the roots. Our honorable speaker for this session, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Abhishek Rastogi, Head of Product Design, Research and Development, Indriya Aditya Birla Jewelry. You're quite popular, huh? The way they are appreciating and clapping. Please clap louder, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I love the popularity, love your work. Would you be comfortable using this mic? This mic? Okay. So, please, udhar rakh dijiye. Thank you. You're good to go.
I'm not that tall, is what I realized today. Namaste, everyone. That was very soft. So, Newton once said that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, but your gesture seems to be saying that designers are always revolting against what is very obvious. So once again, namaste to this fabulous design community. It's an honor standing here today in front of you and delivering this short message which I have been asked to deliver today. Before I begin, there's a small exercise, there's a small activity which I wanted to engage with all of you. So if I may please request, if you can close your eyes for maybe 10 seconds and take a deep breath. So picture the surrounding that makes you feel complete, a space that gives you peace and comfort, a place where you truly belong. See where you are, notice what you're doing, and who is there with you. You may please slowly open your eyes. So whatever you just experienced, that place, the people, the feeling that you experienced today is your personal definition of belonging. To belong is to return to the roots, to the soil and the stories that first shaped us. In today's world where identities feel scattered and often borrowed, the most powerful truth still comes from the past. Our heritage does more than mirror who we are. It stands beside us like a parallel self, grounding who we are becoming. In rediscovering what has always been there, we find not nostalgia, but renewed relevance, a compass that makes the present less hollow and the future more of our own. So, my dear friends, belong is not just a feeling, it's a design principle for me. I'll talk about it in the session today. In design, we often speak of the future, like the forum we are attending today, the future of design. So we speak about the future trends, the technologies, the transformations, but this future only feels like home when it carries with it the fragrance of where we come from, isn't it? When we honor these roots, we create work that doesn't just impress, but also feels like home. It connects. We, the design fraternity, I wanted to state it today, are not just the custodians, are not just the creators of the future, but also the custodians of our culture, of our heritage. And that is something we should take ahead with us. Everyone here would remember the Prada and the Kolhapur Chappal moment. I'm sure, the design fraternity would have seen it on the runways a few days back. A luxury fashion house putting centuries-old Indian craft on a global runway. It sparked a lot of conversations and a lot of controversies too, but it also left a question: whose story was actually being told there? In fact, today I wanted to share my own story from Kolhapur. I was there. I still remember it very clearly. It was a small, dimly lit workshop, air thick with the smell of metal and also time. An elderly artisan sat there telling me about his age-old crafting techniques, skills passed from hand to hand, generation to generation, until they were left behind, pushed aside in the rush towards modern jewelry and the fleeting trends that left no space for history. He showed me some of his most remarkable pieces, and those pieces spoke about the memory, the method, the meaning behind them. And in that moment, I realized this wasn't just his story. There are hundreds like him in Kolhapur alone, and probably thousands more in India. Entire cities holding quiet, forgotten legacies, fading not because they lack beauty or relevance, but because, sadly, no one is looking today. But before I embark on that journey, I wanted to share a little bit of example of what is happening around on the globe. Brands often draw heavily from India's rich craft traditions, the textiles, embroidery, motifs, but fail to acknowledge the origin of the artisans. This isn't just inspiration, it's cultural extraction without reciprocity. When a craft leaves its land without a story, it becomes merely a product. The craft is divorced from its community, and the community gains nothing. Artisans and communities lose recognition, economic benefit, and the young generation see no value in learning the craft. Our heritage doesn't need pity. It needs partnership. Design cross-pollination is obviously part of creativity, and exposure on a world map, on a world stage, can infuse renewed interest into the dying crafts. And so at Indriya, when we began this whole new chapter, the Indriya journey, some of you may be aware of the brand, it's a very nascent brand. We just celebrated our anniversary last year, but obviously we've been working behind the creation of the brand for the last 2.5 years. And when we were on this journey, we didn't have a grand sustainability manifesto, so to say. And as we mapped our entry into the many states of India, slowly our beliefs evolved into something deeper. How can we preserve these crafts in a way that feels relevant today and remain sustainable for tomorrow? It's about shifting the focus from fleeting trends to designs that carry the weight of history and the promises of enduring beauty that don't expire with the next collection drop. In embracing timelessness, we create work that can be loved, lived with, and passed down, offering value not just for the moment, but for generations to come. That's when we started our journey of what we call hyper-regionalization, which is understanding the culture at a micro level. Hyper-regionalization is the art of looking so closely at a place that you begin to hear its heartbeat. It is not the broad brushstroke of being Indian or doing something which is Indian, but the fine grain of this village, that weave, this particular street, and the stories that they have to unfold in front of us. India's story isn't one, it's a million-layered tales. Being one of the oldest civilizations on earth, the sheer amount of diversity in craftsmanship that is available for us to dive into is immense, and no other country can even come close to it. At Indria, this vast craft legacy is our wellspring of inspiration. With over 3,000 documented crafts, I don't know whether you heard about it before or not, but these are the documented crafts, and then there are others that I think still get in the process of getting documented. So with over 3,000 documented crafts, each an intergenerational vessel of old wisdom, we see not just heritage, but a living treasure to be celebrated and sustained. Every 100 kilometers in India unveil a different story, a new emotion, a unique tradition, and a distinct craft. With every Indriya store, I was about to say India, with every Indriya store we open in a new city or state, we are not just expanding our footprint, so as to speak, geographically, but we are stepping into the cultural heartbeat of that place. And that is what we are trying to do with every geography that we enter. So what are we trying to do? Reclaiming traditional relevance begins with recognizing that crafts were never meant to be museum pieces. They were integral to daily life, shaping rituals, clothing, architecture, and identities. When we bring these crafts back into the modern conversations, we are not simply reviving aesthetics, we are restoring their place in our social fabric. Craft becomes a powerful form of storytelling because it carries the depth that no machine-made object can actually truly replicate. When shared with the world, these crafts become cultural messengers, bridging the gap between the past and the present, and allowing people to connect emotionally with something far greater than the object itself. Our journey at Indriya started simply by listening, observing, trying to understand the pulse. Along the way, we kind of realized what was hidden from the plain sight, in the eyes of the karigars from Tanzore, in the hands of the weavers in Kutch, and in the the grading precision of the artisans in Kutch. This realization became our story and the anchor for a larger vision to celebrate India on a world map, and not through just the surface motives, but by immersing into its very soul. Indriya's design philosophy is anchored in a rich cultural continuum that celebrates the depth and diversity of heritage. We immerse ourselves in motifs, meanings, and memories of the past, understanding the stories, techniques, and symbols that have been passed down through generations. Each creation becomes a bridge between history and the modernity, resonating with today's sensibilities while holding relevance for the future. By anticipating the cultural shifts, the recent trends, the phenomena, the social economics which are playing in today's scenario, we endeavor to make designs that are timeless, meaningful, and deeply connected to the roots. And there are three key elements to our design philosophy. First being the wisdom of the past, which offers the comfort of the familiar, and that we take that we kind of preserve and not erase. And there is a conscious effort behind doing that. We protect the cultures, economies, and identities which have been shaped by generations. And what do we do with that? A new age calls for a new tale. Obviously, it has to be relevant for today's audience, and that's the endeavor with which we create our products. So let me take you through a little bit of methodology that we follow in terms of the design process. So our regional approach is, as I said, is to observe and listen, to sit with local craftsmen, to understand the nuances of the jewelry, the significance behind motives, the stories, and listen to their everyday life and rituals, because finally, I mean, what they're creating is because how they're experiencing things around them. Over the past 2 years of building Indriya, we have journeyed to more than 30 cultural clusters, wandered through museums that hold fragments of a lost past, and sat with, I think, more than 200 artisans, listening, learning, realizing the immense wealth of the knowledge that we carry. We went back to understand the very core of the ancient techniques, and how, we understood how some of these motifs, I mean, a very basic motif like a peacock, how it travels from the west coast of our country to the east side, how it gets transformed from a two-headed bangle to sitting on a Tanjore painting, but the meanings of that kind of changes the moment the geography changes, the moment the craftsman changes. This is the true beauty of Indian craft. It is never just that single weave, a single painting, or a single karigari. It is the stories that they carry, stories that have been layered into thousands of years of legacy, shaped through culture, sustained by tradition, and immortalized through generations. And that is how we arrived at Indriya's most iconic masterpiece, ladies and gentlemen. I'm today glad to present to you Anantara. But it did not happen overnight. We spent months immersing ourselves in the history, culture, traditions of the Deccan, the land which gave the legendary Kohinoor. We went from karigar to karigar, craft to craft, museum to museum, speaking to artisans, uncovering layers after layers of meaning. And in that journey, we discovered how beautiful stories of jewelry have been forgotten, have been lost in translation, forgotten between cultures and diluted in time. That is where an intent became clear, to build something iconic with authenticity and to root the design in the ethnicity of the land. And from that conviction, Anantara was formed. Anantara was born in the land of Deccan. So quickly covering where Anantara came from, I mean, we studied the temple, we were speaking to the craftsmen, we were speaking to some of the historians, some of the people from the museums, and we understood how temples were the center of learning in the bygone eras, how temple played a critical role in shaping the future, and how stories were depicted on the temple walls. And from some of those temple walls, we started deciphering them layer by layer. So we saw these beautiful, sculptures. Now, when you see these sculptures, these are also adorned with a lot of jewelry. So from the elephant, which is there on the side, to the Nandi, to the gods and goddesses, they all have these beautiful jewelry pieces which have been passed down from generations, but somewhere they have lost their meaning because no one today knows. I mean, this is a beautiful jalebi har, which is kind of present today in the world, but no one knows the meaning from where it is coming from. And that is something what we wanted to bring back with authenticity and with pride. Now, layering the jalebi har with Vishnu's chakra. On the left bottom, you see Vishnu holding his chakra, the sculpture. From there came the kasu. And kasu is just a golden coin, and that formed the next layer of the necklace. And also Vishnu comes with his favorite Vahan, the Garuda. And Garuda then became the center masterpiece within the piece. And there were then a lot of layering in terms of, how Ganesha, plays a critical role in the start, in the beginning of every ritual in Indian households, and how when you combine it with Puluguru, which is again a very regional, jewelry, which stands for strength and courage, and when you combine it with Ganesha, it has completely different and very powerful meanings. And then how various, auspicious forms like the Om, the Nag, and the Kurma came together, and they were strung together to hold Ganesha in place. And that formed the second layer. Moving on from here, moving to the third layer, which was the Shankh, the Vishnu Shankh, and Goddess Lakshmi sitting inside Vishnu's Shankh. So that was the cosmic reunion of the Vishnu and the Lakshmi coming together, forming the last layer. So that's the grand masterpiece called Anantara. Can we have the audio, please? So here you see the Kuchipudi dancer, Satyabhama, and in her own way,
दूसरी परत से झलके गणेश का आशीर्वाद, बोली गुरु का तेज, कुर्म, नाग, ओम और शंख के महान अंश। तीसरी परत से चमके लक्ष्मी की दृष्टि, वेंकटेश का रूप, गज और मोर की छवि। मेरी अनंतारा, भक्ति से तराशी, शक्ति से बनी, दिव्य कारीगरी का प्रतीक। तुम्हारी हर परत से कोई जितना प्यार करे, फिर भी दिल कभी न भरे। अनंतारा बाई त्रिया।
So you saw how the storytelling, right from the temple architecture to the historians and the museum, flowed into our jewelry pieces. Obviously, there was months of research work, but how it also flowed down in terms of how we communicated it finally. I mean, the Kuchipudi dancer, the choice of a Kuchipudi dancer, reciting the whole story beautifully, that's coming together of design story. I know I'll take maybe another 5 minutes if that's okay. I'm running a little behind time. So from Deccan, we move to the land of the Marathas. And when a journey brought us to Maharashtra, we realized it wasn't just about craft, culture, or even the 10th century traditions. What unfolded was a deeper connection, a beautiful link tying the jewelry of the region to its agricultural splendor and the grandeur of the Maratha Empire. Can you ever imagine that jewelry can also be inspired by agriculture? So we looked at the grandeur of the Marathas, how, the jawar, the tushi beads, and the morbalas came together to define the jewelry landscape of the Maharashtrian, culture. And that kind of, shaped up the next that you are going to see, which is called Raj Mudra.
मेरी राज मुद्रा, तुम्हारी परतों में चमके महाराष्ट्र के इतिहास का सार, गर्व का आकार और मेरा बेहिसाब प्यार। पहली परत में दिखे शिवाजी महाराज का चंद्रकोर तिलक, वज्र तिखार और शिंदे शाही का गौरव। दूसरी परत में छत्रपति का चिन्ह, तेजस्वी सिंह विराजे, बोर और चमेली के हार खिले। आखिरी परत है डोर साज की, भगवान विष्णु के दशावतार से सजी। मेरी राज मुद्रा, महाराष्ट्र के गौरव में ढली शाही कारीगरी। तुम्हारी गाथाओं से कोई जितना प्यार करे, फिर भी दिल कभी न भरे।
So you see a very elaborate neck piece over there, but when you go into the details of it, you kind of realize that each and every element in that neck piece was actually inspired by the culture from there. And this is a short video of how the storytelling was then transformed through a very beautiful visual merchandising within the store. Each and every element brought to life through the visual merchandising. Can someone guess what this is in front of you? Is it a painting? It's a picture? Can you guess what it is? real jewelry. It's not real jewelry, it's actually a masterpiece in its own. It's a rangoli. And that's how we brought another art form into picture. A rangoli artist, Shikha Sharma, who kind of did it in a very grand scale. This was around 110 by 65 feet of rangoli created to kind of bring alive the glory of the Maratha Empire. So what I wanted to end with is when you kind of deep dive, when you know your subject very well, there's a lot of buying in. I mean, we as designers kind of create a lot of beautiful stuff, but when it comes to your next stakeholders within your organization, it kind of becomes a little difficult to sell their story. I mean, but when there is a lot of authenticity to the work that you do, it kind of beautifully gets weaved together, and that is what you saw today. If I talk about, I mean, these kind of pieces are at they were more than 600 grams, but can you believe that we were able to, I mean, they just flew off within 2 days. I mean, someone over a WhatsApp call, have you heard of jewelry being bought like that? Even online shopping, jewelry is less than 50,000. I mean, the average ticket, average bill value is less than 50,000. But products like these being sold on a WhatsApp catalog, that's the beauty of it, and that's what hooked on, our customers got hooked on to. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abhishek ji, and I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage. And can we make the mic a little louder, please? And I'll request Mr. Paul Sandeep to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul Sandeep, the co-founder of Paul Studio. I'll request sir to please come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to Abhishek ji over here. Thank you so much, and can we please appreciate a little louder for this very, very fascinating panel. What a beautiful presentation, thank you. Unfortunately, we only have 24 hours in a day. We would have loved to hear more, and from all our speakers, but then the best interest of time, we have to kind of quickly wind things up. So I'll request all of you to please kindly put 2 chairs on stage for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a conversation which is about storytelling in cinema. There's a lot of design, there's a lot of aesthetics, there's a lot of art involved in the art form of storytelling in cinema. And we have somebody truly, truly special in that aspect to talk about it more and give us more insights and enlightenment in that subject. Are we ready with the 2 chairs on stage? Yes, we are. Can we quickly have a mic, and then I'll once again lend my mic in that space. Can we quickly have a mic over here, please? Oh, yeah, we'll just keep 2, right? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a fireside chat on the topic storytelling in cinema. And to moderate this session, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World on stage. Please give it up for Mr. Ruhail, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Ruhail, for joining us. And right now, I would like to call up somebody, a visionary director, a true artist in the true sense of the term, appreciates art like never before, and has always been a force to reckon with, has always been a pillar of strength when it comes to all the people with whom he has always worked. The introduction comes straight from the heart. I've known him for quite some time now, and it's an honor and privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to call upon stage the one and only Vipul Shah, producer and director, CMD Sunshine Pictures, on stage, please. Give it up loudly for sir, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'll request Vipul sir to please take his seat. Are the mics working? Let's quickly update the timer, please, for Ruhail's reference. Thank you. And over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. You know, when I was a film journalist back in 2010, 11, and I covered some of your films during that time as well. It's a pleasure to be here back again, doing a conversation around films, but in a different context.
Thank you so much.
You know, let me quickly get into the discussion. You have directed, you have produced film. If we talk about design, what do you think is the importance of the role of design in storytelling if we talk about location, set design, crafting characters, all of that? How do you see the role of design in all these aspects?
Good evening, everybody. The most important thing in any film or any story is to create a world that the story exists in. For any film, there is a specific world in which it exists. And that world is imagined by the writer, by the director, and eventually the production designer and the art team, the costume, the DOP, everybody comes together to get that world in front of the audience. And if the world is correct, you will agree with the storytelling more often than not. If the world doesn't exist in its right shape and form, you may not enjoy the story, or you may not connect with it the way it is desired. So there is a very important role of the design, which is first imagined on paper and then executed by these technicians.
So how do you kind of bring it alive? Give me some used example, of any of your films. How do you get into that? Do you kind of outsource it to your creative director? Are you hands-on into it? How is that process for you to bring that thing to life?
So, I mean, everybody has to be hands-on. I don't think producer can, in today's cinema, producer can take a back seat and just be a financer. Producer's role is much more than that. But what we do is, we imagine the story and the world in which it will exist on paper at the script level. So while writing, we do a lot of referencing of what kind of visuals we want, what kind of setups we want, what kind of location, what kind of costumes, X, Y, Z. And then we have the production designers, they build models for us of where the film will exist. We see it on the models. If we don't agree, then we alter them. There are lots of sketches, lots of referencing. Finally, after the modeling, we also go and look at the real locations where the film can be made or produced. Once all that is set in, then begins the work of pre-production, which is very technical process where every HOD goes and contributes. For example, if we are building a location which is live location, not inside the studio, we also have to consider the sunrise and sunset, in which direction the sun will come. Accordingly, our windows will have to be placed. If our scenes are more night sequences or more day sequences, accordingly the design will have an element of the size of windows and doors and X, Y, Z. So there is a lot that goes into creating that world. So, and then of course after the pre-production, then the actual construction and then the shooting.
And your films are larger than life, big budget, large scale production is involved. So in that mix, how do you balance the commercial appeal of a film with the creative sensibilities at the same time?
I think they're not two different things. They are the same thing spelled out in a different way. If I want to make a film commercially successful, it will have to be creatively good. Creatively good means creativity flows from the script into all the areas. How I'm going to shoot my action sequence is also creatively important, while it can have a commercial replication.
Right.
Same is with the way costumes are designed. The same is the way your DOPs work, your edit. Everything is interlinked. So you can't really separate creativity from commercial success. Very rarely we see a creatively great piece of art doesn't do well commercially or the other way around. A bad film does well. It generally doesn't happen. Sometimes it does happen, and there are other factors than just the creative process. But I don't think that creative and commercial are two different things. We are in the business where we sell creativity. So it can't be, dissected like that.
Right. If we talk about costumes to visual effects to set design, where do you think Indian cinema still has a scope to improve? Do you think the design thinking that we currently have can become better? What are the areas that can be improved?
I think we are still learning how to merge the sets and the VFX. So if you'll see in Hollywood cinema, VFX is very, very integral part of every location. We still don't do it as well or as much as they do it, but the only reason is also it requires a lot of budget. We're still not shooting, say a film like Avatar, which is the biggest commercial success of all time in Hollywood or world cinema, was shot in a room probably double, triple of this size, the entire film. And what you see is a completely different world. We are still not doing that because that requires a kind of budget which is practically unaffordable. In today's Indian cinema, if you make a film with that kind of scale, it's never going to recover the money, even if it becomes the biggest hit of all times in Indian cinema. So that is one area where we still have to catch up. But apart from that, everything else we do at par with world cinema today. When it comes to real set building, real locations, everything.
You also are a filmmaker who has made films before the OTT era. How are you kind of fitting into your old style format? Not an old style, I mean to say the format that was there, the original format. How do you build and blend it with the OTT format that is there? Was it challenging? Do you think OTT is doing justice to the cinematic storytelling compared to the traditional cinema that we had?
See, OTT is a distribution platform, and it is going to distribute what is being created. OTT does not dictate any creative language. Where they are commissioning web shows or films that they are commissioning, that is where they have a creative control. But the films that they are buying, which are made for the theatrical release and then come on OTT, they don't have much of a creative call on those films. And I think we often mix these two. I mean, it's a great distribution platform. It's the future of distribution platform. Even today, it's dominating the distribution platform. But that has got nothing to do with storytelling. So if you were to say, take a film like Pushpa 2, you will say it is a conventional pot boiler that India has made over years and decades. It's also one of the biggest hit of OTT of all time. So it doesn't matter whether you made a so-called OTT-friendly film or no. If the film has worked in theater, it will work on the OTT because the audience is the same. Audience which is enjoying that film or consuming that film is not very different from theater to OTT. It's not that. So I think we should take it as a distribution platform which is very, very valuable, which is going to demand in some time a certain kind of cinematic expression or the quality. And I'm sure that filmmakers are all ready and set to deal with that.
If we talk about Indian cinema, which films have kind of impressed you of late, say in the last 5 years, in terms of their design thinking sensibilities? It can be your film as well.
See, I look at every film as a learning. I am a guy who never went to any school. I have never formally educated myself in cinema making. Neither do I assisted anybody. One day I got up and I said, I can direct, I know how to direct. And I started directing. So for me, every film is a learning process. Some films teach me what not to make, and some teach me how I can make my craft better. So every film will teach you something if you want to look at it. If you are an audience, you're just looking for entertainment, that's a very different thing. But for me, that is very, very important. And you look at, there are some fantastic examples of films where they have done incredible job of setting the whole world of the film so well. Pushpa, again, in the same conversation, it's a film that is about a sandalwood smuggler. But the way they've set up every single location, the way they have created the whole world, his personality, the way he will walk, the way his shoulder will be bent. He's not a perfect hero. And yet, he becomes a superhero for audience. So that one gesture of jhukega nahi sala becomes a national gesture, so to say. So I think that film has shown us that even anti-heroes can be heroes which people would love to follow. So I think it's a great way of, you know, changing the narrative style and yet appealing to a very large number of audience.
Do you miss the era when there was no OTT, or has OTT forced filmmakers, the large format filmmakers, to innovate? Is it good, or has it really set the traditional filmmaking decades like back? Has it pushed the business on the brinks because they are taking all the monies?
No, OTT is the way forward. It's here to stay. It's future, and it's a terrific distribution platform where your film is reaching millions and millions of people without you having a theatrical distribution. So it's a great platform. It's a forward-looking platform, and I think rather than separating theatrical film from OTT, I think we should look at it as a collaboration of what's going to work for both platforms and try and achieve that, rather than saying this will work for OTT and this will work for theatrical. I don't think there is any such demarcation between the two. But we should learn from, because on OTT you get a direct response from the viewer. There is a huge research data available for you to study about your own film. Take all of that and try and incorporate in your storytelling. I'm sure it will work, because again, at the end of the day, both the audiences are similar or same. So it doesn't make a difference whether they are watching the film in theater or they are watching the film on their OTT platform. For them, it's a good film or a bad film. The audience only decides about a film in that perspective, whether it's a good film or a bad film. I don't think they look at it, oh, this is come on OTT, so I'm going to watch it, but this film is in theater, so I'm not going to watch it. I don't think audience makes any such demarcations.
For the longest time in Bollywood, it was believed that the star cast is always important in the story. We get a star cast in place, then the story will figure out itself. And then with the coming of OTT in the beginning, I'm staying on this question, we thought the story has come back and stars have taken a back seat. But now what we see even in OTT, the stars have come there as well. So in the Indian cinema, how important is this, the fascination around star cast first? Will it ever go away? Because content itself cannot just shine without a big name. Do you feel we're obsessed with it and it's going to stay here like that?
I don't agree with that assessment that audience only wants to see stars. Stars are extremely important. They give you a very wide visibility. But just to give you an example, we just celebrated 50 years of Sholay. And Sholay is India's all-time longest running film, highest grosser. On the same day, there was another film called Jai Santoshi Ma that released on the same day, and it has probably done the same kind of business. If you look at it from today's point of view, the biggest blockbuster of this year is Sayyara, which has one new young boy and young girl, and a director, Mohit, has done an amazing job with both of them. You look at Kerala Story, my film, it had no star, but it worked for the audience, and audience came and saw it in very big numbers. So I think audience is looking for a good story told in the most fascinating way. If in that story, if there is also a star, it's an added bonus. Of course, why not? I'll watch it twice, thrice. But just because there is no star, I will not watch this film. That theory is, according to me, non-existent. I've given you 3 examples. There are 300 more of films which has no star cast, and they've gone on to become very, very successful films. So audience, and mainly after the emergence of OTT, audience is even more keen to look at content beyond the typical star cast. So that is today's reality. Actually, OTT is contributing in a big way to, to have have a film without star cast which will work very, very well. So that cinema is getting more and more popularity. Yes, there are stars who are going and doing web shows on OTT, and that's great again, because it allows OTT to reach out to much larger audience. Because if there is a Shahid Kapoor or there is Anil Kapoor and Aditya Roy Kapoor, all these guys are coming on OTT, it allows them to take the film wider, web show wider. And why not? It's a great way of expanding your reach, and then you come with so many shows which do not have star cast of this level, and yet they've become very, very successful.
When you look back at your journey, what are the key takeaways, if you have to sum up maybe 2-3 points as far as filmmaking, Indian cinema, its evolution, design thinking is concerned? Anything that comes to your mind?
I think the most important thing for cinema is always been the conviction of the maker. If the maker is convinced about a particular story, he is going to narrate it in a way that millions of people will get convinced. If you are not convinced but you are doing it as a project, the chances of it not doing well is very, very high. The writing of the script is the most important thing, and we have to look at what I have felt in my journey so far is that India is the most difficult market for a film to become successful, because we have big cities, we have B towns, and we have small towns and villages. What South audience likes, North audience may not like, or the city, villages or small towns in Maharashtra may not like what a UP guy likes or a Bihar guy likes. So not just various economic stratas or big city, small city, we have to also look at regions where a certain content. So how do you make a film which is universal for a guy living in Bombay, to guy living in Patna, to guy living in Kanpur, to Nashik, to Chennai, to Bangalore, to everywhere, and Gujarat? They have a completely different take on what they like as entertainment, and Punjab has a completely different take. So how do you make one film which will appeal to such a large variety of audience? This is very unique in Indian cinema, and I think that is the core strength of Indian filmmakers, where they've made films year on year that have appealed to the entire nation. So I think that has been my biggest learning, looking at other films as well as my own work. How do you create cinema which can appeal to everybody?
You know, a couple of more questions. You've kept yourself relevant, I mean, in 2000s and 90s and now as well. What is this mantra that you have for reinventing yourself and staying relevant all the time?
Never stop fighting and keep reinventing. So I started with a film called Aankhein, then I made Waqt, which was a family film. Then I made Namaste London, which was a romantic film. Then I made Singh is King, which was a caper. But then I made Commando franchise, Force franchise, Holiday. And then I made Kerala Story Buster. So keep reinventing yourself into different genres is very, very important. And I think if you keep doing the same kind of stuff, audience gets bored of watching it. You are not able to think of new way of writing it again and again. So there is a diminishing graph of return. But if you keep reinventing yourself into new genres and don't stop learning, I don't think myself as any maestro or any such thing. I believe I am a student and I have a lot to learn. So keep learning. That's the only way out, and keep your head down and keep working. Some films will work, some won't. Doesn't matter. Keep fighting.
Right. Finally, a word about your upcoming projects. What all is lined up?
So we just completed a film called Hisab that top lines Shefali, Jaideep Ahlawat and Abhishek Banerjee. It's my second heist film after Aankhein. Aankhein was about 3 blind guys robbing bank. And this is also a very unique robbery film that we have made. And we have just started shooting for a film called The Governor. top lines Manoj Bajpayee and Ada Sharma. Again, it's a very, very inspiring, true story of India's most heroic fight to come out of a financial crisis of 89-90. A beautiful film. So these are the two immediate films that we are working on.
All the best, and we'll be eagerly awaiting their release. And thanks for taking out time and joining us here.
Thank you so much.
A big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And I'll request both of you to remain on stage. I'll quickly request Ruhail to please kindly give the token of appreciation to Vipul sir. Thank you so much. This is the moment, ladies and gentlemen, we need to clap and appreciate. Thank you so much. He spoke about some wonderful films that he has created, and always a pleasure seeing sir. We look forward to seeing your work in the future as well. Thank you, sir. Happy to see you. All right, so, before... Thank you so much. Can we quickly remove the chairs, sir? Shukriya. So that was quite insightful indeed from Vipul sir. He spoke about storytelling in cinema, a very, very pertinent topic in the space of design and art. We now move forward to the next session. This is going to be a conversation on future of architecture. Architecture, design, of course, they go hand in hand. Thank you. Just help him, please, with the table. All right, so this is going to be a session on the future of architecture, ladies and gentlemen. To share his knowledge and wisdom with all of us over here, I would like to call upon stage founding partner of Design Forum International, Mr. Anand Sharma. Give Anand ji a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, as he joins us over here on stage. Come on, everybody. Mumbai, you're known for your love and spirit. You can clap a lot louder, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Pleasure to have you. Ajay, sir. Oh, very, very interesting.
Good afternoon. It is not very often that architects find places on stages like these. A very, very diverse take on design, all aspects of design, let me say, and equally rewarding and very, very fulfilling. And thank you, Business World, for calling me on this forum. Really love it here. I am one of the 3 partners of a architectural firm based out of Delhi. We are about 180 strong. And we work largely in the realms of nation building, quite a few high court buildings, couple of airports. We do a lot of high value, high number residential projects, retail. Select City Walk is one of our projects. So overall, thank you once again. And since we are talking about design, it's very, very important to put a frame as to what we are discussing today. What we call time is essentially one continuous flow of events. What was past has become present, has become future. It is all essentially a stage of events flowing one into the other. What has happened today, where we are today in the present, is a result of what we did in the past. And what we are doing today is going to influence and create where the future is going to be. So gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, 18th August 2025, what we do today is going to very, very greatly decide what our future is going to look like. And let's not forget who we are designing for. However it changes, whatever the amount of change that we see, at the center of our design remain the same principles of proportion, the same proportions that have been in practice for all these years. The same proportion principles continue to guide us, and even our futuristic design visions have to come exactly from the same. And when we are designing like this, let's understand that it is the life that we are designing for. And in lives, there are three critical aspects, three different aspects, parameters of life that we all go through as human beings. We are either living, or we are working, or we are playing. And therefore, every design has to have these three aspects of human existence in mind when the designing being undertaken. And therefore, designers have to serve all three, not just one. I'm sorry. I think I skipped this slide. So all three aspects of human existence have to be at play when designers take their easels, take their sketches, and start working on designs. Now let's look at how these three aspects of human existence have changed over the periods, changed over the millennia, changed over the last decades. This is Delhi from 1984. Work was at the center, live was in the middle, and play was on the fringes. CBD, Connaught Place, it's at the center of Delhi. This is how it was. Changed to 2025 because the business has grown, the work has grown, there are multiple CBDs, right? So there is Nehru Place, there is Yashwant Place, and so on and so forth. And things have been emptied out from the middle, and part of that has been taken over by play. Stadiums have come up, retail experiences have come up, shopping has come up, museums have come up. But in the bargain, because the space has become so premium, living has been relegated to the fringes. Now, this is not the way cities should be done, and we sincerely hope that the cities of the future have live at the center of it, play around it, and work further around it, and therefore, life has to once again get back at the center of things, not at the fringes. A similar change can be seen in the way houses have evolved. The houses of early 1700s, 1800s used to look like these single family homes, very rich with heritage, very rich with connect. As we moved to 1800s and 1900s, the residences became bigger, more complex, more complicated. Still, they were rooted in the traditions and the architecture of that region. Now, cut to today's homes, they are far more complicated. They have more spaces, there are bathrooms, there are multifunctional rooms, there are home offices, but somehow the identity has been lost. The future homes will probably be a take on these and more, and maybe will take back some of what we have left behind. Now, why just homes? To the smallest component of buildings, a wall. A wall in the early 1800s, 1900s was essentially a barrier against the elements to protect yourself from what is unknown, what is strange, what is unsafe. And windows were small, those miniature openings into what lies further, what lies ahead, and therefore a connect between indoors and outdoors. Now, cut to today, the insecurities of the past have gone away, and the walls have actually become glass walls, right? We are secure, we are safe, and we want to see more and more of nature come into our homes. But cut to future, and I think these are going to give way to multifunctional surfaces, which can be walls at some times, which can be windows at some times, and who knows, can be screens some other times altogether. And therefore, coming back, let's see how live has evolved over the years, over the millennia, over the decades, over the centuries. This is live. Earlier, we used to play right next to our homes. We used to work very close to our homes. We were essentially a community-driven neighborhood. Today, where the same home has gone up into a 40, 50, 60-story tower. But still the yearn for continuity and community is still there. And therefore we find our community in common recreational spaces as part of very, very large residential complexes. But going further, this could be the future of our homes, wherein we have tall green towers, nature-infused towers, connected with very, very high-speed transport links, and indoor spaces which are multifunctional, which are live, work, and play all in one pod. So you're sleeping, working, and playing all sitting in one space. So that is the future that we're going to. Well, look at our work. Our work was in factories, our work was in mines, our work was in fields, right? Today's work environments have moved so much from where we were working about 100 years ago. We're working in cooler environments, cleaner environments, controlled environments, and tech has taken over what was earlier primarily a manual, hand-driven kind of a overall work environment. And if that cue was to be taken further, is this what our work environments are going to look like? Are we looking at evolving workplaces which integrate technology, flexibility, and most importantly, human-centric in their approach? And are we going towards work, life, and play integration in our lives with better focus on mental health and environment? And are we making offices that inspire rather than confine? Or look at play. Our play for centuries has been chaupals, ramleelas, kathas, outdoorish activities, or people talking under a banyan tree in a chaupal. Cut to 80s, our play has moved to video gaming parlors, our play has moved to stadiums, our play has moved to concerts. This is an afterlife concert which happens in Mexico. It's an amazing concert. This is the kind of play that we've moved on to. But what is the future of play? We are already coming up with requirements. Our clients are asking to build us spaces which are multifunctional, which lend them to playing environments which are versatile, using technology in artificial intelligence, virtual reality, drones, and the experiences of play are blurring the lines between physical and virtual environments. And therefore, this is the future of the play. So, in a nutshell, as architects, are we going in the right direction? I believe some steps are being taken by a lot of architects, including our office. We are combining buildings where work is right next to play, where outdoor recreation is right next to working spaces, where every floor has a breakout zone, because mental health is important, where residential 50, 60-story high towers have gardens at the top, interconnected with each other. We're trying to bring the forest into the built environments, and that's helping. Or smart tables like these in indoor working environments, which double up as work tables as well as screens. All of this is happening. So it is a question that we need to ask ourselves. Are we building the future we want, or are we just reacting to the present? And somebody said very, very wisely, a strategy without execution is a daydream, but execution without strategy is a nightmare. So I think all of us are currently reacting to the present. Now, this is a scene out of a sci-fi movie, right? But don't look so closely, because this is what our cities are already starting to look like. Gleaming skyscrapers in the foreground of dilapidated, dirty, disorganized, disheveled constructions with people living in all kind of squalor and filth. This is how our cities are going to come up like. This is all our cities looking like, increasingly. And this is the truth that we all conveniently choose to ignore 1.2 million people in a area of 650 odd acres. And the only infrastructure that they have is enterprise and hope, nothing else. And this is the reality. And this is the time that we find ourselves in. Somebody asked me, what strikes you most about your country? I said, what strikes me most about my country is the contrast that this country has, right? You have millions of people in 600 acres, and you have 20 people in an acre. That's the stark indifference, that's the stark contrast that this country has. And these are the times that we find ourselves in. And as designers, I think this is where the wake-up call for all of us is. And while this is what we are grappling with, there are people who are doing this, right? Saudi Arabia is one of the most inhospitable external environments that you can find yourselves in. They're creating the line. They're creating a modern day miracle. They're creating a vibrant living environment which is complete, which is green, which is contained, which is futuristic, and which is still, ticking all the necessary boxes. This is the way to go. So, can we continue to remain in the sepia-tinted past of who we were? Yeah. Or to 80s, the utilitarian approach, the official approach, the functional approach of matchbox-size homes. Clean, but still, non-entities, nondescript, without a theme. Or could we be looking at so much radically different, wherein we have the best of work, the best of play, and the best of nature all together? Is this the transition that we are all hoping to live our lives for? I really believe so. Because finally, we have to be optimistic. We are designers. And to be very, very honest, a future which scares is not a future that we all want to see. A future that excites is what we all should be aspiring for. We can definitely design a tomorrow worth living. And as designers, I think it is our job to make that happen. With this thought and with this artificial intelligence generated image, I would leave you all there. Thank you very much for your time, for listening to me.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to wait. All I can say is that Anandji has truly given us a lot of anand with this presentation. So thank you so much, sir. Give him a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And to give him the token of appreciation, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Adam Kalish, Professor, BITS Design School, on stage, please. A big round of applause for Mr. Adam as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Can we clap a little louder, please, everybody? Yes, there's a lot of spirit in this room, so let's live up to that. Thank you, bahut shukriya, sir. I'll let you take your... thank you, sir. I'll see you very soon, and we hope to see you the next year as well. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get going with the next session, it's time for a bit of a musical break, so I'll request our honorable performing artists over here to please perform something truly special for our incredible audience. Once again, give them a big round of applause, please. One musical break, and then we move to the next session.
All right, so for this one, I need all of you to participate because I know after lunch we all get a little, and just to wake all of us up with some energy. And this song is dedicated to designers, not just here, but all across the world, because I feel like no one knows who designed those logos. No one knows who designed those chandeliers. They're mostly in the back, seen behind the scenes. But designers are also rock stars in their own bit. So are you all ready? It's a little exercise that we're going to do. It's very simple. And something's happening with the mic, but never mind. So you clap, but then you stop and you clap back. So it's a rhythm. I'll tell you what the rhythm is like. So you got to do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Third one is wait. And I want all of you to join in.
You can be louder.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. Got mud on your face, big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place. Sing it. Tell me you don't know the song. We will rock you. Buddy, you're a young man, hot man, shouting in the street, gonna take on the world someday. Got mud on your face, big disgrace. Somebody better put you back into your place. Sing it, you gotta be louder, come on. Rock you. Hit it with your eyes, gonna make you some peace. They got mud on your face, big disgrace. Somebody better put you back into your place. Sing it, we will rock you. We gonna rock you, baby. We will rock you. We gotta rock, and we will. Come on, Thank you so much. You all did well.
Thank you so much. Give it up once again for Mr. Josh, please, everybody over here. A lot louder, please. It deserves every bit of it. Has been entertaining us throughout right since morning. Has a lot more to offer today to all of us over here right till the end of the evening.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir. And wow, what coordination, everybody, with the clapping and everything. So impressive. Can you all just, maybe it'll be like a nice mock drill before the awards as well. Same तरीके से जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने clap किया. Once I say 1, 2, 3, can you just show me by clapping the same way? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Super coordination. You're all extremely well prepared for the awards in the evening. Let's keep up the momentum alive in the evening for the awards as well, exactly the same way. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very interesting conversation that's set to unfold right now. It's going to be a fireside chat. This is going to be about cinema and design, how they go hand in hand, how both are correlated, and how they help each other in creating and weaving magic on screen. The session is going to be moderated on stage by Mr. Ruhail Amin, and he's going to be joined on stage by somebody truly remarkable. He's a fabulous performing artist. I can keep saying a lot of adjectives for him. I've known him for like about 6-7 years or so personally, and it's an honor and privilege. But before I say stuff about him, we would like to play the special AV, which gives us all a glimpse of his work. So can we please play the AV of our next speaker? That's just a glimpse, ladies and gentlemen. Picture abhi baki hai mere dost, and that is exactly what's going to be the mantra. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a fireside chat on the topic of cinema and design, like I said. First, I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World, once again for this fireside chat. Thank you so much. Give Mr. Amin a bigger round of applause, please. It deserves every bit of it. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't even need to hype it up right now. Everybody knows about this man. Everybody has seen his work. You all saw a bit of a glimpse of what he has to offer to all of us next. Everybody knows about him as a great actor, But like I said, I have known him for like 6, 7 years or so. He's a great human being on a personal level. He defines humility in the true sense of the term. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only actor, my brother man, Amit Saad. Please, everybody. And on that note, I leave it on Ruhail to carry forward the conversation. Thank you. Let's update the timer, please, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks. Let me start. This is a conversation that is your everyday conversation. Let me begin by asking, when you sign a film or when you sign a project, what key elements do you look at before you get into it, before you give a go ahead? And then later on we'll come to the design side of it.
First of all, hi. I hope you guys are alive. I hope you got some lunch. I hope the coffees are keeping you alive. And first of all, thanks for all the kind words. To answer you, you see how impromptu and this conversation is. I'm not against prep. I think preparation, hard work, objectivity. Since it's all about design today, I'll try to bring the word design a couple of times. So some of you won't have, why is he here? I can say I said design 6 times by the end of this. I think the most important thing for me in life is I love what I do. And I'm very grateful to have this life. I'm very grateful that I can meet people. I'm very grateful that I can chat. I don't know when and how I developed this understanding, which I feel is a good quality to chase. I think just waking up every morning and having the intent to be good, to be nice, to be attentive, to serve, to help, and to be able to just go to that rooftop party that you were not invited to. Okay, you guys are supposed to laugh there and show me that you're awake and a part of this conversation. That was a test, you all failed. I always say there's a method to the madness and there's madness to the method. So I've been very blessed, Railbai, to have got this vast range of roles and films, and not because the guy with the good voice and who said kind words. I'm actually very grateful. A lot of people in my industry and my friends and fans, they say you are very versatile. And early in my career, I would say, yeah, I am. Over the years, I've realized I'm just lucky. The versatility was in the roles. The versatility was in the parts. The versatility was in the vision of those filmmakers who thought that I can do this.
Sometimes it happens, you're working as a team and your director or your producer has a certain vision, but it's not aligned maybe a shot is not aligned, a part of the script is not aligned. How do you deal with those kind of small contradictions, I may say conflicts, How do you deal with, it's in every actor's body of work. How do you deal with such situations?
How do you deal?
I try to be patient and maybe, deal with it.
But just patience won't help.
Of course, I think I've learned it over a period of time. Maybe it has, and I've spent some time with you, maybe I've become that. But from an actor's perspective, how do you deal with differences if you have, maybe your character is going a certain direction and suddenly the script demands something else? Are there conflicts where there have been cases that you got angry and that design of the character did not fit your vision, but you dealt with it in a certain graceful way? How do you deal with such conflicting situations?
Bro, you told me outside you're going to keep this light. This is not light, but I think we are not here to just be light. So it's a very, I mean, I want to thank you for this thought-provoking question, and I will not shy away from it, and I'll try to be as honest as possible. I think age and, again, self-work, great mentors, some books, experiences helps us to be calmer and be patient. But yes, when I did my first film, Kai Poche, after my first shot, I would finish and they would say cut, and I would go to like 10 people. When is the next shot? When is the next shot? Why I can't wait. You know, so I had a lot of impatience in me. I was, then I also realized that any business, you have to design twice. You have to,
Keywords, right.
yeah, you have to design the future. Let's come back. I think I'm trying to be succinct in sharing what I feel on this subject. First of all, humans will conflict. Not necessarily that we are evil or we are, you know, they are great teams. They are great visionary people. They are, you know, there are so many people that get along still because our objectivity, our speech, our understanding, our upbringing, our expression, everything is so diverse, everything is so vast. So I'll share where I learned, I started identifying that. Because I always wanted everyone to accept me. Why doesn't this person understand what I'm saying? And then I realized I'm not doing the same. So I brought this again, understanding this ability, this quality in me, and the beautiful word is communication. Communication with respect, communication with intent. And there are days when you want to headbutt, but you can't do that. And you got to step back, get control over your emotions, and communicate. And in terms of my career, I feel, again, I'm very blessed to have worked with actors and directors who are always open. And whenever I meet my directors, I always thank them. I said, hey, you gave me a seat on the table. And then I realized that, especially in creativity, in creation of just not the movies, you know, we can, you know, we have such beautiful minds, we have such beautiful hearts. And how we design the now and the future through movies, through architecture, through so many different aspects in the world, I think the most important thing is to give everyone a seat on the table. I think once you have the seat on the table, you diminish lines, hierarchy, you know, who's done what, and you come to one objectivity. And then you give it all. I feel I'm in that phase of life.
You know, you also, we saw that initial clip, you have also worn a director's hat and an actor's hat, and in a way a producer's hat also. You produce documentaries, biking, you know, stories, you chronicle all those stories. The shifting between actors and a director's role, are the mindsets very different?
To be honest, I don't shift. You know, I've not done that much directing yet, though a lot of my friends keep nudging me. And the first time I was told on a film set, I'll just share a trivia. I was filming for this limited web series called Zid, which is on an OTT platform. And I had the privilege to play Major Deep Singh Sengar, who was from Para 4. And I got so involved because I'm a huge fan of the Indian Armed Forces. And my upbringing was military. So I was so serious that I was borderline soldier, but you don't want a soldier on a movie set. You want an actor, you know, so I got so involved that I would kind of react to other actors, to people who are not holding the gun properly. And I just forgot about action and cut. And at lunch, my director came to me. He said, Amit, thanks for the help. I think I see a director in making. So I thought he's complimenting me, and I said, okay, thanks. post-lunch, around mid-noon tea time. They say tea time, we don't get any tea. So my producer walks in. He said, "Amit, great shots, thanks what you're bringing in. I see a director in you." Now I got alarmed. I said, I think I'm getting carried away and they're not liking it. By the end of it, one more person from the unit, an important person, you can say in one way, one of my bosses, "Great day." I say, "Yeah, thank you. Have you ever thought of directing?" I say, hey. I got scared for a second. I said, "Look, are you guys upset that I am just getting so involved?" I mean, it was good that they took it in the right spirit, but yeah, long story short, maybe one day. I do have I keep thinking if I ever get to direct, definitely I think it'll be a story that I would like to write. And I'm a huge fan of Majid Majidi. I hope you guys have seen some movies of his. He's a great filmmaker. He tells stories about heart and emotions and simplistic stories about children. So if I ever make a film, or maybe my first film could be, about children and parents and something like that.
If we trace your journey from Kai Poche to now, which body of work are you really, three pieces, 3 names that you're really very proud of?
I mean, I don't see, I'm doing my work, so I don't see being proud of, like, am I going to say, hey, I was here present and I came on time and I'm proud that I came on time? I don't attach proud with that. I have a very conflicting thing with this word. I don't understand what proud means and why we need to be proud every time we do something. But what I live with my head raised and I feel happy about is that I give 1,000% to everything I do, and to every person I meet, and to wherever I go, and every word everything that I do, that makes me feel happy. Proud, hopefully I'll do better things in life for community, for society, for others. And I think even for that, one shouldn't be proud of, you know what I mean?
You're also, I think, bringing in a new design thinking, a new narrative in Bollywood in the way a star behaves. Normally they are, they behave in a certain way. But when we talk about Amit Saad, he's always seen as approachable, down to earth, while having that stardom. How do you kind of have this conflicting, anti kind of mainstream approach to stardom? You are not kind of, tough to approach. You are so grounded. I've seen you in your personal life, How do you stay grounded despite success?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think so I have any crazy stardom. If I had any stardom, these people would have been awake. Most of them are still sleeping. I'm joking. Yeah, I'm blessed. I don't think so I have any stardom. I've done some work. When I go out, people connect with me. They take pictures, and I love talking to them. Something funny happened 3 days ago, and somebody said, "If you don't mind, can I have a picture with you?" I said, "I will mind if you don't get the picture with me." So that's who I am, okay? And there's a long way to go. And in terms of my three favorite work, for me, every film was everything for me. Most of them worked, and I hope it continues like that. But at the end of the day, I'm just a normal bloke, yeah? I wake up and I go to work and I live from here, and who am I to be not approachable? Because when you are approachable, I feel you open this energy space that people can come and bless you, talk to you, confide with you, collaborate with you. There's so much of possibility to enhance your life, your energy. So I've learned that through my teachers, my parents, and I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing to be nice. It's not hard.
In terms of your upcoming projects, tell us a little bit. I've seen some trailers. What all is coming up you can share with our audience here as well?
Yeah, you face the brunt of being a friend.
I love that.
He's seen 6 trailers of mine of a movie that is not released yet. I think he won't see the 7. He said, picture hi dikha de. Well, I have a movie called Pratap, which is a story of an encounter specialist. I'm sure people in this room know what an encounter specialist is. And it's a nice story. It's a psychological drama of a man. Antardwand ki film hai ek insan ki, a character ki, with his good and his bad, and what people go through, you know, who are in these kind of jobs, spies, special forces, army, CRPF, ITBP, you know, the people who are at the front line, people who are keeping us safe. I'm very excited about it. I'm very, very thrilled about it. And my producer, in fact, is going to come and meet me in an hour here. He's just landing. So hopefully this year the movie should come out.
And finally, about your passion for documentary filmmaking and biking, how do you find time for that? And on that front, what all do we see?
Yeah, so this is interesting. I don't know if any of you thought why that clip was played. And that is the beauty of like that we don't have to be, you know, aligned with everything. So while I was outside, yeah, I could also be called the guy who spills the beans. You know, I just tell everyone everything. And then the team came and said, do you have a clip? So I said, I don't have a clip, but my favorite clip is of my motorcycling. Something very interesting happened while I was making this documentary. I went to see the heartland of the country, which I've seen numerous times, but maybe with a different vision and objectivity. While I was in this village, or this place called, I'm sure you guys know Laul, Spiti, Ladakh. In Laul, the last village is called Rashil. It's a village which is doing a lot of, like they're really enhancing their horticulture. The agriculture, the vegetation is, you know, a lot of people doing there. There's a lot of vegetation. There are a lot of bears. There are a lot of brown bears who've started eating lettuce and peas. You know, so if you guys are complaining that the lettuce and peas is not, you can do the petition against brown bears. I met the Mahila Mandal. I met the Vanki Nari. I did not know there's a, I mean, I know, like, you know, that, you know, women all over the world are, you know, leading the thought process. They're leading us to think better and be better. But I never knew that there's a Mahila Mandal in a place called Rashil in Laul who is taking care of the forest, who is preserving our medicinal herbs. And since you asked me, it just fascinated me. So while we are, I just met a very dear friend. I think he'll be on the stage. I call him the phantom of Indian textile. I call him a phantom of clothing, and he just doesn't make clothes. Nobody has so much knowledge about textiles and fabrics and where it originated and who were the weavers 1,000 years ago. And while I was doing my motorcycling in India, I just realized there's so much to go and explore. And because I'm an actor, storytelling comes naturally to me. And now we kind of in the path to, we just released a 20-minute conversation with the nomads of, they're in the region of this place which is before, just forgetting the name, Soker Lake. You know, and I chased them for 2 days and I found the nomads, and I released a 20-minute video on the Adivasi Day, which was on the 9th of August. So yeah, for me, I'm just so curious to understand more, to see more. There's so much more in this country. There's so many people, children, men, women, who are doing so much for the society. They're doing so much for community. So I just want to kind of chase them, see what they're doing, because they are the custodians of India. I feel we all are custodians of India. So this is my favorite topic, so you should have told me to be precise. Anyhow, so yeah, a lot of documentaries are on the way.
Definitely, we'll do a separate conversation next time, but thank you so much for joining us here on this quick chat. Really, really appreciate your time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, bro. Always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you. Oh, bravo, bravo, bravo.
Roaring claps for a tiger, that's what I can say. And I'll request Mr. Rohel Amin to please kindly give away the token of appreciation to Amit Saad over here. Can we have the token of appreciation on stage? And ladies and gentlemen, जब वो दिया जाएगा, जब वो लोग photos के लिए post करेंगे, तब मैं आप लोगों को वापस request करूँगा on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3. Everybody clap, yes! Super stuff. This is teamwork. This is collaboration. This is coordination. The magic of coordination. Thank you so much, Amit Bhai, for coming over here. Lots of love. See you very soon. We want to have you every time. Thank you. Give a big round of applause for Ruhail as well, please. Thank you. We'll quickly remove the chairs on stage, please. Can we have the hotel staff kindly coordinating for the... Thoda jaldi karte hain, please. And we have a session coming up right now. So what we'll do is I'm going ahead with the introduction of the session. In the meantime, the hotel staff will take it from there. This is going to be a conversation on back to the roots. To do the honors on stage, I would like to call upon stage founder Antardesi, Mr. Manish Tripathi. Can I please have Mr. Manish over here on stage? Give Mr. Manish a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I believe he had a flight and he came directly, so thank you so much. We truly appreciate your efforts. So, you mic'd up, by any chance? Okay, so you want to sit there? I'll stand up. They're moving. You can address from here.
Hello everyone, good evening. Thank you Business World for having me here and for giving me this opportunity to talk about design. So let me introduce myself. I am Manish Tripathi, a NIF Delhi graduate from NIF New Delhi. I run a brand called Antardesi, which is a bespoke brand. While I was into bespoke clothing from last 15 years, I've been designing for a lot of political stars, a lot of Bollywood celebrities, cricketers, and other dignitaries. I got the opportunity, or rather I would say I feel blessed that I had an opportunity to design for Prabhu Shri Ram Lala at Ayodhya. So while I was doing it, and it gave me a deeper, I would say, a task, a deeper, I would say, thing to probably do in life. And I'll just quickly run through because it's a thing, presentation which was asked up. Isko badha sakte hain aage? If next slide could be. So while I was designing for Prabhu Shri Ram, so we started this project with the thing called Project Ramlala, which started in 2021, and that's when I'll just take you back again. In the sense, it's back to roots. So while I was designing the bespoke clothing for various, I would say dignitaries, HNIs, I realized that I personally feel also that design has to have a purpose. I can't just be designing because it looks beautiful, it's colorful, or it's nice. I feel design has to have a purpose. It has to solve some sort of a problem, some sort of a thing. So while I got this opportunity to design for Prabhu Shri Ram, so in 2024, when this Pran Pratishtha happened, so the very first outfit which was created, and till date, every day what God wears is a new attire, a new outfit each day, which flies from Delhi to Ayodhya. And the beauty of the outfits is that each outfit is designed out of some or the other textile from a different part of the country. So through this initiative called Shubhastram, which we fondly call it Shubhastram. Can I have a next slide, please? Anyways, just to I'll just tell you what goes behind, because I think in a design session like this, it's very important for us to understand what design can do. I felt that the opportunity is not only to design for Prabhu Shri Ram and get popularity or get some sort of fame while designing for Prabhu Shri Ram. I felt there's a larger purpose behind designing the outfits. While Shubhastram was created, I realized there is a scope, or rather there is a thing wherein we can revive the Indian traditional textile and bring them back to the place where they belong to. And the people who are designing, so the people who are creating these textiles are not just weavers, artisans, or craftsmen. I call them preservators, because they have been the ones who have been preserving the age-old textiles, the craft, the heritage which we proudly have. Can I go to the next slide? Is there anyone? So just for us to read, I've been telling you this, and next, please. Next slide, please. Is there anyone? never mind. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's from this one? Okay. Use this one for the next. Okay. Okay. So the core mission of Project Shubhastram is to adorn Ramla Sarkar each day in poshak that embodies the timeless beauty of Indian handlooms and textile, transforming devotion into a living celebration of heritage. And let me tell you, each outfit which God wears every day is an amalgamation of 2 or more textiles from different parts of the country. So if it's Kanjivaram of South, it is clubbed with the Muga or eri of the Northeast. If the let's say the dhoti of Prabhu Shri Ram is of Maheshwar fabric, the dyeing is from Gujarat, Mandej ya Bandhni hogi uske upar. So that's how we are creating these outfits. The first objective is to unite Indian textiles and crafts with spirituality, showcasing Indian culture on a global stage. Encourage the use of traditional textiles and khadi across temples in India. So I feel that as designers, as design entrepreneurs, there's a great scope because we always see the artisan community, the weaver community with a pity, बेचारा बोलते हैं हम कहते हैं इनके पास काम नहीं है इनके पास वो नहीं है. I feel with this I would say Project Shubhastram, I want to take forward this this kind of baton wherein all the temples across the country, at least the temples can start using the Indian traditional textiles to decorate the deities. Objective 3, provide sustainable livelihoods for the artisans and rural women, supporting households while preserving heritage. So let me tell you this on record that through Prabhu Shri Ram's Shubhastram, we have, I would say, we have almost, I would say, touched more than 2,000 lives in last 1.5 years, wherein different weavers from different parts of the country have been given the job. And moreover, we are also working on recreating the motifs, the forms which have been used, maybe several hundred years of back, 500-600 साल पहले जो forms or motifs होते थे use, उन्हें हम दोबारा use कर रहे हैं. So this is a vision, reviving khadi and Indian textiles through devotion, adorning Ramla Sarkar in handcrafted poshaks and presenting India's timeless heritage on the global stage. Under Shubhastram, we believe that artisans are not just karigars who stitch vastra for Ramla Sarkar, rather they are creators, preservers of India's rich textiles and heritage. We call our rural artisans as Devis because they are creators, preservers of our tradition and sustainers of the livelihoods. Their hands do not just weave cloth, they weave heritage, dignity and devotion. So we don't call them Mahila, we don't call them Nari, we call them Devis. And proudly, again, I would say that since I work in Delhi, there is a small cluster which is in Ghaziabad, which has been trained in a village called Ikla, that these women are actually trained to create poshak and they are thereby I would say able to earn a respectful income for their families. So this is what we do because since I also feel again responsible while creating this Shubhastram, that what God wears it doesn't have to be only about one region. It cannot be only about Kashi or Kanjivaram. It through since fortunately the temple is in North Ayodhya, वहाँ पे the Prabhu wears the outfits, the poshak as per the season. So we get an opportunity to use the textiles from be it from Ladakh's Pashmina or be it Epan art of Uttarakhand, or it could be Kanjivaram, or it could be Sambalpuri of Orissa. God gets to wear all these textiles through the year. So just a little map depictive of the textiles which we have across India. And again, proudly, I would say that these all textiles have already been offered in Prabhu's Seva, and he has already adorned it. Now, the bigger objective, I would say, the work which we have is to recreate the age-old motifs, the forms which have been used, I would say again, 1,000 years of back, जो हमारे शास्त्रों में भी वर्णित है या हमारी textile history में जो है, which got adulterated over the period of time. Nothing against any kind of motif, any kind of craft, but I just want to bring them back and use it in Shubhastram. So these are the major embroideries of India, which are again, these are traditional embroideries which have been used, which are still there. And again, so through Shubhastram, the design of in the designs of Prabhu Ram's outfits, we are using these traditional embroideries as well. So just to give you a thought that the like how we create outfits for ourselves or for anybody else. Even for Prabhu Shri Ram, we have different styles, different I would say silhouettes, what in which he's probably been dressed. So the bigger thing, I feel that through this particular, I would say, seva or the work which I have, I think the thing which gives me a lot of satisfaction is that I'm able to create, certain amount of kind of employment, and thereby creating sustainable livelihood opportunities for these, especially for the rural artisans, rural women who are probably deprived of various, I would say, things. But through this seva, वो घर बैठ के कुछ पैसे कमा सकते हैं, and I think wherein design is playing a very important role in it, wherein जो design थी, चाहे वो craft की है, चाहे वो textile की, चाहे वो weave की है, चाहे वो knotting की है, चाहे वो embroidery की है, या वो stitching की है, all these things have been, I would say, they have been trained in all those areas, and they're given this an opportunity to make some income for themselves. Again, all the drapes have different meanings. The colors have different meanings. I wanted to share this because I felt that we all see these images on our mobile phones, on our social media handles, but we don't realize why. I just wanted to bring this through this platform, at least to this audience. I could bring this forward that all these colors, all these designs have a deeper meaning behind it. Shubhastram aligns garment with color chakra harmony, offering them to deities as symbols of prosperity, balance, and well-being. Each lotus petals represents a color for a day of the week, honoring age-old rituals and traditions. So this is the Shubhastram logo which we have created, and these are the colors which are being followed by the during the week. So Monday is white, Tuesday is red, Wednesday is green, Thursday is yellow, Friday is cream, Saturday is blue, and Sunday is pink. So again, it's a big challenge. I felt while I was starting it, I thought to create, how will I bring in so many colors? Because every week, like there are 7 colors in a week. So I'll tell you even the more interesting part, that till date, God hasn't repeated a single outfit. So that is a kind of bank of textiles and colors which is available in our country that is more than 600 days till date. And Prabhu Shri Ram at Ayodhya hasn't repeated his outfits. So, sorry. It's got stuck. Sorry.
Change to the next one?
Yeah, sorry. So again, what we are especially doing it for Prabhu Shri Ram is, it's not about just making outfits for Prabhu Shri Ram and using any textile or any craft which is there. What we are doing is, again, identifying the Vaishnav motif. So we have 3 paramparas basically there is one which is Shiv parampara, another is Shak parampara, third is Vaishnav parampara. Shiv parampara is the Shiv temples which we see. Shak is जो शक्ति के मंदिर हैं माँ के, and वैष्णव परंपरा के मंदिर जो हमारे अयोध्या राम मंदिर और भी जो हनुमान जी के मंदिर वैसे हैं. So those temples, those parampara uses these motifs primarily, Shank, Chakra, Gada, Mayur, Padam, which are being used. Now we are using these forms to now recreate these new designs. Shubhas is not only about adorning the divine, it's about dignifying those who create. Every thread woven, every motif embroidered, every color chosen carries the devotion of artisans whose hands preserve India's heritage. By uniting craft across regions, the initiative creates sustainable livelihoods, especially for rural women, transforming them from silent custodians of tradition into empowered contributors to their households and communities. In every poshak offered to Ramlala, there lies both an act of faith and a story of resilience, of artisans who keep our cultural identity alive. This is not just devotion, it is economic empowerment, cultural pride, and a collective step towards making India's handloom a living, breathing part of our future. So I feel that, through this, I would say, this session, I just want to request all those, people who are into design that think this kind of direction also, wherein I personally feel that, it could bring in a huge difference through the design intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage. I'll request Mr. Adam to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation over here to sir. Can I please request Mr. Adam? Once again, a big round of applause for both of them, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Manish ji, for the session. And I absolutely hated the fact that I had to stand over here, but then, in the best interest of time, we have to move forward. So thank you so much for being so kind to understand that. Aap de dijiye isko aage, right? Ladies and gentlemen, please clap and appreciate his incredible effort in pulling off this wonderful session. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Manish ji. Thank you so much, Mr. Adam. We'll quickly move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be about innovation by observation. The topic is innovation by observation. This is going to be like a 10-minute session. And to do the honors on stage, I would like to call upon the co-founder of Paul Studio. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Paul Sandeep. Thank you so much. A lot of fan following over here, I see, with the kind of appreciation coming your way, sir. Thank you so much. And let's update the timer quickly to 10 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I've been given the task, to have to do it quickly, but it's been almost a lifetime of work. It's been 20 years that I've been working on a thought, which I call innovation by observation. And for me, observation is a superpower. And how does it actually help me? It has helped me create more than 1,000 products, innovative products, for my clients across 20 countries, and been awarded with more than 40 plus design awards, both international and in the nation. I'll start with a very simple observation, which I'm sure everyone has experienced. We dry our clothes out in the sun, and we use these cloth pegs, right? So I'll take a step back, probably, and tell you about an interesting phenomena, which is called habituation. Habituation is something which actually stops us from thinking that there is a problem while there it is. So what did I observe here? An interesting thing. There's a metal clip attached to the plastic or the wooden peg. What it does, it leaves rust marks on your clothes. And also, these products tend to break very often because they're exposed in the sun. These two things I wanted to do away with. So what did I do? I simply did away with it. And I created a structure which was a dual jaw without the spring, yet having the spring action by just the property of the material. This is the prototype actually, and my wife was modeling for me at that time, this way back in 2005. And this won me my second Red Dot award. And the mention about this was that this talked about sustainability. Now you must be wondering, this is a product made out of plastic and how is it sustainable? Well, because it has actually, the design has improved on the longevity of the product. Because if one of the clip breaks, the other jaw is still active. So the design, by design, you can improve on the longevity of a product. So that was the thought behind this. Seeing the invisible, like we all can solve problems which we can see, but how do you solve a problem which no one sees? I'll share a simple example. We've all used these kind of plugs and 2 pins to use. And what was the nagging problem which I had observed was very simple. The 2-pin plug would tend to fall off, and it happened due to gravity. A very simple idea. Can I add an angle of 40 degrees so that it becomes a gravity lock instead? So the problem was gravity, and the solution was also provided by gravity. From idea to prototype to market, this has gone on to become #1 rank on Amazon for the past 2 decades. Solutions lie with the problem, and I call this contextual innovation. And every problem is an opportunity in disguise. A very interesting brief, which I got to work on from the marketing team of Whirlpool, was that they wanted me to actually work on a project where increase the height of the refrigerator without increasing the cooling capacity. Now, how do you increase the height of a refrigerator without actually increasing the cooling capacity? So I went around and visited many homes and figured out that people were actually using these kind of stands from the market to raise the height of the refrigerators. And these were costing around 600 odd rupees back then. Another interesting observation what I did was there were also these baskets of onions and potatoes, which were also costing around 200 to 300 rupees, and they were also taking up space in your kitchen. So I was struck with an idea. Can I combine both the utilities? And that's how I came up with this idea of the utility drawer. That's the first prototype, and that's me back in 2004 with the engineers at Whirlpool factory. We did some user testing, and finally this was launched by Whirlpool as a utility drawer. Probably many of you would have seen or experienced this product. So now it seamlessly looks very gelled with the product, and it has done its purpose all by design. And so much so that it was easily adapted by most of the other brands in the country. Thank you. Solutions are closer than you think, sometimes hidden in plain sight. Another interesting brief from the marketing team of LG Electronics. Design a LCD which is India specific. Now we all know a television is a global product. Now how do you make it look Indian? Do I add a vermilion strip to it? Do I add some paisley patterns onto it? Or how do I make it Indian? Well, I again believe in observation, and I went back and I start observing how people are buying the products. This was done in 2012. Flat TVs were pretty new on the wall, so diwar pe jane wala television. This was a thing of pride at that point in time. So what happened was that people were making these products go up on the wall, but what happened to the stand of the television? It was of no use. In fact, when asked that why are you keeping it this way, they said, we found it no use and we've just thrown it away. But then what we realized was that with the CRT television, the image in the middle, you'll see there's a furniture piece where you could keep your DTH box. Now, with the televisions going on the wall, now where do you keep your DTH box? So people are doing these kind of jugaads, like glass shelves and all, to keep your other electronic devices. So then I was struck with another idea. Can I convert the stand into a shelf itself? It took me around 6 months to figure out the joinery mechanism because I couldn't increase the cost of the product. And finally, that's me with the mock-up makers in Seoul. And this was the final product where you could actually have it on the wall as well as on the furniture piece without a extra bit of additional cost to the product. Genuine needs are often felt, but seldom spelt. And I think we should see them with empathy. I think this word has come up a lot of times today during the day, and I strongly believe in that. So I always like to look for the root cause and not only the symptoms. We all have experienced this, right? We're trying to take out ice for our drink. We try to struggle, twist and turn the tray. We took a step back and we asked the question that what actually is the problem? The problem is, it is a cube, again. So what happens is that when water freezes, it expands, and that's why it gets stuck on all the sides. And people have gone to great extents to overcomplicate it, to make mechanisms just to take out the ice. And I strongly believe in voluntary simplicity. I changed the ice itself. I made it hemispherical from the bottom, and what had happened was that when the ice now freezes, this is simple physics, it pops up about an mm or a 2, and it stands hold, very loose. So you can just scoop it up with your spoon. So at the end of the day, not only do you have an interesting ice tray, but you also have a beautiful looking ice for your drink. Well, as I said, observation is a superpower. If we do it with empathy, with curiosity, with all your senses, with patience, and without distortion. Along the way, I had this interesting thing going on that I was observing everyday life, and I was finding humor in everyday life as well. I think all of us have experienced this, that going to a shopping mall, buying something, and we've got no space to sit. Can we do something about it? I treat them as triggers for imagination. Let me share an example. This is a regular scenario. When the floor is just mopped, your mom or your wife wouldn't allow you to step over it. They will say, "Wo daag pad jayega," right? So can we design a floor which does not leave footprints after mopping? What ideas can we generate out of this observation from everyday life? Anti-impression tiles. Can we design an air conditioner with a quick dry feature? Could do a quick dry thing. Or can we design the floor cleaning solution that it does not allow impressions? That made me come to a conclusion that I should document these and come up with a book. And that's what I've done. I've created a series of books called the I Didn't Say It series, because none of it is imagination. Every page is of observation from everyday life. So this is how it pans out, that there's an observation and there's a trigger thought to it. For the past 1.5 years, I've been working at it, and I'm happy to share that the third volume is ready. Thank you. Yeah, and I hope you all enjoyed the small presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage. It says, I didn't say it, but then we loved whatever you said over here. Give him a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'll request Professor Srini R. Srinivasan, CEO, Don Norman Design Award, Senator and past President, World Design Organization, to please kindly come up on stage and give sir the token of appreciation over here. Can we please have a big round of applause for her as well, please, ladies and gentlemen? For him as well, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, sir. Welcome. Congratulations, and give him a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'll request both of you to please kindly be in the center so that we can get the photographs aligned. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you need to appreciate. Please clap. What a fantastic presentation indeed. Thank you so much. Yes, we need to appreciate this moment as well. It's coming. This is exclusively right in front of all of you for the very first time. Thank you so much, Paul sir. Thank you so much, Srini sir, for being with us over here. It's an honor and privilege to have both of you over here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving ahead to the next session. This is going to be very, very special, very, very exciting, very, very insightful, full of glamour, full of entertainment, full of knowledge. The topic, ladies and gentlemen, is crafting compelling characters. It comes from someone who has always done that whenever she has been a part of the celluloid and the cinema. You know, I can keep talking and talking about her, but then before I actually formally introduce somebody who doesn't really need an introduction, I request the console to please kindly play a special AV regarding our next speaker, please. Can we have the AV? Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be moderated eventually by Dr. Anurag Batra, but this is going to be started by, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Josna Sharma, Senior Associate Editor, BW Business World. May I please have Josna over here on stage, and can we have the chairs quickly placed on stage, please? Let me help you guys as well. Quickly over here, 2 chairs. Can we have the lights on, please? Thank you so much, Josna. I request you to please come on stage. Give a big round of applause for Josna as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Josna, I request you to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the lady who truly needs no introduction. She has been dominating cinema for the longest time, but most importantly, what I have realized is that her passion and excellence is always known to people, but then the humility and the grace with which she always graces herself in every event and in everything that she does, that is the biggest USP, ladies and gentlemen, of the one and only Taapsee Pannu. Please, everybody, as I welcome her on stage. Very happy to see you after a long time. Thank you. Thank you. Can we have some bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Taapsee Pannu. Thank you so much, Josna. I request you to get going. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us at the 6th edition of the Future of Design Summit and Awards.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
So, tell me, we're very curious about the most challenging role that you've played so far, and why?
I think I've never had one answer. I'm not come here for a film promotion, so otherwise I would have said the role that I was promoting. If you ask me this, my honest answer will be that my most challenging role is of a star, of someone who has to every day show up, someone who has to start from scratch probably every single day, build things out of thin air, try and please as many as possible, try and hear good and bad and ugly, and still have the courage to pick yourself back up and give your best every single day. Be open to dining table discussions in every home. When we get love, we get in abundance. When we get hate, we get in abundance. But regardless, embrace it. I think that this role of my life has been the most challenging.
Wow, that's true. Showing up and doing your best.
Yes.
I'm going to invite Dr. Anurag Batra, the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Business World and Exchange for Media, to take the discussion.
You know, Josna is just doing to balance the looks on the stage. So balance is an important part of design, right, Srini? So thank you, Josna, for balancing things. Yes. You gave a beautiful answer, and I think while it's true for an actor, it's true for anybody, you know, who is into any craft, to be able to get feedback on their craft, improve it, but at the same time, not take the feedback too lightly or seriously. You know, it can sometimes, people can be very honest in how they either appreciate their role or give you feedback on the role. Now, of course, every human being has a journey, they evolve. You started as an actor in Tamil and Telugu movies, then you came into Bollywood. Not everyone is able to make that switch and then make a mark. There are other actors who started. So what would you attribute your success to in the Hindi cinema? It's a very cutthroat industry. You didn't have a godfather.
I think the fact that I had made my set of mistakes in South, where I tried to follow the conventional path, where I tried to do the conventional mainstream things, choices as an actor, and that didn't really work for me. So when I stepped into Hindi cinema, I decided I'll not make the same mistakes. I'll probably make new ones, but I'll not make the same mistakes. So I think I decided from now on, I will not say yes to a film. I'm not going to be excited every day to go on the sets of. I will not do a film just to keep rolling in the market. I will not do a film just because there are big names attached to it, or just because that's the most popular genre right now. I'll do the film if I feel I'll be excited every day morning, wake up and go to work. And I think that changed the game for me.
I heard of this word or came a couple of years back. One of my senior editorial colleagues, he's I think Gona Pruel, he on his LinkedIn said multi-hyphenate, so which means multifaceted, versatile, whatever word. Now, of course, you from a celebrated actress to now an entrepreneur, you're a sports team co-owner, you're a wife. How do you make sure you balance creativity and business roles together? You know, both require leadership. How do you balance?
Again, it's creative people by default use probably the left side of the brain, they say. And sometimes we need to have the right balance of the right side to make certain businesses work. So all I'll say is make sure all the creative people, they have the right partners in the business. Well, for me, what starts the idea that, okay, I have to get into this business is, will I be able to sustain the interest and love for this business for a long time? Or am I just doing it because it's just nice to invest? I think that's where I make the decision. And then, of course, I find the right people who will guide me through, because it's still the parallel or rather the secondary form of work for me until I'm enjoying my stint as an actor.
Brilliant. Now, your session is titled, how do you create a compelling character?
Yeah.
Whether you're an entrepreneur, you're an actor, you're a character. What does brand Taapsee Pannu stand for?
Brand Taapsee Pannu stands for being very fearlessly yourself. It'll take a long time for you to probably realize who you are. In our industry especially, I realize a lot of us are trying to fit in a particular structure, be it physically or mentally or just career-wise. We like, okay, the idea of this is what works. When I entered, as I said, I'd made my share of mistakes, so I decided that let me just not follow this herd or line, which is pretty populated right now. All the girls who are probably far more better looking than me, more glamorous than me are there in the cube. Might as well just fearlessly own up my flaws and make them my identity and let the audience relate to it. So I think my audience, when they realize, oh yeah, she doesn't look perfect, but somewhere it looks like it's our representation on screen. It worked for me. So till date, I get countless advice from everywhere that why don't you do this, one exciting song and this one crazy glamorous appearance in somewhere. And I'm like, then I've really worked hard to have this image which is very close to who I am in real. I will lose that, and I know I'm not good at the other way of being. So why do I, one in the hand is better than two in the bush. So
Sure.
Working on my branding like that, whatever you see is what you get. And I think by now everybody has realized it is why the brands come to me. I probably might not have as many 100 crore, 200 crores, 500 crore films like my peers, but some of the really credible international brands want to have me in their family just because of the fact that they know by now audience has made up their mind that whatever she speaks is out of honesty. So I think that has really, really worked for me.
Now, Bollywood is stardom is very fleeting, can be very fleeting. you, of course, stayed in the hearts and minds of viewers by shaping a certain authenticity, as you are saying, and as we've seen in your role. But being a strong, unconventional female lead in Hindi cinema is not easy, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If it had not worked out in cinema for you, what would have you done?
Actually, I would have been probably on the other side today, maybe, if I was good enough, probably. I wanted to do MBA.
You wanted to be a much below average MBA.
Well,
Dr. Vyas, I'm also much below
that's
average.
not exactly how I saw it, at least back then. Maybe
Right.
now I'll remember this. I wanted to do my MBA. I wanted to do majors in marketing and enter some sort of a business world. Yeah, but I think God's plan was better, maybe.
So, now that you've kind of seen success in cinema, you've seen some success in being an entrepreneur, you have a life partner, what do you want?
That's also a pretty successful thing, right? To have a life partner.
Yes. These days, young people are not getting married.
That's very true.
Yeah,
I kind of second
I
that.
have some. They're not getting married, and also the expectations from each other
Yes.
sometimes can be daunting.
Yes.
If I was marriageable age today, I don't think I would have ever got
No,
partner. But
I know quite a few like that, so I agree
yeah,
with you.
but on a serious note, what I'm trying to say is that you achieved quite a bit. What do you want to achieve in the next 5 years, 10 years? Is there a bucket list? Are there things that you think about that, hey, I want to visualize or manifest these things?
Whenever I've tried to make a plan, I felt like life is what happens when you're busy making plans. So I don't have a hard and fast goal right now, if you ask me, but yes, there's been one kind of an macro goal that I've had in my career or life, or career actually, that I really want people to trust what I mean, just the extension of what I already am, the path I'm already on. Trust when I say that I have done my best in the film, it's worth watching. I am telling you this product is something that I have used and I would like you to use. Because I am not going to risk this hard-earned image of so many years over doing something stupid. So this is how I have approached my work. So I really want the trust of my audience to believe that I will not waste their time has been my macro goal. So just keep getting that trust, keep increasing the extent of my trust amongst my audience.
So on a personal style, since we're in a design forum, if we had to design a Taapsee Pannu signature accessory that reflects both your bold roles and your entrepreneurial spirit, what would that accessory be?
That's actually almost like a kind of a secret, I feel, but I'll mention it because I have no plans how to go about it. Maybe a perfume, because that sets your aura before you actually even probably see a person sometimes. And that's got, if you're really wearing someone's choice, you really got to trust that person. So I think a perfume brand is probably something I will look forward to. Anyone has any ideas can recommend?
Now, of course, you got into, you own a team in the badminton league, and of course, your partner, your husband is a very accomplished badminton player, Dane. But if you had to do something else in the future, if you had to design your dream role or a business venture without any limits, what would it be? Do you think of doing something like you talked about having a perfume,
Yeah, so these will be like always those subsets of, see, eventually when you're an actor, I don't know, people realize it or know you're handling a business on daily basis. I'm servicing this brand called Taapsee Pannu daily basis, and it's got so many tangents to it. It's got a movie tangent, it's got a PR tangent, it's got investment tangent. It's everyday 24/7 job. And so many times, what is really happening is not in my hands because it's a team effort on all these tangents. So it is a daily, I'm already doing a very, very on the edge business, being an actor and holding this brand with a lot of dignity and respect over last 15 years now, and I hope I can continue doing this over a few decades more.
You know, Ms. Pannu, also, we live in an era where there are short attention spans. We're constantly looking at screens. So what do you think excites you, doing long-form storytelling or doing short content, or it doesn't matter?
I myself have very short attention span, honestly. I'm more of a theater viewing audience than OTT. Something really, really crazily gripping has to be there on OTT for me to not get distracted. So I'm sorry, but what is the question?
What do you personally like, long format content or short format?
I'm a theater going audience, so I think I'll always be a movie lover who goes into their theater with that black room and just surrender into that world and hope that it takes me to a different world, and or rather I'll just probably just clap and scream and shout or cry or laugh or do whatever in a community viewing. I've always enjoyed that, and that's the reason probably I till date don't really have a fancy home theater. I don't have one of those big projector screens at home because me and my sister, we deliberately have kept away from doing this to ourselves because we want to make that effort to go to theater and enjoy movies in theaters.
Absolutely. Now, all of us look up to people. We have role models, or we want to be some like somebody in some aspects. Who do you look up to?
I really don't have one. A few.
Sure.
While I was growing up, I was extremely inspired by Indira Nooyi. Then slowly, when I started learning more about our profession, I started realizing the way the women in our industry would have made their way. And currently, with the way it's going, I'm a huge fan of what Priyanka did. I'm a big, big fan of what Vidya is today. So these are a few women who actually impress me. Also, there are a few who ideologically or socially have affected me. Well, there is someone like Amrita Pritam, whose way of thinking back then, reading her text, because few of her poems were there in the text during school days. So I have read up a lot on her. I love Savitribai Phule. Even her, I read a lot about her when I started to learn about, because I support education of a few girls in UP and Punjab, and this was a subject that was really, still rather is close to me, education, because I feel that's the only solution to a lot of problems in our country. So hence Savitribai Phule. So there are few of these women who have together time and again at different instances in life kind of inspired me and helped me make some decisions where probably I felt, okay, I don't know where to go.
And since we are in a design forum, I started in the morning by talking about Sid Mead. He passed away. He was the celebrated Hollywood set designer. He did Blade Runner, Gladiator, Star Wars, and you can Google him and find out which other almost. So tell me a set design that you remember. You know, you were at a, and you said, what a set.
You know, I don't think it'll be a very out of the box name for me to mention, because the moment you talk about set and the beauty of it, there's one man who stands out. I think you know who I'm going to talk about.
Sanjay Leela Bhansali.
Yes, so Bhansali, because his films, people go to theater to watch the visual of that set. So hands down, that's the first name that comes to your mind.
Tapsi, also what is happening is, you talked about a perfume. I run a media company and I get press releases about new launches of cosmetics almost, I can say, once a fortnight. I'm sure more than 20 cosmetic brands have been launched in the last 1 year. Because I get press releases. But the biggest thing for good skin is good quality sleep, right? Which doesn't cost anything. Right?
I'm not sure if Nivea is going to like it.
Well, you know, I mean, there is a space for Nivea. But what I'm trying to say is that young people are spending too much time with their phones. They're not sleeping enough. It's messing with their mental health. The social media is creating havoc. You heard of this influencer 2 months back who didn't get enough likes on her reel, and she kind of committed suicide. What do you have to say about this?
it is that when that news came out, this was something that I was discussing with my friends and sister just a few weeks before that, because I could kind of foresee it going into this extreme. So no matter the fact that it happened did not shock me that how could this happen. The fact that it happened so quickly, just when I was discussing about it, hoping it'll still take some time, a few years for us to reach there, happened immediately, was a shocker. And I can see the effect of that. I can see people day, weeks, years getting spoiled just because they didn't get enough likes, or they got trolled a lot. There have been people who come and tell me, how can you let people speak all this about you? There are people who come and tell me, oh, this is the news about you. Would you want to clarify? And people get way too affected in real world, not realizing this is virtual, which we are making our reality. And that real life that we are living in, we are losing touch of that. The touch and feel of things around us, I think it's almost gone. It's mostly touch and feel of the touchpad that is happening. I kind of actually, I told this to a lot of my friends, I made this routine in my life a few years back. I think soon around lockdown, because that was the time that really sucked us into social media. I made this routine that I will take off all the social media apps from my phone. I, as it is, don't have games in my phone. I really find that stupid. After that Nokia 1100 Snake, I never played any game on phone. So all my social media apps were taken away from my phone, and they were in my iPad. And I used to use, your day is so busy, you can't constantly be on your iPad because you're moving. It's the phone that is so easy to use. So my iPad, I used to use only once, probably just before sleeping or just when I wake up to answer emails or do some work. It changed my life. Suddenly my 24 hours looked like a lot of time. I had time to read, I had time to just think, I had time to just analyze things around me and invest time in lot more productive work. It changed my life doing that. And I started telling this to my friends, and I don't know if few of them implemented it or no, but I really swear by it. And if we don't do that, if we give into it, because their algorithms are such, it will not let you stop.
Absolutely. My last question before I bring in the audience. Papsi, success is defined differently by people. You know, everyone's definition of success is different. At least the constituents are different, right? How does Tapsi Bannoor define success?
If I've made the best use of all the resources available to me, if I sleep a sound sleep, I don't struggle sleeping in the night. I wake up happy, looking forward to what I'm going to do in the day. Nobody's forcing me to do anything. I think I'm very successful.
Okay, and are you successful from the definition? Of course, you're very successful in multiple ways, but are you successful in the
Let's just say out of 365, maybe 350 days I feel
That's a
very
lot
successful.
of days. Clearly, you can do a podcast on how to sleep better.
Yeah.
I think you'll help most Indians, because most Indians are sleep deprived, and
I know
I
that,
keep
yes.
talking about sleep in everything I do, and I do follow whatever. I sleep 8-9 hours every night. I hope nobody sleeps in the day, especially people that work with me. But thank you, Tapsi, and I would like to bring in the audience to ask. There's some young people, there's some very accomplished people. Dr. Pradyumna Vyas, who's the Disney president of the World Design Council, is here. Srini is here. I see some other friends. Any questions you'd like to ask to Ms. Pannu? Yes. Just keep it short, huh?
So you're saying whatever you're saying is right, like you're doing something for the better.
And so your question is that what can a celebrity do, or
To foster the culture of innovation. That's the question.
you know, there are a lot of us who are probably not active but passive investors in a lot of these innovative ideas. No matter how the impression is of the film industry folks that we are probably all backbenchers, dropouts, it's not like that. Most of us are very silently aware of a lot of things that are happening around. We just don't have enough bandwidth to go and brag about it. But yes, a lot of us are investing in a lot of these new innovative ideas, not just in India, but outside as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
I'm a designer, and as you were mentioning that something that really caught my attention is something like a perfume, and you talk about an aura. So would you be interested in doing something like an astro vastu or aroma vastu, where you are actually having those essences, which is for directions that can align your complete aura?
This then definitely be a phase 2 after I have gone through that phase 1. Let me not get into this directly, because otherwise the whole idea of establishing the fragrance is going to get, I don't know why am I discussing business plan here, but but yes, that should be phase 2 according to whatever little knowledge I have about how to go about things. But that's an interesting idea.
How
I've
many
never
of
heard
you will
about
buy
it.
a fragrance from Tapsi Pannu?
Please.
Shubhu?
See, I have sold
Yeah,
two.
raise your hand, you properly.
I've sold 2, 3, 4.
3, 4,
Oh my
5.
God, already in profit.
5. Okay, good. Definitely.
Thank you, everyone. I will come and sell it to you in person.
So just any other questions?
Yeah, I
Yes,
have some.
from Srini.
Yeah, so I saw your movie Tappad, which was quite impressive, and there is a relevance to that. That's why I'm just mentioning this. During the COVID times, I was running the World Design Organization, and I had some of my colleagues here, like Revati Kant and Pradyumna. We did a huge online conference with the UN women, and that movie was what I was referring, saying this is the movie we should be really promoting to stop the violence against women and girls, especially. And then, just last week, I had not seen this movie Adikalam, which happened to be one of your early movies in Tamil, which I learned after seeing the movie just last week. So I see the transition from your Adikalam to coming to Tappad and Pink and other stuff. So what really made you change to becoming more, and are you still supporting the violence against women in any way? Because I'm very, very interested in that topic. Thank you.
I really would want to see who is supporting violence against women. Or, everybody should be standing against it, not just me, I feel. But yes, it's a huge difference between Adikalam's Tapsi to Thappar's Tapsi. At that stage, I was not sure if I want to become an actor. It was, I think, the release of my first film that made me decide that I think I should take this seriously. So that's why I'm an accidental actor. That moment, I was fully like going into this world as an experiment. Every day in this world is anyway an experiment. But at that time, I was not at all sure about my career decision, if I want to do this in life for sure or no. But by Thappad, I was extremely sure, not just of my career decision, but also the direction in which I want to go, and representing a character who wants to talk about topics like this is definitely a part of my path, and hence we did a film like Thappad. And one very interesting anecdote I want to share about the fact that, if you want to stand with this topic or no. There have been so many times after Thappad, I've met a lot of women who I didn't know of, just walked up to me and said, it was my story. And so many of them, I've lost count. Airport, while I was training, while I was just probably in a mall or shopping somewhere. And I still, till date, I don't know how to react to it. Do I say thank you? Or do I say I'm sorry? So it's that kind of an impact that films like these, and I had something similar around Pink, but thankfully at that time, girls didn't come up to me and say that this is my story, but the way they spoke about that, thank you for doing a film on consent, thank you for talking about it. So this kind of a response that I get with these kind of films kind of gives me an identity as not just a decent actor, but someone who has presence beyond just being an actor. And I think that I hold really dear, which has made me hold a presence in this industry. So that's why these topics are genuinely close to me. Thank you.
Well, we'll end with a rapid fire.
Rapid
First
fire
one.
is
Very
not
good. Yeah,
leaving
that's
our
what
lives.
was the role. This is an easy one.
Hey, okay.
European food or Indian food?
Chole bhature any given day.
Okay. What about cricket or badminton?
Squash. I don't play a sport I don't win in.
Okay. Most importantly, what kind of music? Punjabi music or pop?
You know, it's very strange. I'm more of a Coke Studio type of a music fan. I'm more of a little थोड़ा ठहराव वाला music fan.
Baba
Little more
Bulle Shah.
folkish.
Baba Bulle Shah.
Little more folk vibe songs is what I hear generally.
Give Tapsi Pannu a big round of applause. And
That
I'm
was
sure,
easy. Thank you.
and I'm sure there's a lot more of her we'll see in all the roles she plays as an actress, as an investor, as an entrepreneur, and hopefully launching her perfume. And I'm sure some of you will keep your promise of buying it.
Yeah, you
and,
better. I'll come
all
and sell it to you.
Please give her a bigger round of
Thank you,
applause.
everyone. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you. And all I can say is that Tapsi, it's been an honor and privilege to have you and have known you. She has climbed the ladder of success higher and higher, but then the humility in her still remains unchanged. Please give it up once again for Tapsi Pannu, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Pleasure is all ours to have you over here for this session. And, I believe ये जो तालियों का सिलसिला है, ये आप लोग, क्योंकि बॉलीवुड है, she's Tapsi Pannu, she's an incredible actress. आप लोग थोड़ा filmy style में, if you all can clap once again for her, please, we would be very, very happy. थोड़ा सा filmy musical style, that's what it is, that's what she deserves, every bit of it. Thank you so much. We'll quickly move on to the next session. Can we please clear the chairs in the meantime, sir? Thank you. बार माइक बंद कर देते हो. Keep the mic on, please. Yeah. We'll quickly move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be about storytelling through design. And to take us through this session, I would like to call upon stage Revati Kant, Chief Design Officer, Titan Company. May I please have Revati Kant over here on stage, please? Kant. Revati Kant, I beg your pardon. Revati Kant is the pronunciation. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you. And would you want to use this mic? This mic, whichever is more convenient for you. This, you have the clicker. And can we please update the timer for her, please? Shukriya.
It's only 15 minutes. Good evening, everyone. Bollywood, back to product design. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you today. So I'm sure Bollywood is more interesting, but for the design fraternity, we will make product design as interesting. My timer has started, and yeah, it's already ticking, so I will keep it short and sweet. So when we talk about storytelling through design, what I would like to express here, that I very strongly believe that a narrative is very, very important ingredient in a design process. Story is what connects the designer to the end user. And when the end user is able to decipher a story from a creation, from a design, there is an aha moment. And that's when design becomes a silent narrative, which is, in fact, shaping perceptions, building empathy, and inspires action without speaking much. And what I have just said now, I would like to illustrate with 2 case studies from Titan, one from watches, one from jewelry, time permitting, otherwise I will stop with the first one. So let me start with the first one, which is from watches case study. This is called Titan Stellar. Stellar is a collection, and I'm going to talk to you about the whole narrative playing a central role in this and how it influences design at every step, all the way from inspiration, all the way up to communication. And Stellar is a journey which we started, you know, in late 22-23. We were all coming out of COVID. And the whole, you know, the macro trend was all about uncertainty. And we were all cooped up home and coming out of it, looking at the night sky. Space became a very, very interesting topic. And India was also preparing for the launch of Chandrayaan. There was so much action in this space, you know, and all that has happened. And today we have 2 Indians who's gone to space and have come back successfully. So that was a period, there were lots of movies, and space became a space to really look into deeply. From a horology point of view, space is another area which has garnered a lot of interest in the past. And we at Titan did not have something which was specifically suiting to that particular need. So that gave us an opportunity to look at this as an inspiration, that as a key story. And what started off with a collection today is a platform. We have got multiple collections which we have launched and which has created a lot of differentiation and has built the premiumization journey for Titan. So when we talk about a narrative doesn't only mean a storyline, doesn't only mean an inspiration. It is important to ensure that all aspects of design, the attributes, the various attributes of design, right from the smallest component you design to have inspiration built into it. The choice of the material you choose to be very much in line with the narrative you're choosing. The CMF clearly representing what you're trying to convey. Only then the story comes together cohesively when you say and when you take a look at the product in the end. So this really started and, sorry, let me go back. So when we looked at the design attributes, what we started doing is to have an in-depth research and understanding on what are the celestial phenomena which we could look at, which we could inspire from. As I said, there are other watch brands which had gone into this space and created products. So what is it we were going to bring to the table which was so different from what others had done? So that was really a task at hand. Looking at rare materials, when you talk about space, there are a lot of rare materials which are not very usually used in watches. So what is it that we need to look into? What is the in-depth research we need to do to get there? Astronomical functions. In horology, these functions play a very important part. So which of these we must choose to build a robust story around it? And of course, unique aesthetics goes without saying. Any design is going to be differentiated based on the kind of aesthetics we are going to build into the product. Moving on from design attributes, sorry. When we are building a watch, it's very important to look at what would be the horological features we would have in a watch. So studying things like moon phase, calendar, day, night, black hole, using all that in an in-house mechanical movement is what helped us to build the differentiation. In terms of material, when you're looking at a product which is inspired by space, the important thing is to use material which really go well with it, like a grade-5 titanium, sapphire, ceramic, superluminova. These are some of the important materials which we must keep in mind when we create a collection based on that. And of course, the CMF and the rare minerals would give us a highly differentiating factor. A meteorite, malachite, tiger's eye, aventurine, all of these to build in the aesthetics and the CMF required to do justice to the story, to the narrative we were building. Of course, a lot of sketching, a lot of deep work to figure out that every aspect of the watch, the smallest of the lug to the hands to every bit of detailing here is inspired from the story we wish to tell. So post a lot of work, we came up with signature hands. If you look at the hand, it's the counterpoise is influenced by or is inspired by the shooting star, to the ensuring that there is loom filled, the views are, you can see that there are the concealed head, every bit is detailed so that you're being true to what you're creating. And with a lot of work, the final result is one such watch. This is a meteorite watch, and this is a real meteorite on the dial. And This is with our open heart display, or automatic movement, a product price at 1,20,000. This was doing the other purpose. Design is, of course, design is for design itself, but design is also important to build business. What we were trying to do with this collection is to really push the premiumization journey of Titan by creating watches which were one of its kind, limited edition, pricing it high for the value it did. And design played a very important role in making this happen. This watch was grabbed in no time, and we had to kind of, have people in queue waiting for the watch to buy from us when we have them. This was another watch which was again inspired by the space phenomena with the titanium grade and all of these features which are mentioned there. This created a watch which is very, very different, first of its kind. This is a very interesting watch which is also named Black Hole. If you were to look at it, the aesthetics of the watch is such that we created a dial which is truly involute dial. So because anything you touch on a watch has an impact on its functionality, because it has to show precise time. And the way the dial has been constructed, to the way the indices are constructed, it gives you a feel of a black hole with a 3D involute dial. And this was another creation. This is the Luna watch, which is typically traces the phases of the moon, which is an important horological feature. Again, and this is another very beautiful watch, which really takes into account the CMF of the nebula. We have used malachite here to give that kind of a look and feel, and of course, the in-house automatic caliber. So the point I'm trying to make is, when you tell a story, you get the right inspiration, you put all the ingredients together, come up with the right aesthetics, and package it in such a manner that when you look at the watch tells a story on its own. And of course, last but not the least, not getting into the technical part of it, but this is a highly complex watch, which about complex construction of over 11 odd layers just for the case. While the watch looks simplistic, but this is actually a horological marvel, and it helped us to really differentiate a collection in the stellar space, which kind of does not exist before, and really helped Titan in its premiumization journey. May I have a quick view on the films, please?
Complement your wanderlust with a piece of the universe, a meteorite handcrafted into the timepiece, an open heart automatic caliber, an artwork created by time and space. Titan Stellar, explore the unexplored.
The next.
Mankind's fascination with the night sky, crafted with aventurine, and moon phase with an automatic caliber, designed to tug the tide of emotion in your heart. Titan Stellar, explore the unexplored.
The next one, please.
The Northern Lights paint a masterpiece, mirrored in a watch face inspired by celestial patterns, powered by an automatic caliber, built with high-strength titanium. Titan Stellar, explore the unexplored.
So this was about watches. Very quickly tried to tell the importance of storytelling from the very beginning to end. Now I move on. I've got 4.54 minutes. So quickly I will take you another example, another space, very different, which is in the space of jewelry. Jewelry a lot closer to lifestyle, more beautiful, and of course sits in the precious category. The process being similar. I mean, we typically start with the trends while jewelry is for keeps, while it's not really influenced so much by trends. But when we do look at it, we start with that, we do our deep design stories. Once we have derived the stories, we look at the inspiration and kind of come up with the whole inspiration and take the story forward. Let me quickly run you through the Tanis story. This is Radiance in Rhythm, a collection which is launched very recently. Some of you may have seen the hoardings even in Mumbai. It is a very recent launch. Very quickly, the macro trend which really guides this whole collection is about hope. Hope is something which has emerged very strongly in this year 2025. And when we talk about hope, it's all about change. Things change. There is so much of transformation happening. that is what leads to a whole lot of human experiences. That's something we picked on and moved to this whole thing about transformation and the kind of transformation light creates. Because the task was to create a collection in the high-value jewelry space. And this formed as a great inspiration, the play of light, which transforms and helps us to come up with an inspiration which would be more suitable for this kind of a collection. So the trend mood is really about, the keywords which we have used are transformative, sensory, reflections, patterns, and textures. This really governed the entire mood of the collection we were going to create. And a quick trend confirmation from the runway, which we need to do quickly because it sits in the space of lifestyle. We had Gaurav Gupta, who had a collection which was showcasing, the infinite light within all of us and the others on the runway. So we know that this was something which was being picked up, which was happening on the runway, and a good topic to work on, especially in a category like jewelry. So our story was all about play of light and shadow, the dynamic forms, the play of light, and transformation was really what was governing our thought process when we went about creating this collection. And of course, as I spoke in the previous case, you need to have something which are unique, signature elements which are present in the collection to make it look interesting. So we developed our own signature cut, which would go onto the jewelry to build the drama and the magic and the play of light, which was really at the crux of the narrative we had chosen to follow. And some more of the ideation and conceptualization, and you see here, and leading to the development of this cut itself has taken us time to master and get it right. And that, along with the precious stones, gave us this beautiful collection wherein each piece was, we have a regal crown here, and we have another one which is the Emerald Symphony. Each of these where the diamonds and the color stone come together, and these are all 10 lakh and above. That's really the price point we're talking about, sits in the space of high value jewelry, where the play of light and the keywords I mentioned during the design process governs the conceptualization and the creation of designs. And some more of these products, Crown of Serenity, and some of those with tanzanite and diamond and all of that. The thought process being the same, governing us to create something. So storytelling doesn't merely stop with creating great products. Storytelling all the way from inspiration to communication is what is really important, and we did it very successfully here. And some more of these products. Well, what we did was this collection was taken to the right platform, the Paris Couture Week, wherein we collaborated with Rahul Mishra, and we had the products showcased there. So the storytelling continues, and it was taken to the right platform where the product got its due. Not only that, we had the surprise element. We even had Cardi B wearing our products. So that became, in fact, the story kind of amplified. We could play it in our handles, and Cardi B wearing our product, just being present at the right platform was really the icing on the cake. So the point is, when you start with inspiration and take care of it at every process of design, taking it all the way up to communication, when the user is able to kind of look at it and say, wow, that's when the job is done. And when that design can do that to a product, the business will follow. So design always plays at the center of every business to bring in both top line and bottom line. Thank you very much. I kept to my time.
I request you to wait on stage, please. I request you to wait on stage, and I'll request Vyas to please come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to ma'am over here. Once again, a big round of applause for ma'am, and once again, a big round of applause for Professor Vyas, please. Can we have the token of appreciation over here? Thank you. Yes, please. Can we have a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our speaker? Such an incredible, quick, crisp, yet impactful presentation from Revati ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. So before we move to the next session, we have a bit of a musical breather. So we will be having a song played by our specialists over here. So can we please get going and start?
Hey. All right, so this song, how's everyone feeling by now? Tired is one thing I heard, because it's just a smorgasbord, such a buffet of, information that we are getting from so many prominent people. And yeah, it takes a lot of hunger, a lot of thirst for this kind of information. But one thing that Tapsi said really inspired me personally, that my brand is all about myself, how I live my life. And this song is all about that. So hear what it sounds like, and the mic is playing again. This ain't a song for the broken-hearted, the silent prayer for the faith departed. I ain't gonna be just a face in the crowd. You're gonna hear my voice when I shout it out loud. It's my life, never, forever. I just wanna live my life. It's my life, I'm not moving my way. When you said I could live my way, I just wanna live my life. It's my
It's my life, it is. Thank you so much for that performance. Give them a big round of applause once again, please. Thank you so much. Keeping the entertainment alive throughout. What we'll do right now is we'll quickly move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a conversation, a session on the topic, what if we have understood sustainability all wrong? That's something that's challenging the stereotype right now. We're talking a lot about sustainability, of course, that's the need of the hour, but what if we actually got it wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, to address this, I'll request Asparsh Sinha, Managing Partner, Open Strategy and Design, to please come up on stage and do the honors for us, please. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you. Can we quickly update the timer, please?
That'll be difficult, but still, let's try.
Yeah,
sure.
Go ahead and try. Really.
12 minutes, right? Hello. Let's start.
Start the timer, please.
Can I move the light a bit? Hi, I'm Sparsh Sinha. I'm a partner at Open Strategy and Design. We are a brand consultancy firm. Can you hear me? We are a brand consultancy firm. We don't make anything. We don't make products. We don't make space. We don't create architecture. What we do is add value by changing the frame through which we look at things. We create meaning by changing the frame through which you look at things. And when we looked at the topic today, when we talk of sustainability, it's an interesting one because as we speak, this year we've seen heat waves in Europe like Europe has never seen. There are cloud bursts happening in Himalayas, like, with frequency that we've not seen. Wildfires happening across. So all kinds of things are happening. While all of this is happening in Geneva yesterday, there were policymakers who couldn't agree on the next steps. So obviously it's a problem that we've not been able to solve. Now, I think a big reason why we've not been able to solve sustainability is because it's a boring thing. It's a boring problem to solve. It's not something that you want to discuss about. It's something that whenever it comes up, it becomes a sermon. You know, there's a whole lot of moral pontification that happens. We are told what not to do, how to behave, how to control, how to live, what to use, what not to use. And the whole narrative is built around resources. It's about, you know, materials that we use. So use paper, not plastic. Use renewables, you know, use electric, right? It revolves around all of that. And what ends up happening is we look at the moment when someone says sustainability, you already know what's coming, right? And it stops there. And probably a big reason why it hasn't worked is because the narrative continues to be around material. Is that a problem? Probably it is, because if you think about it, you know, if you just pull back and look at it, you don't need to look too far to see where the problem lies. So here's a bit of a confession, and I think it's true for all of us here. You know, we believe in recycling. You know, you see someone using plastic, throwing plastic, you feel bad, you know, you feel all enraged, right? And then you go home and order 2 things online which you probably didn't need, right? And that's at the heart of what the problem is. Because somewhere there's a conflict that goes unresolved. And the conflict is this, you know, paradox of green that we talk of, where when we talk of greener growth, we make these gains through smarter choices, but then we consume the savings because it's the way the world works. The very idea of growth is about endless consumption. We live in a world which is defined by consumption, right? And when there is that idea of growth, it's not a surprise that green actually becomes a bit of a moral balm. It's a feel-good thing. You know, you do your bit and you feel good and you go home and we'll all lend our voices for it, but nothing will change. Because there's a bigger issue that we are looking at, which probably we are not acknowledging. Here's a fun fact. I don't know how many of you know that this whole idea of carbon footprint, which we're all very conscious about, was actually invented by British Petroleum. It was a very smart campaign which transferred the responsibility and guilt associated with how, you know, with sustainability. They transferred the guilt from the corporations to individuals like you and me, right? Because somewhere all of this has boiled down to just being, you know, kind of feeling good about the whole thing. So are we doomed? You know, if that's the only narrative we have and that's not working, are we doomed? And the question that we wanted to, you know, kind of look at is it really a material problem? Yes, it is. Obviously, it is. You know, plastic is a problem, or, you know, so many things where, you know, if you don't use the right resources, it is a problem, you know. But is it the only problem? You know, is there where we are kind of getting stuck? And, you know, when we pull back and look at it, so there's this song which was made popular by Gary Jules. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. But there are these lines in that song which is, you know, and I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best that I've ever had. And probably that captures the times in which we live. Because somewhere we are talking of a time which is the golden age of abundance. We've got pretty much everything that you want, right? You've got all kinds of coffees, you've got all kinds of things lined up. You can order things now and get it in 2 minutes, right? Everything is there, you know, it is the golden age of abundance, and yet it feels like, you know, we are dying, you know, it's death by abundance that's happening. That is what we feel, you know, when we look at things around. And in many ways, you know, when I don't know whether this video will play, yeah. I'm sure many of you would have seen this is a huge phenomenon in China where a lot of influencers are kind of selling stuff like this. But what you realize is maybe we are on a very high-speed train of hyper-consumerism, and we're all feeling very dizzy. It's making us dizzy. And somewhere, while we are consuming all of this, what is happening is at the heart of it, production is getting easier, cheaper, faster, right? AI is only going to increase the thing. Access is cheaper, things are available to us faster, they reach us faster, right? But what happens with it is also replacement is cheaper. Everything gets to you, it's easy to get stuff, it's easy to access them, it's easy to consume them. But in the process, what happens is meaning also becomes cheaper. What we get, what we have, often does not have the same significance, the same kind of meaning that otherwise it would. So you see a curve where on one hand, production is becoming cheaper, and on the other hand, meaning and significance is also going down, right? Maybe a bit of a dramatic statement to make, but probably we live at a time where we've got loaded carts and empty hearts, We've got a lot of stuff, we've got lots of clothes, we've got everything more, in abundance, but somewhere they don't feel as substantial, they don't feel as significant, right? So there's an interesting story, and I'm running out of short, my time was cut short by half, but I'll try to make it. So there's this interesting story about this nursery school teacher who was facing this problem of Sharpies disappearing, common problem, right? And she came up with an interesting solution. What she did was she named those Sharpies, so one Sharpie was called Mr. Smith, another Mr. Ackerman. Now what happened as a consequence was suddenly when Sharpie would go missing, kids would start looking for it, because by humanizing it, suddenly it had meaning, something which is as easy to replace as a Sharpie, right? And I think it's an interesting story, because what it tells us is that, there is what we are looking at is a crisis of meaning, right? There's a crisis of meaning. We have got, the more we have, the less things seem to mean, right? And maybe that's the real question on sustainability, where when we talk of material, we talk of thoughtful production, but that's probably one part of it. The other part of it is about meaning and joyful consumption. How do we get more out of what we have? How do we derive more joy out of what we have? And that's a question for all of us as designers, where, it's not just the material part of it which is about sustainability, it's actually the meaning of it, right? What do we derive out of things that we have, which is an interesting question to look at. I had one quick case to share with you, which we have worked on, which is actually a jewelry brand, interesting follow-up from the earlier presentation. It's an Indian brand. I'll try to run through it fast. But it's an interesting one because it's a homegrown story. It's an Indian brand which was launched by, we incubated this brand with a group called Walking Tree. And the question that we went in looking at was, these guys are B2B diamond guys who wanted to launch their own consumer brand in Europe and US. So it was a very audacious starting point, starting from India, right? And the question that we were looking at was, how do we give jewelry a new meaning? Because we realized that if we played the same game, there's no way we could win. And again, it was a, there's great material value, but we had to, kind of look at and understand what new meaning could we give jewelry, which would make it, work differently. And we spent a lot of time talking to people, we spent a lot of time, we were parked in Europe, talking to, looking at consumers, talking to experts, looking at, a lot of digital ethnography, looking at culture, what is happening, etc. What we realized was somewhere, the very advantage of precious jewelry is also its curse. It has got high material value, and that actually comes in the way. So what happened was, we realized that actually instead of looking at it from the lens of materiality, which is how do you make something precious, instead of looking at it as precious jewelry, we realized that the opportunity was to dial up the intangible part of it, which is how do you make it more, about precious emotions. And what we ended up creating was, the brand was called Unsaid Library, which was, we realized the need and the opportunity that we saw was to make it about personal gifting, where jewelry becomes actually, it became about emotions turned into jewelry, where we studied relationships, we mapped them, and each of those actually became a way of, where we kind of re-looked at what jewelry could mean. So each collection was actually a way of, if there are couples who give each other a lot of space, and that's the source of strength for them, then that became the brief for, creating collections called, parallel lines, for instance, as a metaphor, right? So everything became about that, and then the brand and the way we kind of built the whole thing was coming from this idea of how do you kind of dial that up, so from the packaging to the retail experience, to the way we start building the brand world, because, even when you look at it, the way you see people, right? Because this brand is all about relationships and emotions, the world that you see is all about them. You see people as only people who love them would see them. There's an intimate view of them. You're almost, going through them through somebody's personal, kind of album, right? So everything became about that. The way the brand was launched was, all about putting these highly intimate messages out in the public spaces. We got a famous Belgian, artist to create art, commission art on these collections, and those became the way the thing was put out. Now, unfortunately, I have had to rush through a case which, like someone said, is years of work, and there's a whole lot of thing that went through it, so I'm not doing justice to it. But the point is that, we ended up reimagining, just 1 minute. We ended up reimagining what the idea of jewelry is, the meaning of jewelry. We changed everything, every bit of it. Now, I don't know how many of you know this, but this is an Indian brand. Its flagship store is now in Place Vendôme in Paris, which is one of the most sought after, kind of retail destinations. It's selling out of marquee retailers like, Saks Fifth Avenue, New York, Dover Street Market, Printemps in Paris, all of that. It won a Red Dot Award for its jewelry. None of this would have happened if we had gone down the same path and put it out as jewelry. It was only because we started asking the question of what is the new meaning that we could give which would increase its value, which would make people look at it not as jewelry, but as something else, and what that something else could be. So to us, when we talk of sustainability, the question that and the provocation that we want to leave behind is this simple thing, which probably we tend to forget, which is the opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference. And we believe that we are going to see more and more of that in the world we live in, and we have to reclaim that, because that is probably what truly sustainability means, where we value things that we have. We get more out of less, not less out of more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll request you to please wait on stage, sir. आपको ऐसे हम जाने नहीं दे सकते. I'll request you to please wait on stage. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be requesting Mr. Paul Sandeep to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to Asper sir over here. Please, a bigger round of applause for him, please, once again, ladies and gentlemen. His name is Aspersh, and मैं कह सकता हूँ कि he has truly sparshfied our heart in the true sense of the term. I love the smile on many faces. That's how it is. Bigger round of applause, please, for him. He deserves every bit of it. Thank you so much, and apologies for having to make it crisp, but you did fabulously well. Thank you. All right, so before we move to the next session, I'll quickly request 2 chairs and a table on stage. ये फिलहाल आप थोड़ा साइड में रख दीजिए, because I'll be requesting for a video. I forgot. I'm sorry. Just put it a little aside, this side, please. ये please थोड़ा सा इस तरफ कर दीजिए. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation that we are going to be having right now, this is about an actor's take on cinema. And we have somebody truly, truly relevant, truly, truly incredible in the true sense of the term to take this forward. Like I said, I would have so many things to say about her. I can keep adding adjectives one after the other, but then before I come to the introduction part, I would request our console to please kindly play a special AV for all of you over here. Can we please have the AV of our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. Big round of applause. Can we have the chairs now on stage, please, ladies and gentlemen? And like the previous one, first we'll be having a conversation with Josna Sharma, who's the Senior Associate Editor, BW Business World. She's going to be kickstarting things, and then Dr. Batra will be joining us over here. You know, ladies and gentlemen, she truly needs no introduction. The word timeless was mentioned in her case. She has been absolutely prolific and fantastic in literally whatever she has done. She's not been afraid of taking bold choices. She has always looked forward to breaking stereotypes. And most importantly, she has been absolutely fearless and a force to reckon with in the true sense of the term in whatever that she has done. I can keep adding adjectives. I'm very, very fond of her. The one and only, the graceful Chitrangada Singh. Please, may I please have her on stage? Give her the biggest round of applause. Thank you so much, and I'll request Josna as well to please join us over here on stage. Can we have a bigger round of applause for Chitrangada Singh, please, everybody? It's not every day that you get such a prolific star over here, right in front of you over here. So thank you so much, first of all, for taking out time, and I'll request you to take your seat. Can we have the mics quickly on stage?
In the meantime. Right, they've misplaced the mics. But thank you so much for being here with us. This is the 6th edition of the Future of Design Summit and Awards. So we've been doing this for 6 years now. And thank you for being with us. I'm going to start the conversation. So what we want to know is, what is your view on how women are depicted in cinema now? What has been the change in your view now over the last few years?
Well, I mean, hi, good evening, everyone. What has been the change? Well, I think whatever change that we've seen in the society, I think it always reflects in the pictures, the movies, you know, the characters that we make. I mean, back in the 80s, you know, the woman would only be looking at dabbe khale ho gaye hain, khane ke liye kuch nahi hai, you know. So there was this representation of this abla nari all the time. And that's what people sort of connected with. But now, because there's such a huge change in the society, I think that you can see in films as well. And there is a very big change. I mean, and there's so many of the movies now that are all, I mean, women-centric, you know. Because I suppose that also says women watching how in the audiences has gone up, their financial, you know, independence, that everything makes so much of a difference. And it's a very slow, gradual change that kind of comes along. And yeah, I always feel that the films in every country is a reflection of the society. So big change. And some of us have been before time, like Hazaro and films like that. Like I feel my first film, and I get told this a lot as well, was much before time. But there's a huge, huge change, you know, I feel now, like Mimi was made, you know, with Kriti. I think that was wonderful to make a film about, and then it did so well, you know, that people connected with that. So sometimes you have to be brave enough to take a chance, and I think makers are doing that. I feel there's a big difference,
So when you talk about that, that means, you know, like you're saying, society has changed, and that reflects in cinema. Then when you talk about content, do you credit OTT with changing tastes to some extent of what the audience likes nowadays and how the content has changed?
See, I feel OTT is not such a, how do you say, massy sort of, you'll find your niche audience. If you're going into theaters, especially single screen theaters, you're going into smaller towns where probably they're not that progressive or not so with it. You know, so maybe the films that work on OTT and finds their niche audience will not do so well in those single screen theaters and with the massy audience. So still there is a huge difference, which is what there, I mean, you see the society, there's a huge divide, you know, when it comes to how even now the hierarchy is set, you know, when it comes to women and men. So there is a huge difference. So I feel OTT definitely is very path-breaking in that sense, because it's given us, it's become more democratic. We can make the kind of films that we want to make, or the kind of content we want to make, and still find audiences, you know. So because India is so diverse when it comes to, you know, I mean, I guess, mental, sort of, it's very different. You know, you go up Kashmir, you go up north, UP. I'm from Meerut. If I'm in Meerut, and then I come to Delhi, it's very different. And then I come to Bombay, it's completely different. I go to Bangalore, it is so different. And you go down south, it's completely different.
Yeah.
So I just think there's a huge difference. So yeah, I feel everybody should get their content, and OTTs manage to do this, which is amazing. And that's why we have such amazing characters that are coming out now. Yeah.
So I am going to invite Dr. Anurag Batra, who is the chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business World, to take the conversation ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Batra, please, as he takes forward the conversation. Thank you so much, Josna.
Miss Singh, you know why she's done that? Just to balance the looks on the stage. That's why Josna has got me and do a good job at balancing.
No, I think it's a woman's question and a man's questions, probably.
But of course, Miss Singh doesn't remember this, but I reminded her 6 years back. I was at Oberoi, Calcutta early in the morning. I was in my breakfast and then sipping my tea, and she was there, and I went up to her and introduced myself.
I was very nice to you.
Huh?
And I was very nice to you and asked you for tea.
Yeah, of course you were very nice and polite. There's no question about that. Of course, I saw your first movie and it was fantastic. Josna has already asked you about how OTT content is really changing the way mindsets are being changed, because there are themes that you can experiment with in OTT. You can be more adventurous. It can be on smaller budgets. So, you know, clearly OTT again is becoming big. There's OTT plots that are taking 20 crores for a shoot, you know, so it's also very big, you know.
I think there's all,
But the reason I'm asking this is that the charm of the big screen is still there, you know. If you had a choice to do content on OTT versus content for a movie that the producer said, I will only release on cinema, what would you choose?
I mean, cinema it is. You ask any actor, even if you ask somebody who's on OTT and only doing OTT or television for that matter, everybody wants to be on the big screen. I mean, that's the biggest connect. That's the biggest audience. That is cinema, you know. That's the magic of sitting in that dark room and feeling something, and you know, it's completely different. So yeah, it's just it's a bit of a poorer cousin. The richer, poorer cousin, something like that with
but
OTT.
Impactful.
Impactful is what I meant.
Yeah, and again, OTT, he and you talked about democratization. OTT is also about democratization. But now let me ask you, you know, you were in Jodhpur, you went to Meerut because your father was in the army. And as an army officer's daughter, you know, the life in army, especially in the days you were studying in school and college, you went to Sophia College, was very different than what is today. What did the life of an army officer's daughter teach you that is a little different from others?
Yeah, we get asked this quite a lot, and it's so difficult to put your finger on it. I don't know. It's like the one thing now when I look back, I feel is that there's a great sense of parity, you know. There's a certain equality. Like everybody jumps into that same 3-ton used to come to pick us up to go to school. All kids were in it. There were no fancy cars. Nobody had a fancy car. So sab wo 3-ton mein baith ke jayenge together. Everybody would go to the same swimming pool, you know, the army pool or the army golf course, or watch movie in the same, you know, at the club. So it was all, there's a beautiful parity, you know. So nobody's really talking of money. They're probably talking of what did you do today? Did you play golf? Did you do this? What was your activity? So I remember the conversation was, and also because they're smaller towns, you know, always. So I mean, at least I had never been to a bigger town. Delhi was the biggest I had been to for college. So I think that just kind of keeps you very protected, and your mindset is all about how your dad's going to get up and go for sports in the morning, and then he has to go. So there's a certain amount of regimentation, I think, and a discipline, and it just comes from everyday conversation. I don't even think it's forced on you. It's not even that. Plus moving cities, I think that also teaches you that your dad's already gone and your mother's going to pack the whole house and come. So you helping her out, and the kitchen goes last, or this, so things like that. Like you just learn so much earlier in life, probably. Or spend time in the library. Library was zaruri hoti thi. Like everybody had to go to the library. The club library was the hangout place for us, or the snooker there, or whatever. So I just feel like that parity made a very good, I don't know, like a foundation and sense of security that you felt. So that somewhere helps you become stronger. Your priorities in life are different. You look at life differently. Change your perspective a little bit. And I felt it even when I meet other army kids, I've always felt like there's a sense of, you kind of relate to each other somehow.
Sure.
Yeah, so I guess it changes you a little bit, yeah.
Fantastic. I wish I'd joined the forces. I did clear the NDA.
My
Don't look like a guy who cleared the NDA
My
now,
brother
but I
tried
did.
as well.
Yes. Now, everyone's definition of success is very different. You're, of course, very well known, famous, accomplished, known for the work that you've done as an actor. It's the impact you make with your work. You also have been a producer. You produced a sports movie. What do you want to do now? Now that you experienced all these shades of life, so to say. और क्या ख्वाहिशें हैं आपकी? कुछ और क्या ख्वाहिशें?
हज़ारों ख्वाहिशें. Well, I mean, you're saying it, so it's feeling like I've done a lot. I don't think I've done so much. In fact, I've taken very long breaks. काम करना है और काम करना है. एक और फिल्म है जो प्रोड्यूस करने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ मैं. It's a biopic again. So, that's my other passion project that I've been wanting to set up. So, inshallah, it'll happen this year.
So, and is it public?
No, not yet. We've just sort of got the director on board and I've tied up with somebody. So it's looking good, but I love cinema. So if I can make and put something together again for a story that I feel so strongly, like I did for Surma, which was again a biopic. And so this is the other one. I mean, I hope that, all I can say is, you said successful, but mujhko aisa lagta hai successful is if I wake up every morning and I'm excited to do something. Then you feel successful, because it's not like, arey wo ek din, I'm going to sign this big film and I'll feel successful. I think it's every day. You need to have some sense of, like, I'm succeeding, like you look forward to something. So there are many days I don't feel like that, and so you don't feel so successful. You have to remind yourself, you start counting. But I think it's just an ongoing process. I don't think I've done it all. I have so much, and I hope I always have a longer list than, to do. Yeah.
ये तो एक ख्वाहिश हुई कि बायोपिक को सक्सेसफुली बनाना है जैसा.
फिर एक और बनाएंगे, फिर और काम करना है. But I think everything to do with cinema. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah.
Okay. And do you like being an entrepreneur now that you're producing a movie? How do you step from being an actor, an actress, to being an entrepreneur? What are the learnings you bring from being an actress to being a producer?
I think as an entrepreneur, see, the vision is the most important thing, right? And how persistent you are, how passionate you are. I mean, these are the very basic things that you need, and also to be able to take a risk. As an actor, I probably think that I do bits of all of this, and it also gives you great exposure, great experience. So you're working with a lot of brands, you're working with a lot of people who are entrepreneurs in any case. So you kind of tend to learn a lot on the way, as you go along. I suppose is that. I mean, instinctively, I don't think I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a creative person. I don't think I understand business much. I probably will understand design because that excites me, but I don't know if I'll understand business as much.
These are lots of famous personalities, whether actors, actresses, sports stars, are launching brands in a domain that they are passionate about, whether it's a perfume, whether it's a jewelry line, whether it's cosmetics. If you had to launch a product, what would that be?
I don't know if I should say it here, but I'm already working on a clothing line. That is something that I would love to, work on.
And a
I mean,
clothing
I'm
line
already
for
working.
women, I assume.
It's for women, for kids, not men, women and younger kids. So that's what I would love to do, because it's like my sense of fashion and my sense of style that I would like to, sort of work on and bring out, which I feel is missing when I look out for something for myself sometimes when I look at the Indian market. So yeah, again, like since I've been around all of this, this is something that comes to me a little more naturally than, so that's what
How
I would
many
like
of you, how many women in the room will buy our brand, her products? How
All
many
right.
women in the room would buy two?
I have two.
2, 3, 4,
3,
5,
4.
6, 7,
Okay,
8,
we
9,
have
about
a
12,
few.
maybe
Chalo,
15. Yes.
मेरी 12 कपड़े बिक जाएंगे.
Yeah, ठीक है. 15, more like 15.
15 बिक जाएंगे.
ठीक
Yeah.
है, good है,
Okay,
it's good.
done.
And how do you define brand Chitrangda Singh? You know, I'm asking.
I think you should be telling me that.
Yeah. I don't know you
You're
well
in the
enough.
business of
I,
this.
I know you from outside. You know yourself from inside. So
let me
I can
hear-
tell you from the outside. The first word would be effervescence. Yeah, I would like to use a female version of flamboyance, not in a over-the-top way, but yes, effervescent, that's what I'd say. But I don't know you well. I know you from your roles. I know you from your public persona. I know you for some of your tweets. Or,
I don't know. I mean, brand Chitrangada, I have not thought of myself like that, but I feel like I'm someone who's very passionate about what, like a lot of people tell me, it'll be nice if you use a little bit more of your brain, less of your heart. But I think I'm just somebody who's very, very passionate about whatever I do. Maybe I don't think so much for the business. But it's all about, and very, very Indian in a lot of... In a lot of ways, like, I think I'm, as much as we look like whatever we look, I think I'm very, very traditional in a lot of ways. So I think these two things are very distinctly me, yeah.
Brilliant. And the reason I said effervescent is, yes, Virgos can be, I don't want to stereotype sun signs, but Virgos are very passionate. Ask the people that work with Virgos, they'll tell you how passionate. Once
They're also painfully perfect.
Yes, yes.
And they are
Some of my
painful.
colleagues can feel that,
They
today I
are
was having-
painful.
Yes.
I mean, even for themselves.
Scorpios rule the world, though. People like Mr. Shailesh Lodha, he's 8 November born. My wife is 9th November born. That's why I say that. Not because of him, but yes. Now coming to, how do you, when roles are offered to you, of course, all actors and actresses tend to get a certain kind of roles, which the producer or the director mostly the director feels would do magic, so to say. But how do you approach roles? Of course, every actor says we read the script and depends on how powerful the role is and if we like it. But tell me in a very authentic way, how do you choose roles?
I think जब first script का narration होता है, सबसे पहले you start to visualize yourself in it. I think most actors do that, huh? They will start to visualize, मैं ऐसा करूँगा, वैसा करूँगा, I'm not seen like this, this is what I can wear, this is what my look can be. And there's a certain visualization that happens in that very moment. And then of course in the writing, कि वो कितना interesting है, कितना layered है, it is just that. I mean, if you were to not add production house to it, if you don't add other variables to it, which these days matter more than a lot of things,
Sure.
But if you were to take all that away, I think that's the only thing. This is like instant visualization that starts to happen with their character. कि मैं ये कर सकता हूँ,
So
या मैं ये
director,
कर सकती हूँ.
अच्छा director जिसने अच्छा काम किया हो.
जी.
Somebody who's created movies that have made a real impact, both on box office, but in the minds and hearts. Like your first movie was, I've watched it, and it's a gripping movie. And director का नाम भी मैटर करता है, track record भी मैटर करता है.
Of course matter करता है, क्योंकि आप एक बार, हाँ, मतलब दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि आप स्क्रिप्ट कुछ भी हो, लेकिन वो जो डायरेक्टर ट्रांसलेट करेगा, जो वो उसके साथ करेगा, that's what matters. Sometimes it is just the director. Like if there was a Vishal Bhardwaj making, you don't even want to read a script. You know that he's such a filmmaker. He will love even the smallest of the characters so much that he'll work on it.
Sure.
I mean, we as actors are so insecure. I feel कि हमारे ऊपर कितना, how much is the director going to love my character? How much time will I get? How much, will I be able to own that scene or that moment? So if you have a director like that, then that's it.
तो
There's
कौन से
nothing
ऐसे डायरेक्टर हैं जिनके साथ अभी भी आपकी ख्वाहिश है काम करने की?
बहुत है.
दो तीन के नाम बताइए.
Vishal is somebody that I've always wanted to work with. So Vishal Bhardwaj and Imtiaz. Vikramaditya Motwane, I think that he's like my absolute number one. I think, I don't know, आपने जुबली देखी कि नहीं? The series is one of the best things on television. I don't know if you've seen it. So yeah, I mean, I would love to work with, yeah. I mean, right now I can't think of anyone else.
Sanjay Leela Bansali.
Bansali, oh yeah, please, please.
Vidhu Vinod Chopra.
Yeah, you know the names. Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
they have made
timeless.
good movies.
It's timeless. Whatever that they've done is timeless.
They've done some fantastic cinema.
Absolutely.
Now, you know, as I said, you've seen a lot. You've covered a lot of ground. You got critical acclaim. You got success. What else is left? Is there a bucket list? You talked about the biopic. You talked about impact. You talked about the clothing line, clothing brand that you're doing. What else? You talked about books. Time मिलता आपको किताबें पढ़ने का? नहीं मिलता. Audio books?
No, no. I'm like a Virgo. I have 20 things going in my head at the same time.
Yeah, normally
so
2000 in Virgo.
So I have to meditate and have to like. No, I don't. I've not been reading much. You know, it's not very nice. But yeah, I haven't had time. What else? I would love to direct at some point. I think that's एक कीड़ा है कहीं somewhere in my head that I want to direct something at some point. So yeah, maybe that's what
And
happens.
who's your favorite Bollywood director?
अब एक का नाम
चलो
तो-
3 का नाम दिया.
अभी आपने लिया ना मैंने बोला okay, so विशाल भारद्वाज.
हिचकी आ रही होगी उनको. पक्का
हाँ।
हिचकी आ रही होगी.
हिचकी आ रही होगी वो बहुत आती होंगी फिर तो. Okay, so him and अभी आपने जैसे बोला संजय लीला is fab. I mean Khamoshi is my one of my most favorite films. I think Vidhu Vinod Chopra, now that you've 1942 love story. There's so many. I mean, the fact is that they made timeless films, which is just it's not abhi aayi abhi gayi. There are very few films that can just cross generations.
Okay, directors in Hollywood that you like, whose work you like.
Oh, okay. Nolan. All right, let's just start from the top. No, there's so many. There's so many. I mean, I honestly don't remember names right now, but I can't think
आपने कभी नहीं सोचा कि आप हॉलीवुड में जाके काम करें? There are certain actors who made it to whatever.
Priyanka has, yeah, like
Right.
she's doing amazing work. Well, yeah, why not? I mean, I have auditioned sometimes, and one of the things I auditioned for Namesake, Meera Nair's, with Tabu. So it was Tabu's part that I was supposed to do, and I was very keen. We did the look test. Meera loved it. Everything was spot on, and everything is great. And then we got stuck with the older, when the son has grown up, and they were like, I don't think we'll be able to age you. So we tried everything. Baal grey karna hai, glasses.
आपको एज आदमी चाहिए किसी पिक्चर में अपनी जब आप प्रोड्यूसर हो तो प्लीज मुझे एक रोल का चांस दीजिए.
I remember this
I
interview.
pay you money to do the role. So, okay, which was the last movie you watched?
Oh, F1.
F1, same as me. I
Brad
watched
Pitt.
it. Yes.
Nobody can miss.
He did
Brad
a great
Pitt.
job.
Yeah.
Even Xavier Bardem did a great job.
I think he's
As
fantastic.
a manager.
Very good actor.
And which was the last Hindi movie you watched?
Sayara, who hasn't watched it?
Sayara, I haven't watched it. Did you watch Metro?
No.
It's a lovely movie. Watch it.
Yeah, no, Sayara I thought was like fantastic. I
maybe.
loved the two, talent and.
Well, let me wrap
Mohit.
up and ask you the last question. If we talk to Chitrangda Singh in 5 years, provided you still will give us an opportunity, what would you have achieved? And don't be modest. Virgos have a lot in their head. They try to be modest, but they're not modest by nature.
We are good actors.
Yes.
I would have produced my next biopic. I would have acted with Salman Khan. I would have done another film, which is about to get announced. And I would have made a short film.
And your clothing line?
Abhi wo, I don't know. If I find somebody who will find the idea interesting, yeah, and I have enough time to pursue it, yeah, I will.
Brilliant. We'll take 2-3 questions from the audience and we'll wrap up quickly. Shubho is on the dais, that means. So a short question. Revti wants to...
In a threat of artificial intelligence, you know, as people are moving to see the content of artificial intelligence on YouTube and everywhere, you know, in this era to live in a people heart, do you see the diversity to connect with the, you know, other like government of UP, they are coming with the, you know, the film studio, they want to appoint. So do you see that being a brand ambassador of the one things, you can connect with the diversified industry where you can play other roles, different roles, that's view, how you can see the role that way? Because UP government is, as I first time know about you from Merit, so UP is, you know.
Baat kijiye. No, why not? See, anything to do with cinema, I would love to.
Because they want to encourage their women everywhere area want to do.
They do a lot of subsidies also. A lot of films have gone and shot there, yeah.
Yes. Somebody with hair is asking a question now. Yes, sir.
I have noticed that a lot of iconic characters have catchphrases like Gabbar ka kitne aadmi the or Shahenshah ka hum aap rishte mein to hum tumhare baap lagte hain all. Is it only the catchphrase that make the cat iconic, or is there anything else that makes the cat iconic?
Is it just that you're saying?
Yeah, what makes the cat iconic?
Does the tagline make the character iconic, or the character makes the tagline in the movie iconic?
कितने आदमी थे तो बहुत आसान सी चीज़ें बोलनी, लेकिन I think it's not the dialogue, it's the way it is set, it's the setting in the scene. Holi kab hai holi. I mean, everybody says this line, you know, but it is such a simple line. I think it's always the actor who makes it unforgettable. It's the setting, it's that scene, it's that moment, how emotionally charged it was. I think all of that put together is what makes it. It doesn't just happen.
So it's not just a one thing.
I mean, it's not just a dialogue, yeah. I don't think so.
With hair, you got to have brains. My wife has both. My wife has both. You know.
A lot of actors do brand with real estate companies in India or in Dubai, or even with certain jewelry brands. So, do you plan to have a co-branding with any type of business?
Yes. In fact, I must say, before I was coming to this, I met somebody in this hotel a month back, and he was saying Chitrangja ji is now associated with some developer. I didn't ask him too much, but he said that to me, that you're helping some developer, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe
you don't
the
know,
conversation
clearly.
is on. No, I mean, there's nothing that I'm right now in conversation with. There are a few appearances here and there, but yeah.
Yeah, Miss Revti Khan from Titan is here, so you know, clearly she can create a jewelry line around you. And you give me some royalty out of it if it happens.
Well, Chitrangna, I don't have a question, but I certainly, when I looked at you, I remember, I don't know if you remember, you were our ambassador for Titan glasses. And this is the frame you were the model. I loved it and I still wear it. Just wanted to say thank you. When he was asking about real estate, you certainly did glasses for us. Thank you.
I mean, मेरे को कोई ऐसा मिला, उसने बोला कि, you know, आपके जैसा कि मेरी तो आंखें ठीक थी, मैंने आंखें वीक की और फिर ये वाला फ्रेम जाके खरीदा और इसलिए मैं ऐसी हूँ. नहीं, but
Thank you. I remember that. Yeah, it was a lovely campaign.
So we'll end with a quick rapid fire. Chitrangda Singh from Mumbai or Chitrangda Singh from Meerut?
Still Meerut at heart.
My best friend is from Meerut, my ES from Meerut, my editor is from Meerut. So
Vishal Bhardwaj is from Meerut.
Yeah, I met somebody today, Kuntal, she's from Meerut. Indian food or Italian food?
Why Italian?
Okay.
Thai food. I like Thai food.
You like
and
Thai?
Japanese.
Thai and Japanese.
Italian is
Indian music?
high carb.
Bollywood music or pop?
Full masala Bollywood music.
Okay, and my last question. Being a successful entrepreneur or a revered actor?
Actor. Any day. any
वैसे वर्ग को
day.
कहते हैं why one?
Why one? Yeah,
Yes.
maybe different stages of my life, but right now absolutely an actor and nothing else.
Give Miss Chitrangda Singh a big round of applause. Wish her well in whatever her endeavors are, and God bless you. आपकी जितनी भी ख्वाहिशें हो, चाहे 1000 हो, चाहे 1 लाख हो, वो सब पूरी हो. ये हमारी दुआ है, and God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for doing the session. Thank you so much, Chitrangada, for being with us over here. I'll request Mr. Nitesh Gangaramani, Managing Director from Naisha Reality, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation over here. Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure to have you. Can we have a big round of applause once again, please, everybody, for the one and only Chitrangada Singh. Thank you so much for...
First of all, Chitrangada, I sincerely appreciate you not being from a Bollywood background. To create a space in this industry is something like a wonderful achievement. Guys, we should congratulate Chitrangada for being a self-made woman. Well, you are on my Instagram and you're on my Facebook. Well, I also have a part of Bollywood inside me. I've been born from childhood. I've been fan of Bollywood. So my friends are Vashu Bhagnani, where I'm investors with them. So I used to visit sets. Guys, I'm telling you, it's not easy to be an actor. It takes a lot of hard work, dedication, passion. It looks very easy when you watch a movie. I've seen Houseful 5. I really enjoyed it because it's a comedy. I saw Khaki because it has my friend Sasha Thakkar's brother, Karan Thakkar. He's known to me. We are also into financing of movies. So we had Nikita Roy, where Sonakshi performed, along with Nikki Vicky Bhagnani Productions. We also have one more movie, Badtameez Gill, coming up in November, which is directed by Navjot Gulati. And it is basically Aparshit Khurana and Paresh Rawal and Vani Kapoor. We also have Driver coming with Imran Hashmi. So, well, I am not involved as a producer, but I finance films. But I have seen the kind of hard work on the stage, the way the number of takes being taken, the kind of sweat which goes in, and the amount of time and energy such great people perform. It's really excellent. By profession, I am into business of real estate development and construction. So I am a civil engineer by profession, and also there was a question for Chitrangada where Chitrangada, I'm very sorry, I'm Nitesh. Chitrangada, basically that she's from Jodhpur where, she's born in Jodhpur where my Ashtadev, Ramdev Peer is from Jodhpur. So when it comes to saying, taking her as somebody as a special appearance or associating as a real estate brand, I will be more than happy. We have an upcoming project in Juhu, which is an ultra luxury residential project where, yeah, exactly. So one apartment is costing about 50 crores. Yes, so Anand Pandit is a good friend of mine. I was there at the IPO event of Lotus. He's known to me since 25 years. I saw this gentleman having a speech for Anand Bhai. So, exactly. So we have an ultra luxury project called Beach Walk Residences where we have 28 apartments. Every apartment is about 4,000 square feet and all apartments are facing the sea. It's a 15-storied building. Basically, it's it'll be a LEED platinum rated building where we're going to have 5 basement parkings, ground and 14 upper floors, where we're going to have all state of amenities. We have a shopper facility. So basically, I'll be more than happy to connect with you and see that when the launch is in November and December, how we can associate and take this relationship forward. And I would like to thank Batra Saab. We just met 4 days back. Well, it's honestly destiny. And my wife is here. She knows that I honestly follow Chitrangada on Instagram and Facebook. Because I admire self-made people and who have come on their own in this industry. Vashu Bhagnani and me, we have done lots of films together where we have financed in Dubai as well as Abu Dhabi. He has done many shoots. Even in London, I have visited many of his movies. So I sincerely appreciate. Thank you so much. And it was glad listening. And I appreciate your work in Khaki. I appreciate your work in Houseful 5. Thank you so much. God bless you.
And he's a Scorpio, 31st October born. And he's I met him through a friend of mine who's an astrologer and a Vastu. Exactly. If you ever need, I know like 200 of them. It's my hobby to meet astrologers. So, give them a big round of applause. And I wanted to call Revti Kanji to give this to her. Revti ji. I got a book also. I didn't know that you don't read, but you can give to someone who doesn't read.
Oh, my absolute pleasure.
Can we have some clapping and appreciation going in to set the tone right, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, Chitrangada. You've been here, and everything has been said in your appreciation already. It's always been an honor and privilege to know you, and I'm so happy to see you again. Give her the biggest round of applause, please, everybody. Like she said, really, really deserves every bit of it. A self-made star in the true sense of the term, inspiring people and how. So thank you so much. May the wonderful work continue, and may you keep inspiring. See you very soon. Thank you. All right, so I'll request the chairs to remain on stage as we'll quickly move on to the next session right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a session on art and design. I'll request Josna to please kindly join me over here on stage. And to join Josna on stage, we have with us Mr. Siddhant Shetty, Chief Administrative Officer, Aster Guru Auction House. Can we please have both of you on stage, please, for this session? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Siddhant. Thank you so much, sir. Honor and pleasure to have you. Shukriya. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just setting the tone right for the evening. We have the awards to go very soon. Can we please have some excitement in the room over here? On a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, everybody please clap and appreciate for this session. Yes, ये मैं आप लोगों से drill करा रहा हूँ, mock drill हो रहा है, awards चालू होने वाला है कुछ देर में. We need to keep the ante alive. So thank you so much, and Josna, over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us. You know, the thing is the art market, even though this is a design event, but art and design are so closely related. We'll talk a little bit about the art market. How has it grown in the last few years? Could you tell our audience what has been the growth trajectory?
Yeah, I mean, look, art and design go together, right? In terms of architecture, they always sort of complement each other. And I think art market has grown because the appreciation in the art market from, you know, the buyers, from different connoisseurs have sort of increased quite drastically over the years. I think the market was somewhere around 13 crores or something in the year 2000. To today, it is roughly around 1,800 crores in terms of the total turnover of the market. So it's grown quite drastically over the years. It is expected to grow at this scale, in fact, a little faster, as you've got a lot of influential and sort of, you know, individuals who are now starting to buy Indian art quite a bit. So naturally, that growth is going to go in the higher scenarios.
So when you say, when we're talking about the art market growing, overall, these figures you're talking about are for the art market, do you see the same interest right now in collecting design? Are you seeing design coming up?
So, look, when you're going for art, then one of the first thing it needs to do is complement what is there in your house. So naturally, design is an aspect for it. There are certain individuals who might go for a lot of artists that are into line designing. There are certain in terms of abstract. It all depends on how it complements your house. That's generally the baseline where people start from. Of course, you've got collectors who go a lot more beyond it in terms of the story of the artist and things of that nature. But aesthetics are always the fundamentals where it starts. So yeah, I would certainly say that it always is an anchoring point in terms of that it complements design. And it needs to go with the architecture of the house. That's when you end up sort of going for it.
And how has the taste changed? I mean, you know, what's your view on, say, digital art?
Well, yeah, digital art, there was a lot of NEFT thing that had come up in the middle. We was a little skeptical on it. We were not really sure how this is going to grow. I believe there's still a lot of skepticism over there because art, no matter what you end up saying, it's all about expression of an artist. That's why they are valued at what they are valued, because you've got one unique item which has taken an artist maybe a year or so to sort of create it, and in different mediums. And digital has a very different sort of aspect to it, and sometimes it is a lot more clinical, which is why probably it may not necessarily have the same sort of an emotion attached to it. So yeah, I would say digital art is growing, but not necessarily at the scale of what a general art, what an artist is producing in that sense.
So if we talk about the top selling artists, could you name a few modern masters?
I think the one which has really made news quite recently is when it ended up selling MFSN, which sold for 119 crores. That's one of the most expensive artwork which has ever been sold. It's followed by, you know, you've got the Guy Tondes, you've got Manjeet Bawa, You've got Swaminathan, which sold for 40 crores, in an auction. So there are some of these names which will always be there because they are modern masters. They have a certain imprint in the entire industry, which you are collecting them for that purpose.
So are you seeing a similar interest in contemporary artwork?
Quite a bit, in fact. So when you're looking at the art, it's broken down into, you've got the masters, which are basically a little bit more earlier than you've got the Raja Ravi Vermas, the Jamini Roys and things of that nature, and followed by your modern artists. So you've got the S.H. Raza, M.F. Hussain, Souzas and things of that nature. Then you've got something called as the contemporaries. Now, this is where you've got the budding sort of artists who are sort of coming in now. And certainly that is growing quite a bit. In fact, it's grown a lot more than the modern artist in the year. I mean, 2004, 24 and 25. They've grown at 33% compared to around 12% for the modern art.
And would you say that it's the art fairs, like the India Art Fair, I mean, would you credit them for so much exposure to contemporary art and, even modern masters? And do you think that's why the buying has increased?
Yes, certainly. I mean, look, you need an infrastructure for the growth, right? So there has to be an outreach program. Letting people know about it is always going to be very important, which means is that you've got the biennales, you've got the art fairs. We've done a show called Shauqeen last year, which is going to be now a yearly thing as well. And in there particularly as well, you would see that there has been a lot of response because there's a lot of engagement with individuals, with a lot of collectors to sort of, and we made this public as well. So naturally you've got a lot more individuals coming and understanding about the art. And they create a funnel for people, maybe first-time buyers to even the ones who buy this on a regular basis to come in as well. So yeah, certainly it does.
So I know I can see the times, we've run out of time, but quickly can you tell us about Shauqeen?
So yeah, Shauqeen is an IP that we've started. It's actually a word play. It's show, which is spelled as show, and keen. So Shauqeen is another word for something that is an interest for you, and so that's how we've played around with that word. And it's an IP that Asta Guru has started last year. We did one successful show, and now it's going to be an annual thing that we're going to do, where you've got modern art and contemporary artists. Around 125 artists were sort of presented out there, and we've got a very good response from them.
Wonderful. So before I let you go, my last question, what are the future trends that we can expect to see in the world of Indian art?
So we expect quite a bit. In fact, we are seeing that emerging artists. So, there is contemporary, which is still established artists like Subodh Gupta, things of that nature. But we've seen that budding sort of artist is also coming along. These are artists who have just started their journey, and we've seen, in fact, their sort of the turnover has doubled in the last year. So I see the trend going towards it in terms of the contemporary and your budding artists sort of coming up in the coming future, maybe in the next couple of years.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us.
And thank you for sort of inviting me for this. Thanks a lot.
I
Appreciate
always love having a talk about art.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we have this round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
I've been saying that can we please work on the mics and as we move to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to be a fireside chat. Quickly, I'll be introducing the topic for you all once again. This is going to be about designing with words, the art of storytelling, poetry, and performance in a visual world. I don't know if it's working, why am I even holding this? It's designing with words, ladies and gentlemen, the art of storytelling, poetry, and performance in a visual world. This is going to be conducted on stage by Mr. Ruhail Amin. So can I please have Mr. Ruhail Amin over here on stage, please? Senior Editor, BW Business World. A big round of applause for Mr. Ruhail Amin, please, ladies and gentlemen. And alongside him, we have somebody who has been absolutely winning hearts for the longest of time in multiple ways. He is a celebrated actor, he's a poet, and he's many talents rolled into one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to call upon stage Mr. Shailesh Lodha, sir, over here. Give it up for Mr. Shailesh, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Right. Perfect. Yes, that works. All right, this is the final session for the day, and of course, I am very fortunate to be doing this with Shailesh ji. He needs no introduction, so let me dive into my first question. थोड़ा सा हम हिंदी भी यूज़ करेंगे, थोड़ा सा, because शायरी जब होती है तो इंग्लिश से ज़्यादा नहीं होगी. First of all, as an हमारा topic is designing with words, the art of storytelling, poetry and performance in a visual world. So first of all, when we talk about designing design as such, as an actor, poet and author, how do you see storytelling as a form of design?
Thank you very much. He said that हम हिंदी में बात करेंगे because he knows that कि मैं अंग्रेजी में बात नहीं कर पाऊँगा. और मैं अंग्रेजी में बात इसलिए नहीं करता क्योंकि मैं सोचता हिंदी में हूँ. और मैं जिस भाषा में सोचता हूँ मैं उसी भाषा में बोलता हूँ. ये मेरे लिए ज़रूरी है. ये पहली चीज़ है कि जब आप बात कर रहे हैं तो डिज़ाइन न करें. और जिस वक्त मैं अंग्रेज़ी बोलता हूँ मुझे डिज़ाइन करनी पड़ती है. So I don't want to design it. I just want to speak as it comes. Poet, author, storytelling. पहली चीज़, दुनिया में हर चीज़ डिज़ाइन की जा सकती है. कविताएं और कला डिज़ाइन नहीं की जा सकती. दुनिया की हर यूनिवर्सिटी में आप हर तरह के प्रोफेशन के लोग बना सकते हैं. आप यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ के वकील बन सकते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ के डॉक्टर बन सकते हैं, आप विश्वविद्यालयों में पढ़ के आर्किटेक्ट बन सकते हैं. दुनिया की हर डिग्री आप ले सकते हैं, लेकिन दुनिया का कोई भी स्कूल ऐसा नहीं है जहाँ पढ़ के आप कवि बन सकें. वो ईश्वर डिज़ाइन करके भेजता है. भावनाएं जो होती हैं वो डिज़ाइन नहीं की जाती. भावनाओं को जब हम शब्द का रूप देते हैं तो उन्हें फिनिश कर देते हैं, लेकिन ये चीज़ डिज़ाइन नहीं होती. पंडित गोपाल दास नीरज कहते हैं ना कि आत्मा के सौंदर्य का शब्द रूप है काव्य, मानव होना भाग्य है, कवि होना सौभाग्य. तो ये वहाँ से पैदा होता है.
Beautiful, beautiful. हम डिज़ाइन में, you know, we talk about minimalism, and when we talk about language, poetry, how important is minimalism in expression according to you?
हर जगह दुनिया में, everywhere in the life, you have to minimalize. क्योंकि जिंदगी क्या है, क्या करना है उससे ज़्यादा important है क्या नहीं करना है. I don't know how many of you, हम उस हिंदुस्तान में पैदा हुए हैं जहाँ हमारे पिताजी जो थे वो जब घर में घुसते थे, मेरे तो, और मेरे ख्याल से ये अनुभव, ये एक्सपीरियंस बहुत सारे लोगों का रहा होगा कि उनकी आंखें देख के हमें समझ में आता था कि आज बात करनी है उनसे या नहीं करनी है. He would never use to use words. He would just look at you and you would understand that whether, no, आज कुछ नहीं, आज मूड खराब है. You know, हम बचपन से सीख जाते हैं कि किस वक्त हमें कितने शब्दों का कहाँ प्रयोग करना है. चाहे वो शब्द हो, चाहे रंग हो, चाहे स्ट्रक्चर हो. आप उसे जितना छोटा रखेंगे, जितना कम रखेंगे, वो उतना प्रभावी होगा. जो बात बिना कहे की जाती है वो दुनिया की सबसे इफेक्टिव बात होती है, और कह के जो बात की जाती है वो ट्रम्प पुतिन वार्ताओं की तरह होती है.
आपने, you have touched like millions of audience through your books, television, poetry. What have you learned about audience design? उसके बारे में आपने क्या सबसे बड़े takeaways क्या आपके लिए?
See, सबसे बड़ी बात, दुनिया की कोई भी ऑडियंस अलग नहीं होती. They all are same. क्योंकि भावनाएं नहीं बदलती. आपके शब्द बदल सकते हैं उन भावनाओं को उन तक पहुंचाने के लिए. बाकी दुनिया की सारी ऑडियंस जो है, चाहे वो न्यूयॉर्क में हो, मैं तो सारी दुनिया में शो करता हूँ. मेरे ख्याल से कोई भी कॉन्टिनेंट, एक साउथ अफ्रीका एक ऐसा अकेला कॉन्टिनेंट है जहाँ मैं नहीं किया, बाकी तो मैं सारी दुनिया में शोज करता हूँ. सारी ऑडियंस समान होती है. बस फर्क सिर्फ इतना सा है कि आप उनकी भावनाओं को, उनकी कॉर्ड को टच करने के लिए कौन सी भाषा का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं. अगर मैं किसी ऐसे गांव में जाऊं जहां लोग पढ़े लिखे नहीं है तो शायद मैं उनके उस स्तर पे आके बात करूंगा. लेकिन आंसू, हंसी, इन दोनों की कोई भाषा नहीं होती. और जब आप हृदय को छू लेते हैं तो लोग अपने आप आपसे प्यार करने लगते हैं. तो ऑडियंस इज एब्सोल्युटली सेम. बस फर्क सिर्फ इतना होता है, कुछ ऑडियंस जो होती है जिन्हें बचपन से सिखा दिया जाता है कि हंसना, बड़ी हंसने से आप सीरियस नहीं दिखेंगे, तो बड़ी खामोश होकर बैठ जाते हैं, चेहरे पे एक आवरण ओढ़ लेते हैं, ज़बरदस्ती की गंभीरता ले लेते हैं. उन्हें खोलना पड़ता है. That's all.
If we look at, you know, there are these real estate designers, other designers, you know, overall across sectors, I mean to say, when they go for inspiration, वो art की तरफ देखते हैं, art as in visual art, you know. What can poetry and literature offer offered to design community according to you?
It has always, it had been offering for years together. आप जितने कैंपेन आपके देख लें डिज़ाइन से रिलेटेड, एडवर्टाइजिंग आप देख लें, तो उसमें लाइनें वही मशहूर होती है जिनमें कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा होता है जो पोइटिक हो, जो लिटरेचर से जुड़ा हुआ हो, जो छूता हो, है ना। हमारा कल हमारा आज, बुलंद भारत की बुलंद तस्वीर हमारा बजाज। यू स्टिल रिमेंबर व्हेन आई हर्ड इट व्हेन आई वाज अ किड। ऐसी तमाम चीज़ें, जब आपको कोई चीज़ लोगों के दिलों तक पहुंचानी है तो आपको सहारा सिर्फ भावनाओं का ही लेना पड़ेगा, वही होगा। आप जब बनाते हैं मकान, आप हिंदुस्तान में इतनी बिल्डिंग्स देखते हैं, कुछ कुछ बिल्डिंग्स ऐसी भी आती हैं कि इट इज़ लाइक इटालियन और इट इज़ लाइक दिस थिंग और थिंग, लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा बिकता क्या है? जो हिंदुस्तानी है, क्योंकि आदमी उन जड़ों से जुड़ता है और अपने जुड़ाव के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी जो कोई चीज़ है वो शब्द और उनकी भावनाएं हैं। हाउ डू यू प्रेजेंट इट, हाउ डू यू पुट इट, दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
आजकल AI बहुत चर्चे में है, और do you think human imagination can ever be designed by algorithms, AI?
Never.
जो एक थ्रेट चल रही है कि अरे AI जॉब्स ले रहा है।
देखिए, थ्रेट हो सकती है, मैं भी डरता हूँ AI से, लेकिन AI से इसलिए नहीं डरता कि ये नौकरी ले लेगा, या AI से इसलिए नहीं डरता कि ये ह्यूमन रेस के लिए थ्रेट है। मैं इसलिए डरता हूँ कि ये हमारी भावनाएं खत्म कर देगा, संवेदनाएं खत्म कर देगा। टुडे everybody, lots of people are here and half of the people would be on their phone. Either they must be recording something or they're looking at the WhatsApp messages or the Instagram reels, whatever it is. आपको इंसान से इंसान के बीच का जो पुल है वो AI तोड़ देगा, जिसने ऑलरेडी तोड़ना शुरू कर दिया है। हम इतने अकेले हो गए हैं आजकल, और ये हमारी संवेदनाएं खत्म हो गई है, हम संवेदनहीन हो गए। AI कुछ नहीं कर सकता। आप देखिए, AI ह्यूमन रेस की जगह क्यों नहीं ले सकता? क्योंकि आप एक आंख बना सकते हैं AI से, आंसू नहीं बना सकते। आप एक इंसान बना सकते हैं AI से, आप एक पर्सन बना सकते हैं कि वो आपको पालने लगा, ममता नहीं बना सकते। आप अप्रोच बना सकते हैं लेकिन मोहब्बत नहीं बना सकते। आप फूल बना देंगे, खुशबू नहीं बना पाएंगे यार से। आप उजाला कृत्रिम, देखिए सूरज होता है ना, वो सिर्फ रोशनी नहीं देता, वो आपको एक संकेत भी देता है कि दिन उग गया। AI आर्टिफिशियल रोशनी पैदा कर सकता है, दिन नहीं उगा सकता। इसलिए ह्यूमन रेस के लिए AI कभी खतरा नहीं हो सकता। खतरा सिर्फ इतना सा है कि इट विल किल द पुल ऑफ दिस सेंटिमेंट विच जो हम लोग हैं, जो एक समाज की अवधारणा जो होती है, जो व्यक्ति से व्यक्ति जुड़ता है, वो शायद अगर AI इसी तेज गति से बढ़ता रहा तो खत्म हो जाएगा।
दो तीन सवाल और हैं क्विकली। एक तो यू वेयर मैनी हैट्स, यू आर एन ऑथर, पोएट, एक्टर, तो इसमें आप ये जो डिफरेंट पर्सोनास आपके हैं, हाउ डू यू डिजाइन योर पर्सोना फॉर स्टेज, फॉर स्क्रीन, फॉर द पेज? वो कैसे?
आई जस्ट डोंट, मेरी डिजाइनिंग यही है कि आई डोंट डिजाइन। मेरा प्रिपरेशन ही यही है कि आई डोंट प्रिपेयर। आई नेवर प्रिपेयर दैट व्हाट आई स्पीक। मुझे नहीं मालूम कि आज मैं क्या बोलूंगा, या आप क्या पूछेंगे, या मैं क्या जवाब दूंगा। बेस्ट डिजाइनिंग इज नॉट डिजाइनिंग। I may be a poet, I may be an actor, लेकिन एक सिंपल सी चीज़ है कि आप आत्मा से क्या हो। From my soul, I'm a poet, I'm a writer. When I do acting, that supports me, that strengthens me. वो, और मैं एक एक्टर हूँ, तो जब मैं स्टेज पे कविता पढ़ता है तो मेरा एक्टर मुझे स्ट्रेंथन करता है, लेकिन मैं कभी ये सोचता नहीं कि मुझे क्या करना है। द बेस्ट थिंग इज बी नेचुरल वेयर एवर यू आर। जो आप जितना बनने की कोशिश करेंगे, जितना मास्क पहनने की कोशिश करेंगे, जितना आवरण चढ़ाने की कोशिश करेंगे, जितना आप स्लैंग एंड जो आपका थोड़ा सा एक्सेंट और ये करने की कोशिश करेंगे, आप उतना आप मात खाएंगे। जस्ट बी नेचुरल। दुनिया में जितने आसानी से आप लोगों के दिल में नेचुरल होके पहुंच सकते हो, वो किसी भी डिजाइन सिंह से नहीं पहुंच सकते। कभी जीवन में कुछ भी कीजिए, लेकिन भावनाओं का प्रस्तुतिकरण डिजाइनिंग करके मत कीजिए, तय करके मत कीजिए कि मैं ये करूंगा तो ये होगा।
वंडरफुल। इंडिया हमारे कंट्री में एक लेगेसी रही है पोइट्स की, ऑथर्स की, हु हैव इन्फ्लुएंस्ड कल्चर एंड इवन पॉलिटिक्स। अब के आज के दौर में हाउ डू यू सी द रोल ऑफ टुडेज पोइट्स एंड स्टोरी टेलर्स इन डिजाइनिंग द कल्चरल नैरेटिव ऑफ आवर करंट टाइम?
वो कभी खत्म नहीं हो सकता। देखिए, दुनिया में वो कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। दुनिया जब तक रहेगी, जब तक ये समाज रहेगा, जब तक ये धरती रहेगी। देखो, समाज ही अगर खत्म हो गया तो बात अलग है, The society ends, then everything ends. But till we all are here, and till we have a form of society, till we have the shape of the society, what we are living in today, it will never ever get. आपके खत्म हो ही नहीं सकता. इसलिए नहीं हो सकता कि दुनिया भर में जितनी क्रांतियां हुई है, दुनिया भर में जितने कू हुए हैं, दुनिया भर में जितने रेनेसा हुए हैं, दुनिया भर में जितने पुनर्जागरण हुए हैं, वो बम, गोलों, पिस्तौलों या तोप से नहीं हुए, वो सिर्फ कलम से हुए हैं. दुनिया भर की जितनी क्रांतियां हुई है वो लिखने वालों ने की है. जब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया आया तो लोगों ने कहा अखबार खत्म हो जाएगा, उसके बाद से अखबार बढ़ ही रहा है. बिजनेस वर्ल्ड इज अ प्रिंट मीडिया, राइट? इट्स अ मैगजीन. ये कुछ चीजें हैं दुनिया में. लिखने वाले, बोलने वाले, शब्द देने वाले, ये कल्चरल नैरेटिव हमेशा बनाएंगे देश का. आज भी आप किसे याद करते हैं मुझे बताइए. क्लास में आपको पढ़ाया जाता है कि हुमायूं थे, आप मेरी इस बात पे गौर करिएगा, बाबर थे, शाहजहां थे. लेकिन जब हिंदी साहित्य पढ़ाया जाता है, जब कहते हैं कबीर कहते हैं, मीरा कहती है, रसखान कहते हैं, वो कभी पास्ट नहीं होता, वो हमेशा प्रेजेंट रहता है, कभी खत्म नहीं हो सकता. दुनिया भर में 24 घंटे में पूरी दुनिया में किसी न किसी वक्त पे कहीं न कहीं हर सेकंड रामचरितमानस पढ़ा जाता है. वो गोस्वामी तुलसीदास की रचना है. रचनाएं समाप्त नहीं होती, हमेशा जिंदा रहती हैं. और जब तक समाज रहेगा ये रहेगा. और परिवर्तन करने वाले, क्रांति करने वाले, बदलाव लाने वाले हमेशा वही रहेंगे जो कलम के लोग हैं.
माय फाइनल क्वेश्चन इज, अगर आपको एक डिज़ाइन, इस हमारी जो ऑडियंस है डिज़ाइन समिट में, इनके लिए कुछ एक शेर कुछ आप बोलना चाहेंगे तो क्या होगा? एक नहीं, मतलब 2 भी, 3 भी चलेंगे.
अनुराग बत्रा जी जो है, मैं जोधपुर का हूँ और ये मुझसे बड़े मारवाड़ी हैं. जब इन्हें मालूम है कि आज मिल ही गए हैं तो पूरी तरह से नहीं. देखिए, शेर में ऐसे नहीं कहता. मतलब पोइट्री जब पढ़ता हूँ तो सिर्फ पोइट्री पढ़ता हूँ. जब कविताएं करता हूँ, उधर कोई हाथ खड़ा है या कैमरा है?
कैमरा.
अच्छा, ओके. नहीं, आप ही जो पीछे मुड़ के देख रहे हैं. हिंदुस्तान में जिस आदमी कुछ कहा था तुरंत पीछे देखता है. ये हमारा कल्चर है. वी डू इट ताकि शक हम पे ना आए. हम तो नहीं, कौन कर रहा है, कौन कर रहा है. वी डू इट एनीवेज. कविताएं वैसे तो मैं सिर्फ मंच पे पढ़ता हूँ, लेकिन ये जो आपने आखिरी सवाल किया था कि क्या ये आने इस समाज के अंदर या इस काल में या इस दौर में हमारी कुछ महत्ता रहेगी या नहीं रहेगी, हम कुछ लाएंगे या नहीं लाएंगे, तो मेरे 2 शेर मुझे याद आ जाते हैं. लोग कहते हैं ना यार क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है लिखने में कहने से, चाहे वो पत्रकार हो, कवि हो या साहित्यकार हो या जो भी हो, whosoever is creating something. तो लोग कहते हैं कुछ नहीं पढ़ा इसमें. तब मुझे मेरे 2 शेर याद आते हैं कि क्या हम कर सकते हैं और क्या हमने किया और क्या हम कर रहे हैं और क्या हम करेंगे. कि लोग कहते हैं क्या आपके ख्यालात में रखा है. लोग कहते हैं कि क्या आपके ख्यालात में रखा है. हाँ, कुछ नहीं हमारे जज्बात में रखा है. लोग कहते हैं कि क्या आपके ख्यालात में रखा है. मुझसे कहते हैं ना कि लोग कहते हैं क्या आपके ख्यालात में रखता है. हाँ, कुछ नहीं हमारे जज्बात में रखा है. और कुछ रखा हो ना रखा हो, हम कलम वालों ने लाखों को अपनी औकात में रखा है.
वाह वाह वाह.
तो जब तक हमारा ये सत्य है, ये तथ्य जिंदा रहेगा.
एक फाइनल सवाल. क्रिएटिविटी अपनी रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी में इसको स्ट्रॉन्ग रखना, मतलब इतने सारी चीज़ें होती हैं. हाउ डू यू कीप योर सेल्फ लाइक कि आपको मतलब एक टाइम मिले सोचने का?
सोचने का कोई टाइम नहीं होता. आप तय करके कभी नहीं सोच सकते कि मुझे कविता लिखनी है. होता ही नहीं है, संभव ही नहीं है. साइंटिफिकली पॉसिबल नहीं है, बायोलॉजिकली पॉसिबल नहीं है, प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल नहीं है. ख्याल कह के थोड़ी आता है कि मैं अभी आऊँगा, बैठ जाता हूँ भाई आज तो मैं आज कलम लेके बैठ जाऊँगा, आज कुछ होगा. ऐसा होता नहीं. यू हैव टू बी ऑब्जर्वेंट. हमेशा ऑब्जर्व करते रहिए लोगों को. मैं जब भी लोगों से मिलता हूँ, मैं खूब सारे अगर बातचीत का मौका मिलता हूँ 4 सवाल ज़रूर करता हूँ ताकि मैं उनके बारे में जान सकूँ, उनके प्रोफेशन के बारे में जान सकूँ. जब आप ऑब्जर्व करते हैं तो चीज़ें अपने आप निकल आती हैं. बस एक क्रिएट करने वाले में और आम आदमी में इतना सा ही फ़र्क होता है. आम आदमी चीज़ें देखता है, उसे इग्नोर कर देता है, चला जाता है. जो क्रिएट करने वाला तो उसे ऑब्जर्व करेगा कि यार ये चीज़ इस ढंग से प्रस्तुत की जा सकती है. दैट्स द ओनली थिंग. अदरवाइज देयर इज नो टाइम टू थिंक, देयर इज नो टाइम टू क्रिएट, देयर इज नो स्पेसिफिक टाइम दैट आई वुड डू नाउ इट. ऐसा कभी नहीं होता.
थैंक यू सो मच. आई थिंक ओके. अच्छा, शेयर को डिमांड है.
नहीं, मैंने दोनों शेर बोले. एक मतलब
एक लास्ट हो जाए एंड दैट्स इट. और
ऐसा देखिए, यूं बातचीत के अंदर जब देखो एक और कहना मतलब डिजाइन करना हो जाएगा। और मेरे शेर या मेरी कविताएं मुझे तब याद आती है जब बातचीत में कोई बात हो रही हो। जैसे आपने कहा एक और हो जाए, एक और हो जाए, एक और हो जाए, तो जैसे एक शायर एक गजल पढ़ रहे थे तो किसी ने वंस मोर 15-17 बार वंस मोर किया। तो उन्होंने कहा क्या इतनी पसंद आई क्या? बोले पसंद नहीं, जब तक ठीक नहीं पढ़ोगे तब तक करते रहो। तो एक और में कई बार दिक्कतें हो सकती हैं इसलिए।
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I know people had questions, but we'll take it offline. Thank you so much for this wonderful session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll request Ruhel ji to please kindly give the token of appreciation to Shailesh sir. And Shailesh sir के लिए please जोर से ताली everybody once again if I may request. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया sir टाइम निकाल के हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ने के लिए. It's an honor and privilege to have you over here. Can we please clap louder Shailesh ji के लिए please everybody. It deserves all the love, recognition and accolades. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया sir and we hope to see you again very soon. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया sir. Thank you so much. Can we quickly clear the chairs from stage please? Thank you so much, sir. हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ने के लिए. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the awards, we have a spectacular performance coming up. I'm sure you are going to be enthralled with the kind of musical flavor that our next performer has in her to bring it on stage. She has been performing for quite a long time, and she has always touched hearts in the best way possible. All thanks to sir. आराम से. Be careful. I hope you're not hurt. इधर दे दीजिए मुझे please. Thank you. Just take the table. Yeah. एक और बार please can I request all of you to clap for our hotel staff. They have been working hard since morning. Yes, thank you so much. Everybody deserves recognition and gratitude should be the attitude. So on that note, moving forward, like I said, she's a spectacular performing artist. I've known her for quite some time and she's always enthralled the audience with her musical delight. So once again, it's my honor and privilege. I'd like to call upon stage Shubhangi Tiwari. Unke liye please zor se taali ho jaye. She's going to be performing for all of you over here exclusively, right over here. Thank you. And
thank you, Shubhajit. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a great evening. I know I am after that amazing conversation with Shailesh ji. Thank you so much. That was so inspiring. And first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Batra and Jyotsna ji for giving me this opportunity to share my message with you today. I stand here today as an artist who's deeply committed to creating peace and understanding and love between all people. You know, like Shailesh was saying, poets, writers, they've always created this change and try to bring people together. Imagine all the people sharing all of the world, sang John Lennon. And closer home, Dr. Mathuradat Pandey, he was a writer and of Sanskrit and Hindi literature, and he envisioned a world where human beings use their intelligence, their energy, their resources to elevate human experience. To him, if we did this, and only then would we be a victorious species, you know. So he wrote a world anthem, Vishwageet, for this vision of, for his vision. And I'd like to share that with you today. So the original is in Sanskrit, which I will sing, but I will like to read the poem in Hindi first, so that we can sort of connect with it better. It's called Vishwageet. चारों महासमुद्रों से जल बादल भर भर लाएं, मिलजुल कर इस अखिल विश्व का महाअभिषेक रचाएं, जीवन सफल बनाएं। महाद्वीप गोलार्ध उभयगत एंटार्क्टिका एशिया, अफ्रीका दोनों अमेरिका यूरोप ऑस्ट्रेलिया, ग्रह भी विदिता विदित व्योम के भू को स्वर्ग बनाएं, नए नए आविष्कारों से पाएं सुख सुविधाएं, जय जय मानव, जय जय मानव, मानव विजय मनाएं, जीवन सजग बनाएं। बुद्ध मोहम्मद ईसा ऋषि मुनि संतों की यह वाणी, विविध नाम धर एक ईश की महिमा जगत बखानी, सब धर्मों से सार ग्रहण कर शाश्वत धर्म बनाएं, अपने लघु लघु नाम भुलाकर मानव ही कहलाएं। जय जय मानव, जय जय मानव, मानव विजय मनाएं, जीवन सजग बनाएं। धरती एक हमारी जननी यद्यपि है बहुभाषी, एक सभी का स्वार्थ बने क्यों टकराएं भूवासी। बने विश्व नागरिक अभय हों, युद्धों को दफनाएं, सभी समस्याएं बातों से आपस में निपटाएं। जय जय मानव, जय जय मानव, जग विधान अपनाएं, जीवन सुखद बनाएं। चारों महासमुद्रों से जल बादल भर भर लाएं, मिलजुल कर इस अखिल विश्व का महाअभिषेक रचाएं, जीवन सफल बनाएं, जीवन सफल बनाएं। Thank you. So, thank you so much. That's by Dr. Mathuradat Pandey, and he actually wrote the original in Sanskrit. And since you were promised a song, I will sing that one. Can you please? जलभिभ्यो मेघः पयो गृहीत्वा सिञ्चेत्। सर्वोऽपि जनोऽखिलविश्वस्य महाभिषेकं रचयेत्। जनेः सफलतां गच्छेत्, जनेः सफलतां गच्छेत्। गोलार्धद्वयगता महाद्वीपा एशिया अफ्रीका यूरोपो अमेरिके उभे ऑस्ट्रेलिया एंटार्क्टिका विदिता विदितं ग्रहणभूभुवं स्वर्गोपमं कारयेत्। आविष्कारैर्नवैर्मानवः सुविधा सुखान्यानयेत्। जय जय मानव, जय जय मानव, जनः स्वविजयं रसयेत्। विश्वचेतना दीप्येत्। चतुर्महाजलधिभ्यो मेघः पयो गृहीत्वा सिञ्चेत्। सर्वोऽपि जनोऽखिलविश्वस्य महाभिषेकं रचयेत्। जनेः सफलतां गच्छेत्, जनेः सफलतां गच्छेत्। बुद्ध मोहम्मद ईसा ऋषि मुन्यादिसतां शुभवाणी। केवल एवाद्वितीय ईशो महिमा जगत्पिधानी। संग्राह्य सारो धर्मेभ्यः शाश्वत धर्मः प्रभवेत्। त्यक्त्वा लघु लघु नाम जनः नाम नाम्ना प्रथयेत्। जय जय मानव, जय जय मानव, पथां प्रभेदो नश्येत्। जनः सरलतामिच्छेत्। चतुर्महाजलधिभ्यो मेघः पयो गृहीत्वा सिञ्चेत्। सर्वोऽपि जनोऽखिलविश्वस्य महाभिषेकं रचयेत्। जनेः सफलतां गच्छेत्, जनेः सफलतां गच्छेत्। जननी जगतीनो यद्यपि विविधा भाषा। स्वार्थैक्यं चेत् सर्वेषां नहि योत्स्यन्ते भुव आशा। विश्वनागरो भूत्वा मनुजो युद्धं गर्ते कीलेत्। भेदानखिल समस्या जातान् वार्तालापः सीवेत्। जय जय मानव, जय जय मानव, विश्वविधानं प्रसरेत्। जनः समोदं जीवेत्। चतुर्महाजलधिभ्यो मेघः पयो गृहीत्वा सिञ्चेत्। सर्वोऽपि जनोऽखिलविश्वस्य महाभिषेकं रचयेत्। जने सफलतां गच्छेत् जने सफलतां गच्छेत्. Thank you so much for bearing with me. I know this is a new song, it's an original song, but I think the message is important, so I shared it with you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shubhangi, for once again entertaining all of us. Can we please clap loudly and appreciate Shubhangi's incredible talent once again? Multifaceted talent in the true sense of the term. Poetry, singing, everything all clubbed into one. Can we please clap loudly for her, please? Thank you so much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving ahead with the awards. And so thank you so much. I request all of you to please kindly be patient. We will be having the awards. Can I please request you to clap for yourselves for being such a fabulous audience throughout? Since morning, all of you have been here, very kind and patient, listening to all the sessions. So we truly appreciate your effort and kindness. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, moving forward right now from all those engaging discussions that we witnessed today in today's evening celebration, we now welcome you to the 6th edition of the BW Future of Design Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards, as we all know, recognize and felicitate the best prototype and finished designs by designers, architects, innovators, and businesses. And of course, this exclusive event, ladies and gentlemen, is curated by us, which will be catering to products from across industries that touch human lives and make them future ready. This is the world of social media. We are all hooked onto the world of social media. Please kindly use the hashtag BWFOD, and we would love to see your winning shots and engagement posts and be a part of your special celebration. So thank you so much. Today's award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, is currently being streamed live across all the BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.businessworld.in. I would now like to thank our partners for the day, as without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled this event off. So thank you so much. Event partners, gifting partner Noise, event partners Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, Pitch. Can I please, ladies and gentlemen, request all of you to clap for our partners, as without their support, we couldn't have pulled this event. So thank you so much. Now, before we begin, we have a very, very interesting session over here. So to do the honors, I would like to invite Professor Srinivasan, who will be talking to us about design in 2030. That is an aspect that we are all looking forward to hearing and know more about. So this is going to be about AI, flying taxis, so many interesting things about the future of design. So ladies and gentlemen, please, it's my honor and privilege to call upon stage Professor Srinivasan. A big round of applause for him, please, as I call sir up on stage. Thank you so much, sir. Shukriya. Pleasure to have you. Can we have bigger round of applause for sir, please? And it's over to you now.
Good evening. It's always tough to be the last speaker, so I'm going to stop. I'll make it as soon as possible so that we can all have some good ceremonies after this. So, a brief about me. So, for those of you who, some of you know me, some of you don't know me. People call me Indo-American Chinese. So now I live in, after leaving India about 1988. So I moved to Shanghai in 2022. So now I'm living in Shanghai. So it's a very unique experience. I also became from an industrial designer, having designed some 600 products. I have now become more and more teaching to tell people what to design or what not to design. So as we know, the designers are the creative people. At the same time, they are also dreamers. So what we dream is what becomes a reality. So when the topic was given to me as a future of design, we wanted to see where the world is going. It's not just my vision, but this is what the design pundits around the globe, because I happen to be moving around with those people. So they are talking about what can happen in the world. So it will not solve the problems. So whatever we are going to have, we'll see a much different scenario. People are really going to blend ethics, ecology, and emotion. These 3 E's are very, very important. So we are going to be really moving in that direction. What can we expect in 2030? So first and foremost, seamless human-tech integration. So we are already seeing it, but we're going to see much more of that. 2030 is only 5 years from now. People are also saying mood responsive. You come to this place, if I'm going to be a boring lecture, then the room will change. Mood, based on your mood, the environment will change to give me a signal. You don't have to clap, but I know from the way it is going, then I know that I need to live. So those kind of things is what they are predicting will happen. Also, we already know that voice is everywhere, right? We are talking about voice. The most important thing is hyper-personalized. So there will be adaptive clothing. So you can, already people are doing that, right? We also have this NFC, NFTs and all, so that's what is going to change. Most importantly is the bio-integration of design. Implantables are going to be there, and biofabrics are there, which will be, biodegradable fabrics will be there. And then circularity will play a much, much more important role as we have been struggling to keep the world intact. This is what is going to happen. So all the technologies that we are currently using, they're going to disappear. You probably don't believe it, but it's going to disappear. We're going to see a new set of technologies that will happen. Most importantly, in the healthcare, so we are going to have smart mirrors that will, today people are stressed out because of various things. But that's going to change because you're going to have smart mirrors, maybe in the bathroom, maybe in the living room, that will sense your stress level and ask you to do certain things or make you feel less scenario. At the same time, most importantly, the machine learning will also go through our DNA factors, 5, 6 generations from what we are, and predict that, are you likely to get a heart attack? Are you likely to get the cancer? Are you likely to get some feminine diseases that you are likely to get? So that's what they are hoping the technology will predict. This is all in good scenario because healthcare is very, very important for us. Of course, we already know surgical robots are there. People are doing remote surgery from wherever in the world for people who need those. And then humanoids are going to be playing a much, much bigger role. Today, more than 50,000 robots are there in Japan where they are helping humans, the older people. But that's going to become more and more prevalent in our society. Also, pop-up clinics will happen. Drone-delivered medicines are going to be also coming. As if that there is very less traffic, we'll see the traffic above us also in the future. Wearables and implant, 3D printed organs are already there. I don't have to go back. Urbanism, this is what I want to spend a few seconds. So we are looking at spawn cities. What do you mean by spawn cities? It's a perfect day. In a day like this, where there is a deluge, in a city like Mumbai, they are actually trying to build the pathways as well as the roofs that will absorb water. That's what they call as spawn cities. Technologies are there, especially now in China. You see some technologies that are going to help you do that. And also dynamic zooming and auto pedestrians. So which means if there are more pedestrians, suddenly one lane will disappear and you have to really give way to people who are coming. Also the bicyclist. Mobility as a service is also going to become something. And AR avatars are also going to be coming. I'm going to be quick because I can all read because I have a timer which has been reduced to half. And then citizen audit for public, which is very important for growing economies like in India, because today there is a welfare plan announced by the government somewhere in the country, but the citizens don't have any idea what's happening. You allocate, 1,000 crores, but you don't know where the 1,000 crores went. But in the future, the technology will help the citizens to do the audit. Therefore, there is a voice for us to go and say what's going to happen. And then slower social media. So slower social media is something that, I was listening to Ms. Pannu saying that, she deleted all the social media apps from her phone so that she reduces her time. Today, the social media takes a lot of our time, but this is something that they are saying deliberately the technology will not feed. Today, the role is to feed more and more and more to make you, suddenly there's a tick. If I don't say quickly, oh, I saw that you already read it, the blue tick is there, why have you not responded? That will not be the case in the future because they want you to reduce that thing. And the most important challenge for all of us here out here is who's going to own the data? Are there going to be any kind of ethical issues that will happen? Because we really do not know who is going to own the data, whether corporates making more money or the governments will own the data. Depends on the political side of it, so we don't know that about. And then, is it going to deepen the inequality? Already AI is being blamed that they are using AI and face recognition to discriminate, societies which is what Trump is doing already, so which I know from fact that I live there. And then will privacy become a luxury? Which means, you can get privacy, but you need to be a billionaire to be able to get. You should be an Elon Musk to be able to get privacy. Your data will be, covered by such technology. So those are some of the perils of super automation or super design scenario. So the future way of living, we all know quantum computing is there, metaverse is getting old. AR is in our lives today. AI is there, robotics and personal scenarios are going to come. These technologies are already prevailing. This is nothing new. It's not 2030, it's already here, but it will become more worse as we go in 2015. So drone delivery in Sweden already is there. You'll see that in the next few slides. Our typical day, we will be having coffee on a 3D dissolvable cup, and then self-adjusting posture. We have been sitting since morning, so you'll have a feeling, already a little bit stress on your back, but if you have those futuristic chairs, that will actually help you relieve your pain because it's going to self-adjust. Everybody is different, so it will self-adjust to the chairs. AI control traffic system. People will tell you quickly, don't go now because today we are using Google Map, but it will be more intuitive. You will get in your ears saying that don't go now. And then the AR glasses are going to give you the weather and AQI and all those things will happen in the future. So let's look at what is so good about the urban life and what is not so good about the urban life. Good is that, we all live in a small community, togetherness, you can go, commute, and then you can have entertainments, you can have everything together, no more traffic jams. But the bad part is, it's going to cost you a bomb. Literally, it's going to cost, infrastructure costs are going to skyrocket, and we are not being able to do that. And there will be a lot of disparity between a city which is able to afford these kind of luxuries to the other city which is not able to give the same kind of thing to that citizen. So that means the people will again leave those cities and go to the cities. That will be one of the problems that we'll have. So these are all already there. So I'm just going to quickly go. So the no more tracks will be there on the road. This already we see in China. There's no more roads. It will just use like a bus lane. The automatic cars will go. The trains will go in those tracks. Similarly, this is already a reality. If you go to, anytime you go in Shenzhen or somewhere, you will see a drone in a park. It's delivering pizza for the people who are there because otherwise you have to walk like 15 minutes to go to the front of the park to get the pizza, but it's being delivered today already. And then this is another thing that is already you can see in Suzhou and Shenzhen and other cities, the vertical takeoff and landing. So it's a small air taxi, 3 or 4 people can go up and come into nearby. So these are all like usually all powered by electricity, and you can only go like maybe 30, 40 minutes. It's not a very long journey. So this is what Ital Design did in 2017 along with Airbus. So they have multiple pods which can be attached, and then you can take off and then land in a particular place, and then you can go to your office. So these are all mobility solutions. I'm going to skip this. This is a project we did in Tongji. So this is actually it's like an auto which will go and charge itself. So since time is not there. And all of us as designers, we also have to be worried about universal design. People who are differently able. Don't think of always saying that, we are normal people, we have legs and arms. But look at people who are differently able. We also have to think about it. Again, this is another example of how you can help them, people who are coming in the wheelchair and stuff like that. And then, of course, the famous bike is always there. So we start using more and more. So environment protection, again, this is happening in some parts of the world. The cleaning is already, robots are there. And then we are looking at how to use AI in our scenario. Communication, this is what people will not believe. We did not know that WhatsApp is existing or WeChat is existing or whatever. These are all super apps. With that app, we don't really need to do anything. You can pay, you can do all kinds of services with your mobile phone. But they are saying in the future, we can communicate by thoughts. Today, only romance is happening. I look at the girl and say, not bad, and then she looks at me and say, yeah, not bad. But now, even normal financial transactions, even normal business transactions can happen through only thoughts. That's what people are predicting. Of course, this is all far-fetched, but we are talking about 2030 and beyond. So that's what is going to happen. Education. People need not go to the school to educate themselves. It can all be done in your own sweet home. Of course, social interaction is going to be different, but this is what they are saying, that you could use the heavy use of technology to get educated for people who cannot come to your place. You want to go to Stanford, from Mumbai you can attend those classes. Today it's possible online, but this will be even much more immersive is the key word out here. Entertainment. Again, entertainment is something that we all have to have. And that will also change in more immersive AR, VR, those technologies will have. And living with robots, as I said earlier, Japan leads the way. There are also other countries are not far behind. They are all using, largely because of the population, the elderly population. In a world, there is a statistic that says like a couple need to have at least 2.2 children to keep the world as it is today. But currently it's only 1.4. Barring China and India, people are having less kids. So therefore they need, and then due to the much better health care, people are living 100 years. So therefore, from the time they are 65, 70 years to 100 years, there is very little help for them because they don't have kids. So obviously, this is one thing that is going to take over, helping the elderly people. All these are, the same scenario. Okay, the best way to predict the future is to create it because we are all designers. Thank you again, Dr. Batra, for coming, helping me to come over here.
And privileged to listen to. I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage. I'll request Professor Vyas to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to sir over here. Give a big round of applause once again for Professor Srinivasan sir over here. Thank you so much. And I truly, truly believe the clapping can get a lot louder and a lot more cheerful. So on a countdown of 1, 2, 3, please everybody, can I request all of you to clap louder as we get ready to get going with the awards very, very soon. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from your schedule to be with us. We look forward to having all of you the next time as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be swiftly moving to the awards, but prior to that, it's important that we thank our honorable jury members for their time and support, as without the jury members, without their time and support, we couldn't have meticulously selected our esteemed winners over here. So ladies and gentlemen, the jury has been chaired by Professor Pradyumna Vyas, President-elect, the World Design Organization, and former Director, the National Institute of Design. V. Sunil, design thinker, brand architect, co-founder, Motherland, and founding trustee, Kochi Binal Foundation. Ms. Revati Kant, Chief Design Officer, Titan. Dikshu C. Kukreja, Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Albania and Managing Principal, CP Kukreja Architects. Geet Nazir, Managing Director, Landor India. Srinivasan sir, CEO, Don Norman Design Award Senator and past President, WDO. And Mr. Harman Baweja, actor, producer, and writer. Can I have a big round of applause for all our honorable jury members, please? And we have a special AV of our esteemed jury members, so can I please request the console to play the AV for all of us, the jury AV, please, before we get going. Thank you so much. Can I have a big round of applause for our esteemed jury members, please? Bahut-bahut shukriya. Without your support, we couldn't have pulled this award show, so thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with the award show. I would like to now call upon stage our esteemed presenters for the first set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World. And joining him on stage, we have actor Amit Saad. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Amit Saad as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Amit sir. Thank you so much, AB sir, for being with us. All right, so let's get going. Can we have the first award, please? This is the craft category, ladies and gentlemen. Special mention. Congratulations, YNG Eyewear. Can I please have the team of YNG Eyewear, Simply Swish over here, our esteemed winners, to please kindly come and collect the award honor. What a very, very spectacular victory. Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap louder, please, to celebrate all these spectacular victories? Thank you so much. Congratulations, YNG Eyewear. Congratulations, YNG Eyewear. Thank you so much.
Can you give him a bigger round of applause there?
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations, YNG Eyewear. On that note, we will now move on to our next award, please. This is the lifestyle category, ladies and gentlemen, and the special mention award. Big round of applause for CHK, ladies and gentlemen. Redefine fashion. Can we please have our winners from CHK over here, please? Big round of applause. Congratulations to our esteemed winners from CHK. Pleasure to have you both, sir. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe we can clap a lot louder. हम लोग और जोर से ताली बजा सकते हैं for our spectacular winners. It's a result of a lot of hard work and appreciation is due. So please kindly do the needful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations, CHK. Congratulations, Redefine Fashion. Thank you so much. बहुत shukriya. I'll request Mr. Amit to please take his seat. Thank you so much. Give him a big round of applause once again, please. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure hearing you before. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout. We love your work. And on that note, to join Batra sir on stage, I would like to call upon stage Pradyumna Vyas sir, former director, NID and board of member, WDO. Give a big round of applause for sir as well, and I'll tell you why. He has been there with us since morning. He has been supporting us in everything. So please give him a bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable presenter. And on that note, hum log badhenge aage to the next award, please. This is the product category, ladies and gentlemen. And the gold. Give it up for Symphony SPA. Can I please have Team Elephant Design on stage, please, to accept this award honor? Can we please continue the momentum in terms of clapping and appreciation? Also, say please, everybody. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, few more awards to go. This is the spirit that Mumbai is known for. Can you please keep up the ante in terms of clapping and appreciation? Thank you. Congratulations, and I'll request all our winners to please kindly stay back with us till the very end for a special group photograph.
There's no GST on clapping. Not yet. No GST on clapping. Second, when you will be here, you will need the applause.
And also, like sir said earlier, it's good for the heart if you clap, right? So please, there are two good reasons to clap louder. Thank you so much. On that note, we will now be moving on to the next award, please. This is again the product category, ladies and gentlemen, and the silver. Congratulations, Duroflex Wave and Connect. Can I please have Team Duroflex over here on stage, please, to accept this award honor? I believe they're not here. Can I request Josna to come on stage and accept this award on behalf of Duroflex, please? And I'm sure our winners from Duroflex will be seeing this later, so can we please clap and appreciate their victory, ladies and gentlemen. Bahut shukriya. Thank you so much, Josna, for coming and taking this award. Thank you so much. I'll request Professor Vyas to please take his seat. Give him a big round of applause, please, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to having you again very soon. On that note, I would now like to request Mr. Manish Tripathi, founder Antardesi, to please kindly join us over here on stage as an esteemed honorable presenter. Thank you so much, sir. Give him a big round of applause as well, please, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable presenter, alongside Dr. Batra. On that note, can we move on to the next award, please? This is again the product category. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for the bronze. Goes to Nuke, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, REM Pro Cordless Vacuum Cleaner. Can I have the team of NU UK over here, please? Give Sir a big round of applause as he accepts this award on behalf of his entire incredible team. Come on, Mumbai, you can do a lot better on a countdown of 1, 2, 3. Everybody, people over there at the back, can I have some participation and clapping for your end as well, please? We have done a lot of drill when it comes to clapping and appreciation. Thank you so much. We can do a lot better in that space. Congratulations, sir. Badhai ho aapko, sir. Thank you so much. Wishing you the best for everything in the future. Bahut bahut shukriya. And on that note, can we please move on to the next award, please?
He was hosting some 20 awards for us, but he's forgotten the drill. I haven't. Everyone who's winning an award, go there. The photographer should take a standalone photo, otherwise the photo doesn't come good, and you've forgotten the drill, okay? So everyone who's won an award, take the award, go to the left or the right, so that the photographer can get a, because I won't be in the magazine as a rule, okay? So, you know, take a proper single photo, and there'll be a group photo. होता है ऐसा होता है स्टार्स बार आते हैं ना कुछ लोग भूल जाते हैं कोई बात ये रियल स्टार्स हैं आपके शाम के.
Thank you, sir. And so what we'll do is we'll be doing 2 rounds of photographs. One will be over here and then one with the solo winner over there. So are we noted on that? Can we move on to the next award, please? It's now time for the space category, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to hit the gold. Congratulations to Felicitate House. Congratulations, Designers Group. Can I please have all of you over here on stage? Congratulations to our winners from Designers Group, Felicitate House. And like we discussed right now, we'll first do a winner photograph over here and then we do the winner photographs over there. Congratulations to both of you and your team. Thank you. Bigger round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll request both of you to please go on the left side. Over there on the left side, please. Yeah. Thank you. And in the meantime, when the photos are being taken, thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to request Manish to please take his seat. Thank you, sir. Give him a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'm going to be calling up on stage our honorable presenter, Professor R. Srinivasan, sir, over here on stage. Please, can I please have Srinivasan, sir, over here on stage? He just had a phenomenal presentation from his end. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us right throughout. Would like to move on to the next award, please. Once again, it's time for the space, ladies and gentlemen. The silver. A big round of applause for Kalage Pride. Congratulations, Team DSP Design Associates. Big round of applause for your efforts. I request the team to please kindly come up on stage and accept this award honor. Thank you so much for being with us. Can we please have a bigger round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen? Can we have a bigger round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. What we'll do is we'll move on to the next award, please. It's time for the tech right now, ladies and gentlemen. Brace yourselves for the gold. Congratulations, Team Hypertrap G5 BCS 100 touch-free wave. I request the team of Inframart Real Tech India to please join us over here on stage. Congratulations to them, please. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
How many of the winners have flights in an hour or 2 hours? Does anybody have a flight in the next 30 minutes? No. I'm assuming one. So we have lovely singers between Shubhangi Tiwari and Josh Kruner and Manish. We would utilize their hair to dedicate some songs to you. Otherwise, it gets a little monotonous. So Josh, over to you. Just a small break.
It's truly an honor to be here, and the whole world of design, you've brought them together, you're awarding them, they will be on the Business World magazine. So let's make some noise, boys and girls, for Business World. Hip, hip! Come on, we can do better. Hip, hip! All right, that's more like it, and this song is gonna make you do that even louder. For all the Bryan Adams fans. Got my first real 6-string, bought it at the 5 and dime. Played it till my fingers bled. It was a summer of me and some guys from school, and then we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married. Should've known we'd never get far. Oh, when I look back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had a choice, yeah, I'd always wanna be there. Those were the best days of my life. Ain't no use in complaining when you got a job to do. Spend my days down at the drive-in. That's when I met you, yeah. Standing on your mama's porch, told me that I'd wait forever. Oh, when you held my hand, knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh yeah, back in the summer of '69. Yeah, we were killing time. We were young and reckless, needed to unwind. There's nothing to last forever, forever, yeah. And now the times they're changing. Look at everything that's come and gone. Sometimes when I play my own 6-string, think about you, wonder what went wrong. Standing on your mama's porch, you told me that I'd wait forever. Oh, and I had my hands, knew that it was now or never. Those were everybody back in the summer of, oh yeah, it was the summer of '69. Back in the summer of '69. It was summer of '69. Oh yeah. Me and my baby in '69. Oh, it was the summer of '69.
Kya baat hai. Summer of '69. That's the vibe. That's the flavor. Thank you so much. Big round
Thank
of applause
you.
once again for Mr. Josh, please.
Cheers.
Right since morning. Please, thank you. All right, so nice gentle breather for all of us. So with a bit of a musical delight, we'll quickly move on to the awards once again. To present the next set of awards, I would like to invite Dr. Batra once again on stage. And to join Dr. Batra on stage, I would like to call upon stage Revati ma'am, Chief Design Officer from Titan Company. Give her a big round of applause as well, please. She's been a part of a session earlier. Thank you, ma'am, for staying with us. So On that note, हम लोग बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the product category, the silver. We have a special winner in air fryer. Congratulations, TTK Prestige. Can we please have the team over here on stage? Do we have the team? Yes, we do. Can I have a big round of applause for her and the team, please, everybody? Can I have some participation from all of you over here to clap and appreciate for our winners? They have worked consistently, diligently hard for a long time, and this is just a recognition of their hard work and efforts, consistency. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We can clap louder. Dr. Batra says there is no GST in clapping. Abhi tak hai nahi. Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is we'll be quickly moving on to the next award, please. Thank you so much. Time for the tech category once again. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for the special mention. A big round of applause to the teacher app. Congratulations. I see those hoots and whistles. और जोर से आप लोग कर सकते हो, please, everybody. Congratulations. Think Design Collaborative. Congratulations. Think Design Collaborative. Congratulations, the teacher app. And once again, a gentle reminder for all our winners. I request all of you to please remain with us right till the very end for a special group photograph. Kuch hi awards baki hai. The energy should remain tight. Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Pleasure. Can we clap for them and appreciate their victory, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. Request you both to now pose for your solo photographs over there as well. And on that note, we will now move on to the next award, please. Time for the visual category, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the gold now. Give it up for Pernod Ricard. Retail portfolio display, trio design. Congratulations to Pernod Ricard. I got the pronunciation right, I hope. Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for her and her entire team, please, everybody? There's a dialogue called Itna Sannata Kyun Hai. We need to avoid the Sannata. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for our esteemed winner over here, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll request ma'am to please take a seat. Give ma'am a big round of applause once again, please. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Nitesh Gangaramani, Managing Director from Nisha Realty, on stage as an esteemed presenter for the next few awards. Thank you, sir, for being with us throughout. Pleasure always. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 3 more awards to go. Let's keep the entertainment quotient alive. Let's get going. Please, everybody, we'll move on to the next award. Time for the Design of the Year award, ladies and gentlemen. Give it out once again for Philibert House Designers Group it is. I request all of you to come back on stage once again. It's your moment of conquer. Give it up for them, please, everybody, once again. Philibert House. Congratulations. Can we please clap louder and appreciate their victory? Result of a lot of hard work and success. Thank you so much. मैं आप लोगों को request करूंगा to please kindly go over there and pose for the photograph once again. In the meantime, I'll request for the next award, please. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the BW Editorial Choice Award. Give it up for Flex Meat Plug and Play Tables. Congratulations, Godrej Imperio. यहाँ पे और जोर से शोर शराबा जरूर हो सकते हैं. All thanks to the wonderful audience that you all are. Congratulations to all of you over here. Can we please clap and appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, this very, very special victory. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. I'll request you to pose for your photographs, and I'll request all of you to remain on stage after that. What I'm going to do is group photograph. What I'm going to do is, right now, all our esteemed winners over here, thank you so much, first of all, for taking out time and being with us over here. I'll request all our winners to please kindly come up on stage with your respective trophies. Sir, I request you to remain on stage. We'll be having the group photo now. So I'll request all our winners to please kindly join us over here on stage with your trophies. And I'll also request our esteemed honorable jury members to please kindly come up on stage and be a part of this very, very special memory and group photograph. So we truly couldn't have pulled this off without you. So it's important that we have our esteemed honorable jury members as well. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a memory worth remembering. Please, all our winners with your respective trophies. आप लोगों को मैं गुजारिश करूंगा to please kindly come up on stage with your respective trophies. I'll request all of you, all our winners with your respective trophies on stage, please. It's a request to all our winners over here to please kindly come up on stage with your respective trophies, and I'll also request our esteemed jury members to please join us over here on stage with your respective jury members over here. I'll request all of you to please be over here. Our esteemed winners, please kindly be with us over here for the very special group photograph. And I'll request our photographer to please kindly set the frame according to the convenience. One side ho gaya, so aap bata dijiye how you want to do it. So yeah, this is done then, right? Can we have one chair over this side? And you know, esteemed dignitaries. Yeah, this. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I request all of you to please remain seated. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is truly worth a special frame indeed. Can I have some clapping and appreciation for this incredible fame, ladies and gentlemen? Our esteemed winners, our esteemed jury members, thank you so much for making the Future of Design Summit and Awards so very special. And I'll request all of you to please kindly remain on stage after the photographs are done. We have a bit of announcement to make. So let me know once all the photographs are done. Yeah, thank you. Now we'll do a nice photograph with just the winners over here. We'll remove the chairs over here. Can we have some, just remove the chairs with the winners. I'll request all our esteemed winners to please kindly pose on stage with your respective trophies. This is a result of your hard work, excellence that you all have proven yourselves in your field. So thank you so much. And once the photos are done, I'll request all of you to please remain on stage for an announcement. Please remain on stage for an announcement, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to please remain on stage. I have an announcement to make, please. Thank you so much. Are we done with the photographs? I request all of you to please remain on stage. And if anyone's solo photograph is left, then I'll request you to, after the group photograph is done, please join over there. We're done with the part. So, you know, gratitude is always the attitude. I have a bit of Thanksgiving left. First of all, please, I would say, clap for yourselves for all the wonderful work that you have done, because of which you have won these awards. So thank you so much. I request all of you to please kindly clap for them, please. They have been performing for us right since morning and entertaining all of us. I'll request all of you to please kindly clap and appreciate the efforts of our photographer and videographer who have been with us right since morning to do all the good work. I'll request all of you to please kindly thank Josna and her incredible BW team over here for putting this event on stage together. And most importantly, I request all of you to please kindly continue the incredible work that you all do. You guys inspire, you guys rule, you guys dominate, and I'm sure with the next year, the 7th edition, it's going to be even better. Thank you so much. God bless. Take care. Stay safe. Thank you. This is your host, Shubhajit, signing off. We'll see you all the next year. Oh, yes. So, do we keep them on stage? We'll request for a song from your end for all our winners. Our winners, this song is dedicated entirely to you.
I think I want to dedicate this song to all of you. You've hit the bullseye. You've all won. Congratulations. And this is one song that really hits the spot. And I'm sure that you all have heard this. It's from Survivor. And here we go. Y'all can dance also if you want to.
Rising up, back on the street. Take my time, take my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory. So lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, is the thrill of the night. Rising up to the challenge of a rival. And the last known survivor sought his prey in the night. And it's watching us all with the eye of the tiger. Face your face out in the heat. Hanging tough, staying hungry. It's that the odds will we take to the street for the kill with the skill to survive. Is the eye of the tiger, is the feel of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of a rival. And the last known survivor sought to stay in the night. And is watching us all with the eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger.
Congratulations, all of you.
Stage we have Mr. Paul Sandeep over here. He wants to give a special book to all of you, all you winners over here. I'll request Mr. Paul Sandeep to please kindly come up on stage. Give it up for him once again, please, everybody. Mr. Paul Sandeep, thank you so much. I'll request him to kindly present a special book to all our esteemed winners over here. Congratulations to all our winners. So basically, you're not just winning trophies, you're winning books as well. Always adds to the knowledge and the quest and pursuit for excellence. Thank you so much. बहुत शुक्रिया. And Finally, I'm done with keeping all of you waiting over here. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. This is your host Shubhojit Ghosh signing off. I'll see you all the next time as well. Once again, please, can I have everybody clap for our winners, please, everybody. And aap log khud self-appreciation is the key. So thank you so much. I'll request all of you to take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, to continue the musical delight and the musical evening, we have Mr. Josh collaborating right now in front of you with Shubhangi for keeping the entertainment quotient alive.